Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome to a live stream here on the Pros and Cons channel. My name is Chris, also host of a show you may watch, maybe you don't. It's fine either way. It's called Comic Tropes. But this is my second channel where I kind of get to do anything I want, from talking about comic book news to doing a show with my friend Jim about trashy movies, interviews and stuff like that. One of the things I love to do on this channel that started to be apparently helpful to people is I'm just live right now, and I'm gonna go let anybody who wants to jump in and talk to me about their indie comic, their crowd-funded campaign, their self-published book, whatever you've got. I'm here to learn a little bit about it, a little bit about you, what the story is there. It's going to be fun. There's a lot of people in line here. I'm just going to try to be as fair as I can, let everybody talk about their book for a little bit. And if you want to join, and this is live, there is a link in the description. You can click that and get on StreamYard, and I will chat with you. So without any real further ado, I made a promise to one person that I'd let him hop in right at the beginning because he's doing a bunch of other stuff today. And that is my pal. Hey, Jim. Nice to see you.
What's up, man? This is cheating that I get to go first, but we will keep it brief. We will keep it brief because I want to hear everyone else's stuff that they're pitching that they have going on. But I appreciate you having me on, buddy.
Dude, this is fun. This is fun to get to understand people's projects. And I've seen a little bit of art here for your project, and we've mentioned it on some of the shows that I've done. But this is really sort of for an audience that probably hasn't been exposed to this yet. So, in your words, maybe you could explain what your comic is, first of all. Like, what's the idea here?
Yeah, I have a 48-page one-shot comic book coming out through Kickstarter, launching on October 1st, really soon, next Tuesday. And this is a superhero parody comic book called Defective Comics Presents Savage Street Vigilante. So the idea is this would be a line of future comic books called Defective Comics Presents.
Mm-hmm.
And each one shot is a different superhero or sort of character that I'm parroting in my own way. I'm writing and drawing this. We have a lot of exciting things we're offering through the Kickstarter, a PDF of the book, the print version of the book. I have an exclusive that I wanted to announce specifically on this show tonight that I have not announced anywhere else, which is I have announced that Mike Huddleston, the incredible artist, is doing a variant cover for me. The new exclusive announcement tonight is I also have Scotty Young and Jim Rugg doing variant covers for this project.
Oh, dude, that's great.
Absolutely
That's awesome.
Unbelievable imagery from these badass artists, buddies of mine. I'm calling in every favor for this project, Chris, including from you. You have to do it. You have to hustle your ass off. What I'm learning through doing a Kickstarter in this way is making the actual book is only like 50% of the journey. The other part is building the campaign, figuring out what you're offering, and, hustling and doing the PR and promotion for the book, which is what we're doing right now. So, that's the gist of the campaign. I'm also offering a really nice 5-piece print set of new art that I've created just as this print set that people can buy. And I'm offering a couple pieces of original art as well. But other than that, dude, I'm keeping it pretty stripped down. Like I said, from the beginning of
focus on
the book, the PDF, some variant covers people can choose from. And that's sort of it. So I
think that's plenty, campaign. But I'm curious, you've published a bunch of different places. What made you decide that you were interested in trying to do it crowdfunded this time? Was there anything that told you, I've seen it work for this person or that person, or I just want to try this, or you could have self-published, you could have maybe taken the idea somewhere else. What made you think crowdfunded?
Yeah, this project came out to be something bigger than I thought it would be, where my original idea was I was just going to do this as a 20-page one-shot that I was going to self-publish and debut at New York Comic Con in mid-October. And then I started showing these first couple, like this image right here you're showing, I started showing these first couple pages to guys like Scotty Young and Jim Rugg. I was hanging out with Jim in April in Pittsburgh. And all these artists said, dude, this is just kickstart this. This is like bigger than a self-published 20-pager. Like blow it out, make it a 48-page one shot, bring it as hard as you can, and just kickstart it. Like see what you can do through the format of crowdfunding. And they got me, their enthusiasm of seeing the book got me excited to where I was like, screw it. I'm going to try Kickstarter. Let's just see what happens. I have no idea what to expect. I'm going to roll the dice. I've been promoting this pre-launch online for the last month. As of tonight, right now, we are so close to having 1,000 people signed up.
That's huge.
If you guys don't mind, if you could do this pre-launch sign up for me, even if you don't want to buy the book, like I just want 1,000 people on the
It's going to make you feel better if you can get to that number.
It's just become this thing stuck in my head where I'm like, I just want to see the 1,000 number on the pre-launch.
That'd be a really healthy number, and I really do hope you get it. And you know what's interesting is some folks that we know are also doing a crowdfunded campaign right now. Ed Piskor's family is doing their Zoop campaign, and they had about half of that. And I don't know if you saw, but like within a day, they hit like $50,000, which is really healthy. So I thought that was
doing
kind
great.
of like, so who knows, but you're on track to have a good campaign, man. And you should feel very proud of the pre-hype that you've done. It's worth calling in these favors because this is you betting on yourself.
Yeah, you have to. And thank you for saying all that, man. I appreciate your help. And I know that you and I both, signed up for the Switchblade Shorties and supported that project. And
definitely
there is this real community vibe that happens with this kind of grassroots approach to crowdfunding where it's like, hey man, if you dig my art and want to support my project, here's directly how you do it. And you don't have to leave your house to go to the comic shop as much as I support and love comic shops. And that is another thing is I'm offering a retailer tier as part of my Kickstarter where I'm offering wholesale comics to comic shops that they want to buy a bundle, and every book comes signed by me. So
that's great, Jim. I mean, selfishly, I want this to be a success for you. From what I've seen, I'm legit excited. And I'm happy to give you a few minutes to talk about it. Is there anything else people should know? Maybe like, let's just say this. Maybe they haven't read a comic by you before. What do you think how do you think you could describe this for people that maybe haven't been exposed to some of your artwork and your storytelling? I mean, this is is fun, right? This is like
that's a legit question. Yeah, I'm known for working on titles like Tank Girl and my creator-owned series at Image called Girl Scouts, and my work skews to be kind of a fun, psychedelic, over-the-top experience, like the books Chris is holding up. I also did Miami Vice remix with Joe Casey writing. So
Tank
with
Girl.
And so with Savage Street Vigilante, this is a fusion of superheroes mixed with some horror elements, but also lots of tongue-in-cheek comedy and influences from like the B movies that you and I review on Trash Movie Bonanza. Like, so there is a specific aesthetic to all this, but also like, if you're just a superhero fan, I think you can pick this book up and enjoy the tongue-in-cheek nature of it. And it's, I'll put it this way. There's a lot of like early 90s kind of like Lobo, Bisley vibes in this. And
I like
it's
that.
Just, to me, man, I had so much fun working on this that I think the fun shows through in the pages.
Got it.
So hopefully that's apparent.
All right. Well, look, it looks like my green room is literally full. So, and I know that you have other stuff to do. So if it's okay with you, I'm going to keep moving on. But thank you for taking some time to pitch it.
Dude, thank you again for having me. And I'm anxious to keep watching and see what other people are offering. Thanks, you guys.
Yep. All right. See you, Jim.
Take care.
All right. Look at that. So there we go. I'll just put this there and we'll keep moving on. I didn't realize, folks, apparently I've got a limit to the green room. I didn't realize that. So I'm going to keep moving on and we'll go with the next people in the queue. Steven and Eric, I'm bringing in right now.
What's going on? I feel like I'm on The Price is Right. I was like, come on down.
Come on down.
That's going to watch. They're going to be like, what the hell's The Price is Right?
the prize is a little bit more attention on your project.
Exactly.
Well, thanks for look. You guys were the first in the queue, so you must have been waiting a while. We don't need to know how long, but I appreciate that. That shows some real commitment to yourselves. Tell me what is your comic or project? What are we talking about tonight?
Well, tonight we just put out. It's been out for a few weeks now on Indiegogo. Our first comic book for our comic book company. It's called Future Vision Comics. Is the name of our company.
I'll bring that.
And the first book is called Baron Templar. And what it basically is, it's if you like. I mean, I don't like to pick similarities because I don't want people to go, "Oh, well, you said it's exactly like that." It's a mixture of like if you like Indiana Jones, Star Wars, Guardians of the Galaxy, and like Harry Potter
and old school.
And old school Marvel DC, it's literally every element of that mixed together. That's the first cover. That's the issue number 1.
Okay.
It's literally the first comic book we've ever done professionally. I mean, I'm talking. It's just this is my brother, obviously. I'm Steven. That would have helped. That would have helped.
I was going to ask who's who, but yeah.
But this is the first comic we ever put out. Me and him worked on it together. We did all the art, writing, lettering, coloring,
everything.
The only person I had an editor just tell me didn't suck, I guess. But
that's really cool. You guys are brothers that did this together?
Yes. And
who did what?
What'd you say?
Who did what? How'd you break down the duties?
I wrote the script. This was like the third version of the script. Eric has been drawing since he was in grammar school. But even before that, consistently keeping up with the guy. I had art and I drew, but I like to write. I like to come up with stories and characters and that kind of stuff. I mean, I remember in high school, my English teachers would be like, "Hey, do you ever think about doing a career in writing?" And I was like, "No," because of course you're in high school and you're like, I don't want to do that. But really, I did enjoy it. I really did enjoy creative writing class. And we were in graphic design in high school, and we were always into comics. I'm talking when we were in grammar school, we were making like those stapled together comic books, trying to trade them for Pokemon cards to the class, and of ridiculous things like
Jaws, Tremors.
Tremors, like things you'd be like,
"That's incredible!"
A comic book of Tremors. That was us. We were that weird, like that kind of stuff.
That's great. Any actual physical fights while you do this? You guys are brothers. Like, give us some of the gossip.
We get along great. I know that's odd because a lot of siblings are like, "Oh, we always fight." Me and him like identical stuff. I mean, we're into 70s horror, action movies, Marvel and DC, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, you name it, we watch it. We like the same stuff. We're big. We're musicians. I'm a guitar player. He's a bass player. So we're into hard rock and metal, like Iron Maiden, Metallica, all the good stuff, the classic stuff. So we were raised on 70s and 80s. We're a little too old school.
Pretty much, yeah. We're old souls.
Even the comic book, everything's old school. But but like what I would say for somebody that like wants to get into this, comic book if they want to try it out, this is going to be an ongoing series. We're halfway through issue 2 already.
Yeah.
And then after this, we have one book, another superhero to go along with this. Not the same characters and story, another solo book, and another solo book that I'm currently about to write this week. That's going to be like a team up. It's going to be like, and it's going to sound crazy, X-Men and space mixed Transformers. That's kind of what the vibe it is. Yeah, that's we try and take inspiration from as many different things as we love when we grew up with. We don't want to be. A lot of people like kind of go, "Oh, I'm inspired by this," and I kind of copy this to the T. I kind of go, all right, what do I like about Star Wars? Well, how can I apply it to a Marvel superhero? How do I apply what I like about Indiana Jones? Or how can I put it mixed with this? So that's kind of our. I mean, me and him have conversations daily of just things of like, hey, what if we did this? And hey, I think that's a good design for that character, this and that. So it's always a process with us. We're always worried about character designs and making sure we have cool logos for the characters. Like you'll notice once we put some other books out, we always care about, okay, is this going to be appealing to somebody? Is somebody going to see that from far away and go, oh, that looks decent, I want to try and pick that up? Because that's usually what me and Eric always talk about, like when we're looking at stuff. These guys are into metal, I see. Yeah, what gave it away? And they're from Boston. No, New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Italians. I was going to say, I'm from Boston, and I don't detect the accent. I think Dave got that one wrong. From Jersey.
But
I am seeing multiple people wondering, what's the name of the egg guy on this cover? Who's this egg guy over
His
here?
name is Cygnus. And we got that from, if there's any Rush fans in the chat, if you know the song Cygnus X1, we're big Rush fans, so we got the name from it. What he is, he's an alien. He's like what do you want to describe it as?
I would say he's more of like in a weird way, he's like a mix between like a gem and like an octopus.
They go into
and he goes into an exoskeleton.
It's an exosuit, that robot suit. It's an exosuit that they go into,
and his tentacles.
So there's a whole species of him with different colors.
Cool.
Which you could see in the book. They go into a village of all of them, like Ewoks, going kind of like that.
Look at this. You guys are already at 200% of your initial stated goal. That's
that was very humbling. We're so happy that people actually looked at it and actually were like, you know what, I'm going to give it a shot. And like, going into, we're not cocky. We thought like, oh yeah, maybe we'll get 5 people to buy. Cool, maybe, But I mean, even my local comic book store, they took 8 copies of the book for their store, and I almost looked at him. I said, "What did you just say?" He's like, "Oh, I'll take like 8 copies." And I was like, "Oh, there we go. We got the Rush fans. I knew they were coming in." I was like,
"This looks really good, guys."
I mean, if you hit the shop now, we'll go to the Indiegogo, and you can see we have pages up there. So if anybody's interested, like what
excuse me. I thought that for a second.
No, it's fine. No.
No, you know what? I opened it in another tab. I was actually trying to show it to people, and I was enjoying it by myself. I wasn't sharing it with everyone. Share your work with the class. Here, let me show you guys watching some more images from the book that made me say, like, oh, this looks really nice. Like,
there's a lot going on.
Yeah, there is. Anything you'd say that this is like, if people like, we're trying to understand it? Is there anything you'd say that's similar, even tonally? Yeah,
I mean, to us, our favorite comic books growing up were always the Stan Lee, Jack Kirby team up together.
Oh, okay.
Everybody's always go to like, oh, of course you're going to pick the King and you're going to pick Stan, of course. But in my eyes, that was always, and we love everything. I mean, I'm talking, thank you. I hear to see character designers. Thank you so much. We love everything. I mean, as far as I can get into Watchmen, I read new stuff. I read like Void Rivals. You see, got the Radiant Black shirt. I'm all in for that.
Yep.
I love everything. So I give everything a shot. I don't go like, oh, that's too violent. Oh, that's too kid friendly. Us, we wanted to blend the perfect mix. I wouldn't say it's not, there's no violence, there's no sexual content, there's no gore. Not that I'm not into that stuff. I know that's
not what this is.
That's not what this is about. We wanted to make superheroes heroes again. I know there's a lot of stuff going on lately that kind of turns the heroes into, well, you thought they were heroes, but they're not. But it's like, that's fine, but I don't think everything has to be that. I think everybody's trying to ride a wave of, the heroes are all anti-heroes. They don't really do good. And if
I can understand that.
The old Marvel, like if you like the old Marvel and DC way of, this is a good guy or girl, and they have, real issues, and they generally want to do good, even though they have these different situations that they're in. This is the book for you. I mean, if I can give a little summary if you want without spoiling anything.
Sure. If you've got something that doesn't spoil it, lay it on us.
Absolutely. So the book is about Professor. His name is Professor Scott Gautier. There's a funny story with the last name. It's too long. I get right now, and I'll embarrass my mother too on top of it. So we won't do that. So it's about Professor Scott Gautier, and he has a muscle and bone disease that's kind of deteriorating his bones and muscles. He walks with a crutch and a leg brace, but he teaches, and he's into Arthurian legend. For anybody that knows, it's medieval stuff, King Arthur, like that stuff. So he was looking for a cure. He does take medication for it, but it's not a cure. It just slows it down a little bit. So what his big thing is there's this legendary mythical thing called the Dragonite Stone. And what it does is it gives the wielder the desires of the heart. So his father was a famous archaeologist. Oh, there we go. An explorer. Okay. And he passed away in an accident. So he got all his journals and he kept studying all his stuff. And he wants to go looking for this. So there's a lot of riddles and stuff. It's like very Indiana Jones. If you guys like Indiana Jones, Uncharted games, you'll like this. This is like super.
Okay, I do like that stuff. So this is a little bit of globe-trotting adventure?
Yes. So he's looking for this stone, and it leads him to, not give too much away, but it leads to Sherwood Forest. He deduces it's in Sherwood Forest under the major oak, which any of you fans is obviously the tree that supposedly Robin Hood's hideout was. So he goes there, and underneath it is actually he finds an underground outpost that belonged to King Arthur and this mythical team of heroes that existed back in the Round Table time.
Okay.
And when he goes down there, he's looking for the stone, but he stumbles upon this sword. It's not Excalibur. What we did instead, which I'll spoil this because it's cool.
Here's exclusive, everybody. Get ready.
The Excalibur, all these heroes' weapons, we have other heroes, ones like a bow, a spear, a big giant axe, are all made from the shards of Excalibur and infused magic. So they all have different abilities and different weapons infused with Excalibur. So that's kind of where it happens. And then while he's there, he takes the sword and he becomes this hero, Baron Templar. Nice. Now, I'm not going to get too much into it. I'll explain a little bit because you guys are seeing some of the art and stuff and going, what's the other crap going on here? Without spoiling what happens, he's there. Some people were following him, these high-tech troopers, which you can kind of see on the cover. And he fights them off, and things happen, what leads to him meeting Merlin and the other guy, Cygnus, which actually hides out with Merlin at his base in Avalon. Okay. And what that is, it's actually there's a parallel universe, a parallel world again alongside Earth. And what that is it's basically the home to all Earth's myths and magic and legends and aliens too. So they all live in harmony. And there is stuff from the legends that they know about on Earth. Like there is a Camelot, but Camelot is not just a ruined old city in Europe. It's actually there. And it's actually like a Star Wars city. It's like Mos Eisley. It's like Mos Eisley. Like it's got cantinas and spaceports, but mixed with some medieval characters, like big Minotaur guys walking around. So it's like, I mean, it's a little bit of everything. If you like Star Wars, you'll like it. If you like Indiana Jones, you'll like it. If you like Marvel and DC, you'll definitely like it. Again, you really
it looks like 44 pages. Am I reading that right?
Yes,
like for the first issue? That's definitely pretty big.
Yes,
suppose this does well. Oh, look at that. You've already got a hard copy. That's really cool.
Oh, they're printed, ready to go. We got them. They're not like one of those.
There's 4 covers.
Yeah, we got it. We got all the covers. We can actually, I want to reveal something right here on your show. Can we do that?
Yeah.
You want to see this? You're getting the exclusive. Nobody's seen this. So this is an exclusive that's going to, we don't really know. At one point it's supposed to be a convention exclusive, but I think we'll put it out like maybe on Indiegogo or something eventually. This is the spot foil cover, and that's what it looks like.
That's fun. That's actually catching the light a lot.
And we were dying because we thought this was going to come out real bad. Oh man,
that looks pretty strong. No. That looks pretty strong. That's really cool, guys.
And
I like that.
One more we want to show. This is the retro version. So what this is we went back and did just the flats. So, and you look in the inside, we actually did the cream color and like the texture thing, and we actually
good for you guys.
And it made it really look like the old school stuff. I'm trying to show the best I can. I know it's crap. I
think we get an idea, though. I think we get an idea, and I love that. I'm glad that you guys are having fun playing with the format and everything. I mean, this already went to 200% of where you wanted to start. So there's you're getting some interest, and hopefully this brings you a few more sales. Suppose this does well. Do you want to do more of this, or do you guys have a different idea you want to do next?
This is the game plan. We have issue 2 is halfway done, penciled, inked, colored. We are going to do that. That should be done.
I would say maybe
late October, be done November. In late October. And then that'll be thrown up on Indiegogo. Issue 3, 4, and 5 are already planned out. I'm starting to write those this week. Our second superhero, the first script is already written. It's going to be drawn and got started on. And the third book we have, which is it's a team of heroes that's like X-Men meets Transformers meets, I don't want to see Guardians of the Galaxy because it's not, I'm not talking comedic tone, maybe not for that one. It's that, and that's going to be, I would say, early 2025. So I'm not going to say, oh yeah, in a month that'll be done too. No, but we do have some pages for issue 2 that he's been pencil ink. We want to show off. Maybe some people like to see some of the work.
So this is one. I don't know if you can see it. That's one page. So that I just finished the other day. That's him fighting a new villain that's introduced at the end of issue 2.
Issue 1. There's a splash page of the villain, and it sees the issue 2 villain.
So that's that page, and then here's this page. I don't want to show too much. So that's why I only picked 2 pages.
What are you inking with?
I am inking with I forget the brand name. I have the pen here.
Brush pen.
Pentel. It's a Pentel brush pen.
They make some nice pens. I've got a lot of those. Yeah.
They're nice.
The brush, you were doing stuff with the brushing, right?
Yeah, and I just got myself a new Winsor Newton #3.
Good for you.
Which is, I used it yesterday for the first time on a page, and I was like,
yeah, I have to say, like,
it was good.
The inks and the penciling, I think, look really. I think people are going to be really happy with issue 2. Not that issue 1's bad. I think it looks cool, but I think issue 2, we just nailed it better. Even my dialogue and stuff. Like, I think issue 2. I know people are like, oh, we got to summon issue 1, but I think if you guys follow us and pick up issue 1, I think you guys are really going to be happy with issue 2. I really think so.
That's
it's
awesome.
They're going to be shorter books, so they're going to be a lot cheaper too. That's one thing we weren't really happy with. A lot of prices nowadays for some of these books online are a lot, but it's I didn't realize how much how many legal fees you have to pay and everything because we started obviously our own company publishing.
I'll interrupt you real quick, and I was surprised you guys bought yourselves an ISBN, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
that shows those aren't cheap for people that don't know.
We bought everything.
I said, come on,
you can really self-publish and self-print and crowdfund a campaign without an ISBN. But if you want to put your book in bookstores at some point, you have to have one of these.
Yeah,
and they're not cheap. That's all I'll say.
No, they're not.
You can get it in a pack, but it's still not cheap for a pack.
So that's awesome. Congrats on betting on yourselves. Looks like I've still got a lot of folks in the chat rooms, so I'm going to keep moving if that's okay. But
perfect.
We've got, let's see, futurevisioncomics.com.
Yes.
Anything else we should mention?
Yeah, we have an Instagram page and a Facebook page. They're both futurevisioncomics.com, obviously. We'd appreciate it even if you don't buy it. If you follow us, all it is just going to help us spread the word, and maybe somebody might like it. And that's, at the end of the day, we're not looking to be, everybody wants to be rich. I like to get paid, but I'm not looking for that. We love comic books. We love music. We want to keep doing this. So that's what our goal is. So we thank you.
I love hearing that passion.
We appreciate it.
No, good. Best of luck, guys. Best of luck. That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care. Good luck.
Thank you too.
Whoops. I cut them off as I was saying goodbye. I wasn't trying to be rude. All right. But we're going to keep moving because there are a lot of people being very patient. It's even more full than I realized. I didn't expect all of this. All right. Vaughn Joseph, I see, is next. So I'm going to add you. And hello, friend. How are you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Happy Friday.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you as well. What's your book? What's your project?
So our team is called Comics Astounding Publishing, and our book is called Atrium. So we're actually at the tail end of our publishing right now. We did this miniseries, a 5-issue miniseries, and we're doing issues 4 and 5 right now.
Got it.
We're in our Kickstarter, and we just started it a couple of days ago. And we've
really?
already,
yeah, I see that.
Yeah, so we're kind of going the whole thing, and we're really just covering coloring costs and some printing costs. So we started this last fall. So we've been going, and then we did
almost a year.
Yeah, almost a year. So we did issue 1 in like November-ish, and then we did issues 2 and 3 in the spring.
Right.
And then we did the Kickstarter for those as well too. and now we're doing issue 4 and 5 together. And just based on how the story tells itself, and based on shipping costs and stuff, we decided that we'll bundle them as chunks together, just to make it easy as a whole, right?
I can see that.
For people, also, we had some story beat points that we wanted to kind of reveal as we go. Now that we're at the tail end of it, you can kind of see some of the stuff that we were hinting at probably in some of the early issues.
Right.
Now that we're at the tail end of the book.
What kind of a book is it? What's Atrium about?
So it's more of a action thriller with a little bit of supernatural in there. As you've seen some of the artwork and everything. I don't want to give it all away, but you can kind of get some of the vibes of it all. But it's kind of like Pelham 123 meets a little bit of Underworld, meets a little bit of The Thing and stuff like that. So it's a little bit of all that all rolled into one, right? So we're kind of coming up on the tail end. Actually, I'm the co-publisher. All my other partners are away right now. So the book is written by Steve and Peter Van Horn. Those are the 2 writers. And then our artist is Lucas Falapi. Sorry, I'm fighting a cold here. Just 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, don't worry about it. That's normal.
No, so I've been fighting something. I can't get rid of it. So Lucas Falapi, who's out of Sao Paulo right now. And that's we found him on Twitter, actually, which is kind of weird.
Really?
Yeah, we found him on Twitter. There was an open
Did you just say he's from Sao Paulo?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, wow. So that's a humongous city. I'd love to visit Sao Paulo, Brazil someday.
Great stuff. So he's done all of our thing, and we've had the pleasure to have some great cover artists. We have Marco Rudy of let's say Montreal. So I'm in Canada. He's a notable Montreal comic artist. Has done stuff from Marvel and things like that. And he's contributed to. That's the actual cover art that he's done there.
That is really nice. That is gorgeously organic. That is.
So that's for issue 5.
Okay.
And then we have our colorist is Nikos Koutsis and Mike Torres, which are colorists for Savage Dragon.
Oh, wow.
Colors for Savage Dragon and everything. So we knew some mutual friends that are in the comic industry. We've been in and out of the comic industry, helping other small studios in some capacity.
It's funny how small the industry is and how quickly you can like work with people that have like a bunch of credits versus emerging artists.
Yeah.
It's not as big a field as people may think.
Oh, totally, right. There's a lot of overlap in a lot of ways, right? So we've been doing the so with everything, we've been doing the con scene for the last couple of months since we got issue 1, and then since May we've been doing the con scene with all 3 issues. And we're at this point right now we've done 15 cons for this year so far.
Whoa! So you're heavily invested in doing the convention like face-to-face thing.
Yeah, because we're more practical and physical copies. So we did the extra effort in getting the printers goods. We print out Texas actually with Brenner Printing.
Oh, that's interesting. Just because there was a long era where if you were going to self-publish a book, Canada used to be the cheapest place to do that. Because like of just like the price of wood and therefore paper and stuff. That's amazing. Texas.
Yeah, no, we just like the quality of some of the printing. So we spent a little bit extra effort to get the quality printed books and everything like that. And some of the issues actually we did like a spot blood foil cover for issue 3. So that's a variant. And then we did actually, I think it should be in the pack of, if you scroll down, there's one of them there. I think it's one issue 3 cover C. So we've kind of dumped a lot of stuff. So we're at the tail end right now. We have some other properties that we're going to come out with mid next year to late next year. But we're kind of just pacing ourselves so that we can kind of finish up this series. Then we're going to move on to some other IPs that we have as well too, and slowly kind of roll it out. This was our first Kickstarter endeavor. So we want to kind of get a little bit of a feeling for it. And we just realized it's a lot of work. So we didn't want to kind of bog ourselves down. And we all have day jobs as well, too. So it's one of those type of things.
Any other conventions you guys are going to hit up before the end of the year?
We're hitting up this one called Wayside, which is a creator con. There's a local comic store that puts on a big con with a whole bunch of different local artists like Ken Lashley and a whole bunch of guys that are going to be there for this con. Eric Gorman, some of these guys are going to be there for all that stuff. Some of the more Canadian notables are going to be at this con. But we just finished Hamilton, Ontario's Comic Con, and just did London, Ontario's Comic Con the weekend before that. So we're pretty deep in a lot of this. And then one of my partners, he went to Nickel City Comic Con as well too.
Huh.
So we're doing the rounds. We're doing the rounds, and we found now
this is really good looking art, by the way, Vaughn. I'm just like sorting through it right now, and yeah, that looks really good. You're putting your best foot forward on this.
Yeah, Lucas has been great, and he's I guess what you could say, he's still new in the sense of he's not a professional, but we found him on Twitter, and we just thought his stuff gelled with the story that we were trying to tell. So we wanted to kind of push him forward and give him an opportunity, and he's just knocked it out of the park every issue that he's done. Right,
it's really nice to see.
At this point in time, you can see him like he's really kind of honing his skills as he does more sequential stuff. Right.
Yeah.
And we kind of see it as we do the stuff. So it's been great. It's been a great opportunity. Love it. It's a lot of work. It's not comic book stuff is not faint for the heart, much less if you're kickstarting. But you
have to have passion, because you're right. It's going to be so much work, and I mean the stuff you're doing now, going like on the touring circuit and coming on shows like this, like that's a lot of work to constantly come up with like exciting things to say. It probably feels a little repetitive to you, but like this is the first time I'm seeing it. Although I did see somebody in the chat room has read it, so that's really cool.
Yeah, we did issue 1, and I think issue 1 was pretty well received. But we're just trying to push more, and it's a whole thing where this time around we're doing more of the press tour, so we're just kind of getting as many things as we can, and that's what we're trying to, because we realize that you got to build up that fan base, right? And it's just it's a constant thing, because the issue 1, you'll know a lot of your friends and family will opt in to help you as much as possible, so you get that kind of kick when you do the first Kickstarter, but after a while it tapers off pretty hard, right?
Yeah, I think that is normal. You have to. It's this weird mix, like to hype things up. You know, there's a lot of pressure to do sort of like stunt things, like special covers by big names. Not everybody can always do that. Sometimes you have to just try to push all that the junk, the extras, I'm saying, to the side, and just say, this is the story. This is what it looks like. Hopefully, it speaks for itself.
Yeah, like on the first issue, I think we only had 2 variant covers alongside of the main cover. We went a little bit crazy on 2 and 3. I think altogether we had close to 7 different covers for that one.
Wow.
And then this one, we just kind of pared it down, mainly because, just the book cost of printing and different covers. You're paying
that balance.
It's a balance, and you're paying a variance on every cover is a different plate that you got to run at the printer, right? So it was like another set of film, right? So we said, let's kind of budget it out a little bit differently, this one. And saying that we're kind of coming to the close of the end, we wanted to kind of shoot some of that stuff. I have some stuff from issue 1. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but we have the other Kickstarter as well, too, that we did.
Is it under this?
It's underneath the same name, but you can get a better idea of the covers. I'll paste it in the chat. I don't know if that'll help at anything, but...
okay, so it's not for Atrium?
Oh, no, it's for Atrium, but so if you say 3 created, you'll see that issues 1 and 3 are underneath that same one.
Yeah.
So we did the other ones there, and you can see more of the covers and stuff that we did for the story.
One moment, I'll add that.
No worries.
Yeah.
But no, it's been an adventure. This is something that we've wanted to do for a long time. And then we pitched it to Image a couple years back, and it's been one of those things. So we did this as more of a self-contained story. It's more of a short story in the sense that we had a friend that was a film producer, and he wanted an idea pitched to him. So he wanted it really small and enclosed, and something where he could shoot it and have minimal sets to kind of put it all together. So we had come up with this idea, and then after time and just time passing, we said, let's just convert it into a comic and get that done. Right, because I think that's something that we can manage and get that's affordable within our budget. And,
I can understand that goal.
So we just opted for that. So these are all the different covers that we went with and everything. So these are from the different ones. So in issue 3, we have 3 different alternates. Right. But it all worked out pretty well. So when we go to the comic cons, it actually makes a big difference when you have variety in the sense that we can choose any of the covers that you want. It's all the interiors are the same, but people really get a kick out of that. Right. Right. So it's nice. Right. It really fills up the table as well, too. So it's really great.
That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. I hope that you continue to have a good time at the conventions this year. And this definitely looks very cool. I appreciate you sharing it with me. You've got a really talented team. No question. Like, really talented team. This is really nice looking art. How many issues would this be to tell the full story?
So we're at five issues. We're only going 5 issues.
So the one that's on right now, that will wrap up the whole story.
We'll wrap up everything, and then next spring probably we'll do the graphic novel, and get the graphic novel accumulated together. But we're doing just the floppies right now.
Yep.
But yeah, the one that's on right now is the accumulation of the final story.
Right.
We
Got
just wanted
it. Okay.
We wanted to keep it self-contained as well too. We didn't want to, and I want to knock anybody, but I didn't want to do one of the situations where, you know, you do a Kickstarter and everybody keeps on doing issue 1 Kickstarters, but they never push the story forward. So you're waiting another year before you get another issue 2 or whatever, right? So we wanted to make sure that we put it in a timely fashion where we wrap up this story and then we move on to the next thing before we start another property, right?
That's great. That's great. I'm glad that you can focus on it. It's really cool to see that folks are going to get the full story. That's really nice.
And that's what we wanted to as well too. We wanted to make sure that we actually produce, because we have friends and it's like a situation where you come out with issue 1 and then you never hear what happened to issue 2, right?
Right. Hey, that's just the nature of the beast. But it is cool to get to talk to somebody that has made it all the way to issue 5. That's a huge accomplishment in self-publishing. And beyond being able to get your story out, which is great for like the artist and the writer and yourself, like, you know, working as publisher, all these people, it's also a calling card to say, hey, I can get something done. So maybe the next time you pitch something, people will be like, oh, they're not going to flake. They were able to get 5 issues of the full story published individually. That's a huge accomplishment. So I give you a lot of credit for that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, we've really put our back into it. Steve's taking my partner. He's taking a little mini vacay, helping a friend out.
Yeah,
but we're on the grind. We're the guys that are on the cons every weekend. We just did 2 cons back to back. We have a little bit of a breather, and then we have an in-store signing in 2 weeks. And
where's that?
Pardon?
Where's that?
That one, I think, is up in Vaughn, which is my name, but it's also a city in Toronto, just above Toronto. So we're kind of localized to all the Ontario regions, but we've done Montreal, we've done all those cons. We're kind of going to the outskirts now. We're probably going to do Barbados next year because my partner's from Barbados.
Oh, right on. That's really cool. That would be lovely.
They do a little pop culture one down there in the islands, and our next property is going to be with a character from the Barbados. It's going to be more like a Bond themed kind of. It's actually based on a real story that my partner's uncle wrote as a novella back in the day, and it's a kind of a Bond themed 60s 70s villain. So he kind of modernized it.
That's so cool.
And that's what we're going to do as one of our next ones that we come out with. But yeah, we're doing a lot of that type of stuff, and we're hitting because we also have like a pop culture channel that we do as well too. We're hitting like the original Art Con that's in Florida as well too.
Oh yeah, OAX, or is that?
Yeah. We're going to be doing that just to kind of go down there and interview some of the artists as well too.
That's really cool. And hey, I'll tell you, pie in the sky. If you could ever find a way to go to Sao Paulo's December convention, CCXP, put that one on your radar. That is a massive convention, and you've got your artists down there to show you around.
Oh yeah, we're sending him some copies. Actually, I think he's trying to plan to go to that as well too. So we're sending him some copies.
That's great.
So that's just getting them down there is a little bit of a chore. We had the package already returned.
Yeah,
we sent them issues 1 and 2 through 3, and then it came back to us. So we have to figure out what that's about next.
Well, I'm going to keep moving on if that's okay, Vaughn. But I'm really excited by your campaign. Thank you for sharing this, and I hope that issue 5 just grows and grows throughout the rest of the month for you.
Oh, thank you very much, and all the best to all the viewers. And thanks again for the opportunity.
I appreciate that. All right, take care.
Have a good, guys.
All right, let's see who's next up. We've got. I'm just going to keep it moving. Matthew.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
I'm doing well. I'm pretty sure you're the guy behind the Indie Comic Con, right?
Yes, I run Indie Comics Creator Con. And
Indie Comics Creator Con. Very cool. What can you tell us about this convention?
Okay, well, the first one happened this past March. We ran a Kickstarter for it. We had about 100 creators show up to it. It was in New Haven, Connecticut, which is about 2 hours from New York and 2 hours from Boston. And it was an amazing time. We had drink and draw on Friday at a nice hotel. Then we had the show, and then we had an after party after that. So it was a one-day show. And it was kind of like a hybrid since it was the first show, and attendance was right around like 500 people.
Really? That's honestly, dude, first time convention. That's big. There's lots of people that start smaller than that.
And so it kind of was like a hybrid conference / convention.
Okay.
So like that's why part of the creator con aspect of it as well. For me, I wanted to create a show that was affordable.
Yeah.
Because as a first time creator or first time, tabling is a big hurdle.
Oh my God, yes.
Tables are, 300 to, I don't know, 650, I think now is somewhere in the.
I am pretty sure that I heard New York Comic Con's even above that this year.
Yeah. So I wanted to create an environment where you could have a spectrum of first time creators and long time creators and basically have a vibe, just like a cool indie vibe. And I know that I've tried to get like bigger artists to do this because this project I was trying to get this off the ground, and I signed papers.
People in.
I signed papers to like have a show in St. Pete, Florida when I lived down there, and then COVID like happened the next day. So I've been trying to get this convention off the ground for a while, and now we're off the ground, and we're working on year 2. And right now,
same place.
Same place in New Haven, Connecticut. It's at the Southern Connecticut State University.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool being on the campus at their the student center. They have a nice ballroom, and we're basically taking over the whole 3rd floor. So there'll be tables everywhere, and we'll have a nice room for panels. Tickets are only $8 to go to it.
Oh wow, that's for a convention these days. It really doesn't get more affordable than that. And look at all these people that you had. I mean, I recognize so many of these names, but of course, one of the fun things about, in my opinion, going to small press type conventions is getting to discover new people. And it's so much more intimate. Have you ever been to, say, like SPX or Mocha or any of those?
I have not been to those. I lived in Chicago for 10 years, and I owned a comic book store in Chicago. So I was basically throwing my own little conventions there and stuff like that. So I was there from 2006 to 2011. It was the Comic Vault. So I know that whole crew of people from that era.
That's really cool. So that gave you a few connections during that period.
Yeah. So I've kind of been in this for a while. 2006, I had the store, and then when we moved to Florida, my wife and I moved to Florida. I was in sports talk radio, and then I started my own company, Monkeys Fighting Robots.
Yes, I've heard. I mean, I've seen you online, so like I've heard of these things. It gets talked about in the Facebook group CKRS, right? Sometimes.
Yes, this was kind of the first show was kind of like a reunion or the first meetup of everybody.
That's so fun.
From that group. So a lot of the first show was, I want to say like 75% of the creators came out of that Facebook group.
That's incredible.
Yeah. And the cool thing is I didn't realize how many New England comic book creators are out there.
Oh yeah. As somebody originally from Boston, I'm very aware of some of the people that are there. And I was going to say, like, a lot of these people, New England, but not necessarily Northern New England, with the exception of, you did get like Jim Lawson. He used to be up there in the New Hampshire area. I don't know if he still is.
Yeah. For the first show, we tried to have like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle centric show because they were the original indie people, the original indie comics. So Jim came last year, had a great time, and I asked him at the end of the show, I was like, "Hey, you want to come back next year?" And he's like, "Totally, I'll totally come down."
Dude, congrats!
He had a really good time. And so for this year, for Artist Alley, we had over 300 creators apply for like 150 spots.
That's tough. That's tough to make those calls.
Yeah, because this is a curated event as well. I'm trying to like parse together and play the DJ and mix in a good group of people that I know like will kind of flow well. When you're putting a convention together is a whole new beast for me to take care of, and it's a lot of fun. But it's organizing 150 personalities is fun.
That's great. And do the numbers make sense? Are you able to like you know, with the money that comes in, like it paid for everything? Like you're doing well?
So I mean, the first show is an investment. I mean,
It
I'm not
is.
gonna, it's an investment. I also one of the things I did is I provided food for the creators. So we brought in pizza.
I'm glad you
And,
did that.
and we
That's really
did, I tried to take care of the creators the best way I could.
absolutely.
And so there was an investment in putting this show together and
Yeah.
creating like a grassroots movement. And what we're looking for now is to get to 1,000 attendees. And once we
Okay.
get to 1,000 attendees, then it'll be feasible to make it a 2-day show.
I think that sounds very achievable, in my opinion. I think that there's enough people, like, you know, that are going to be close to Boston and New York, for instance, that's a very reasonable goal.
Yeah, Maddie Keene, who was one of the creators who's helped us out with this, he just took the train in, set up his
Yeah.
table, and had a good time, and then hopped on the train and went back home. So it's really easy for people to take the train in from New York City, or it's pretty much a direct route coming south from Boston.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as somebody that used to live in Boston, I had an uncle in New Haven, Connecticut. So yeah, it really isn't that far, really. That's a decent idea of a place to put something like this. It's also like something that I don't think you'd be fighting other similar events.
No, there's Mocha. Actually, I called Mocha and I asked them when their date was for 2025, and they told me that they didn't know at the time. So I picked my date.
Oh,
and so Mocha is actually the same weekend.
It was
this year, March 15th, 2025 is this show, my show, and Mocha is the same weekend.
Okay.
So you could actually have the craziest indie comics weekend ever.
Yeah,
you could come to my
both.
show on Saturday, and then you could go to Mocha on Sunday, and you could probably meet 500 indie creators in that weekend.
That's a decent idea.
So I'm totally embracing that Mocha is the same weekend.
Good for you. Good for you. Yeah.
Because it's one of the things that comes up with this is that we're trying to rise up. It's not a competition. Comics are not a competition.
No, a rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah. And so that's what I've been trying to teach people and explain to people that, like, hey, I preach the gospel of comic books. There's a comic book out there for everybody. Come to this amazing show with, not even an open mind. Come with a closed mind, because like you'll get blown away. You'll be blown away by what you see. I mean, even there, we're doing creator spotlights for everybody. And we're getting everybody's social media out. I usually put out probably a month before. I'll ask everybody what or maybe even a little bit before we're doing, like, I'll do the commission list and I'll push that out so everybody can like get commissions from people as well.
Nice.
It was just a really cool vibe, and the hotel, the Yale Marriott, they kind of let us just take it over. They gave us a good deal on hotel rooms, and we just had a blast.
I'm so happy to hear all this. I will give this some serious thought. I don't know, March. I would love to check something like this out. I love small press conventions. It's just, I always find something that people are passionate about. You go to these, and it's a great place for discovering, like, sort of autobiographical books and humor books. Those are like two that I always find some good stuff at on both of these. And you get to have good conversations with people.
The bar after. I mean, the cool thing. I don't know if you've been to San Diego, but the hotel bars are amazing. I know in Chicago, the old Wizard World convention. Bar scene.
I have some crazy stories of the bar scene at these conventions.
So the after party felt like I was in Chicago, and it had because it would just felt like, and I was like, oh man, we definitely like achieved like some cool stuff going on there. And the cool thing is I saw that some creators got picked up for Terrificon afterwards, and they were in
heard a lot of great things about that convention too.
Yeah, and I saw that like people have like collaborated since then and have published books and done. So there's been stuff that's happened after this that's just, from people getting together, making cool things. And the one thing that I haven't announced yet that I guess I saw other people doing exclusives is,
all right,
we are going to do how do I put it? We're going to do an award. We're going to do one award. And so everybody that signs up for a table at the show can submit a one-page comic, black and white. And we're going to judge those because we were trying to figure out how do you judge one piece of art versus another piece of art? It's so insane.
Yeah.
So I was trying to figure out like a NASCAR kind of thing where everybody kind of has the same exact car and let's see who can drive it the best. And so everybody can submit a one-page black and white comic strip, comic story, and we're going to do the best single-page comic of the year kind of thing.
I like that idea quite a bit. And you just get maybe like a panel to look it over or something?
Yeah, because we got some editors coming to the show, and we got a few sponsors that we could probably pop in there for. Comics Wellspring is the sponsor of the show, and there's a few other people smarter than me in comics that can make this decision.
No, Matt, you've done a lot to put together a really impressive event. I see 3. I like the branding. I like the guests that you've had. I think that this is just a really strong idea. And I'm so glad to see new conventions emerging, aimed especially at indie and small press. It's some of my favorite stuff.
Yeah, I get blown away every time everybody submits artwork or people that have set up for the first time, and just I like seeing people grow.
Yeah.
And I saw that in Chicago when I had my store because we had signings all the time. And like Mike Morisi, I don't know if you're familiar with Mike Morisi.
I don't think so. Sorry.
He's writing Dick Tracy right now.
Oh, yes, I do actually read that book. I just didn't realize that's how you pronounced his name. In my head, I was thinking Moretti.
So,
Morisi. Thank you.
I forgot what San Diego, maybe 2010, 2011. I get a call because I'm in San Diego, and Mike's like, "Hey, can I crash on your floor because I want to pitch a book?"
Yeah.
And then he was like, "Hey," he's like, "Hey, will your store buy the books and we'll throw a party and sell the books?" And I just remember that I was at the meeting and this whole little deal went down. And now, you see where Mike has grown since 2006, awesome. Almost 20 years later, producing films and doing all these amazing comic books. Wow. I just love sitting back watching that. It's just amazing.
That's awesome, dude. I think this is a great convention. Again, if people are curious about it, I'll add links once the show is sort of archived and stuff, but it's indiecomicscreatorscon.com. And continued success. I think that this is a super valuable convention.
Thank you so much for the time, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thank you for showing up. Have a great night.
Take care.
Okay, we're going to keep moving. And that means that the next person up, as long as they're available, is, I see Ghev. Ghev. Let me see. Ghev, are you still there?
Hey there. Hello.
Hello. Welcome. That was actually maybe the best intro yet because it went from a black screen to all of a sudden your head popped into frame. That was
my
very
chair
dramatic.
Is sinking down here. How are you doing? Nice to meet you.
Likewise. So tell us a little bit about yourself. What's your comic or comic related project?
Okay. So my name is Ghev.
Ghev.
It's spelled with a G, but it makes more sense with a J. So I actually just got into making comics this year. I started art about maybe a year and a half ago. So I just wanted to talk a little bit briefly about my comic I just launched on Global Comics. It's called Monochrome Heart. It's right here. I would describe the book as like a little bit of a modern day Alice in Wonderland mixed with like an Adult Swim kind of vibe. So it's very strange. I can just read out the description for everyone that's in here. Sure. I just want to say hello to everyone too. I've been loving this stuff that everyone's been showing off. So cool.
It's a wide variety of stuff. Yeah,
for sure. So the book is about a character named Leon Smalls. He's about a 20-year-old young adult male. Let's see here. So 12 days to live, the ever lackadaisical Leon Smalls, completely numb to the world around him, is given an ultimatum by a mysterious entity that basically tells him that he has 12 days to find purpose in his life or he'll die. So he gets transferred to a new reality, and he's partnered with what is called a soul coach, which is like an anthropomorphic kind of German Shepherd dog, walking and talking dog. So it's really strange and bizarre, to help him find kind of purpose and get out of that slump that he's in, or he'll lose his life, basically.
Dude, that is a fantastic premise.
Thank
that
you.
is so strong.
Yeah.
Wow. So I see it's a 26-page comic you've got here on Global Comics.
Yes.
You wrote and drew it?
So yeah, everything is done by me. It's my first attempt at everything: lettering, drawing, writing, just everything.
That's amazing. And have you made comics before?
No, this is my first attempt at it. So I would appreciate, like, I'm a person who loves feedback, negative, positive. So if anyone is able to read it and just give me anything, I'm so happy, because I'm just new to comics. I'd love to learn like a lot more.
So what made you then decide, hey, I think comics is going to be the right format for this story? What was the inspiration there?
It was just, I'm a very visual thinker. I originally, when I was in high school, I'm in college now, but in high school I wanted to write like regular books. And I have to thank my friend Tier. I think he's watching stream right now. I would tell him about my ideas and he'd say like, "Oh, you need to make this a comic, dude." And I was like, "Okay, you know what? Maybe you're right." So, because I've always grown up reading comics, so this is my first like a dive into the world that I grew up loving a lot, you know?
That's awesome, man. And then on top of that, you've decided to do it as an online, well, we'll call it a webcomic.
Yeah.
What made you decide to go this path? Was it just the low barrier to entry, or have you read other things in this format? Like, why Global Comics?
I have read other things in this format, and it was the low barrier of entry kind of thing going on. I would say too, it was a lot of like, it reminded me of being a kid and going on Comixology and having like the free comic section on like my iPod like 3 or something. So I just wanted to give like that same experience maybe to somebody else that are like kind of getting into comics too. It's basically how this is going to work is it's a monthly comic. It's going to go for about 12 issues.
Wow.
And the purpose of me making it like this was that I wanted to like evolve as an artist and a writer. So since the story is about him growing and coming to discover life, you'll see his life get better visually as my art and my work gets better, is like the premise.
So there's a metatextual level to this story too.
Yeah, for sure.
That's so clever that you work that in as like the into the narrative, because honestly, no matter what, if you're going to keep going, you will improve. That's just a fact. For sure. I mean, you will. That's really clever. Have you published anything before this?
No, I've just been posting art here and there on like Twitter and Instagram. And just been building up towards this. So this is like, my first real attempt at anything. I swear it was like the last like 3 days before the comic, and I was like so nervous in anticipation because it was like my first like real writing thing that I was sharing with like a larger group of people. So it's like it feels like a first like big accomplishment for me. So I'm really happy about it.
What would you put this into, a genre or a mix of genres? Is it like, you know, I don't know. I don't want to assume.
I would consider it kind of like comparable to like an anime, like a isekai, if anyone's familiar with that genre, or like a portal, you know, like Enchanted.
Isekai
maybe
is basically like, for people that don't know, something like Alice in Wonderland or Wizard of Oz would be considered isekai, where somebody enters essentially a magical world.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
It's very much that. It gets really weird. Like you can see the lady on the cover with the moon face. There's a talking dogs. There's going to be walking robots and aliens and all types of. Nothing is normal in the world, basically.
Well, that's okay. That's really cool. Actually, this is really nice. And I guess you're doing the coloring and everything. The lettering.
Absolutely. Yep.
That's really ambitious, man. That's so amazing. Wow. And so this one does read mostly horizontal, sort of like scrolling left to right?
I would say so. It flips through pages. It's a little bit easier on phone. You can zoom out to on Global Comics and just kind of flip through the pages. But any which way people like to read it, they can kind of go for it.
What were some of your inspirations? That's one last thing I'd want to know. Like, what else have you maybe either read or seen that like helped inform this?
This one is very much like, I guess, like a personal story to me. It's very, I would say, for people that are looking like young adults like me that are kind of in their 20s that don't really know what they want to do with their life and are kind of at a little bit of a crossroads.
Yeah.
This is like the story for you because that's what that story was born out of. Okay. But in terms of visual inspirations, like I grew up with superhero comics, but this is kind of its own thing. So this is more so inspired by my love of like crazy cartoons like Pinocchio and stuff like that. Like stuff that just gets really bizarre, but has like a very internal, deep meaning.
That's awesome. And you think you're on track to get us another issue in October then?
Oh, yeah. I just recently finished the second script, so I'm going into penciling and stuff. So everything is looking good so far. The whole series is already planned out. It's just about getting the art and stuff done. But it's going good so far.
I just think that idea is so many of us always will have dreams and desires and stuff. And sometimes we feel like we're not moving towards them. And if something could push us there, like we know that would sort of change who we are. So I love this idea of somebody being forced to find meaning or that's it. It's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is there anything else you want to plug or anything aside from letting folks know that it's called Monochrome Heart on Global Comics?
Yeah, absolutely. I would just say right now, if you would like to follow the book, you can of course shelve it on Global Comics. If you're interested, like I said, I'm a feedback person. I love to hear from. There's a lot of like professionals and people that are kind of in comics in here already. I would love to hear the opinions of all of you guys because I respect anyone who tries to go for it. You know, it's such a crazy thing. And I feel like most people don't know how hard comics are, and you don't really get it until you start doing it, which I get it. And from this process, I've learned so much, and I've learned to respect like letterers and inkers and colorists because it's a lot, you know.
It is. But you know what? I mean, to do this all yourself, that sometimes is one of the coolest things about comics, where there's no filter that's changing your vision. You're getting your vision as close to what's in your head as possible to the readers. So I am impressed, man. I love the premise. Love the premise.
But outside of that, I would just say you can follow me on Global Station, Ghev TBM. I'm available on Twitter and Instagram and ArtStation under the exact same name.
Got it. Well, this is fantastic. Ghev, I thank you for giving me some of your time. I really hope
thank you so much.
Not just readers, but some of that feedback that you're looking for.
I appreciate that would be
awesome.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you for your time. Take care.
Same to you.
All right, let's see. We're gonna go to the next person. Some strange man in a red shirt, a bald head, a bunch of amazing artwork in the background. Who could this be?
It's all true. Oops.
So
a little bit brighter so you can actually see.
Oh, that's pretty good. How's it going, Randy? If people don't know, I'm giving him a hard time because this is my friend Randy.
Yeah. Oh, when Matthew said earlier about the Wizard World conventions and you're talking about crazy stories back then, I was like, oh yes, we could get into that for a while.
Did we share a room more than once? I'm trying to remember. I think we did.
Probably 3 times.
Yeah,
I think I mentioned on the previous stream I've actually shared a bed with Chris, so that's my claim to fame.
That's probably true.
We're all cheap and trying to squeeze as many people as we can there.
And then, like, on top of that, that was like 20 years ago, Randy.
Yeah, more so. Yeah, I know my time is limited with you, Chris. I want to give one more minute to Ghev because that was super exciting.
Wasn't that cool?
The premise is awesome, the enthusiasm, and I'm just like really excited to see how it pans out. Like the journey he's going to go on with, his career and this comic itself. Like that's really exciting and great other projects as well. I just want to really shout out that. Yeah, Ghev, I'll definitely give you any feedback you're looking for as well. So
that's so nice of you. Let's see. We talked to Randy here in chat. He does jump into the chat when I have my live shows quite a bit. He's a great guy, good friend, and a Canadian. There was just a Canadian artist in here earlier. So you've got Bullet Adventures issue 6, right?
Yeah. So as you talked to Vaughn earlier, it's tough to get that far into a series, but I've got the one shot plus 5 issues already published for Bullet Adventures. So this is number 6. We left off the previous issue, Dale and Joanna. Dale is Bullet's alter ego. His wife Joanna were off on a retreat. They obviously faced a villain, ultimatum. This specific issue tells Laney's side. He's Bullet's granddaughter, who's also a speedster.
Yeah.
Kind of what she's up to over that time period. And she's at an amusement park with her classmates doing an AP physics homework, basically. So these kids are up to that. And of course, there's a supervillain that shows up there that she has to deal with. So it's a lot of fun. It's just old school comics, the stuff that I grew up with. That's Speed Trap.
That's a great name, by the way.
Yeah, it's appropriate.
For a speedster's villain, Speed Trap. Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah, somebody's commenting on the art, and the art is fantastic in this book, folks.
Yeah, that's by Nico Carrizo, colored by Fran Citarelli. We've got letters by Lucas Gattoni, and of course Jordan Alsake is the writer here. We put together all the stories together, but he does all the heavy lifting. I gotta say, he's works magic with these things. I'm so excited every single time I get a script, and then of course when the pages come in, it's just a lot of fun. It's the perfect book that I'd like to read. Andre has a series of covers that we've got here. I think if a little bit further down, they're 4 connecting covers.
Pins, those are cool.
Yeah, enamel pins. That's the shot from the backup series.
Why Kickstarter cost breakdown. See, Randy's done this several times, so he is very upfront about this. But here's what I'll tell you, folks: he always gets it done, and he always gets it done pretty quickly. There's some of your boys from going back a while now.
That's a few years back. Yeah,
they're bigger than that now.
Yeah,
I thought that there was more art, but that's okay.
Yeah, further up, there's 5 preview pages. One of them's a double page spread. I forget, maybe it's near the top that we got the connecting covers, but that's something I was really excited to do.
Oh yeah, the connecting covers, right? Don't you have this is the second of a plan 4 connecting covers?
Yeah. So those are the 4 books. Issue 6 is the one in color right there we're spotlighting. So yeah, I was growing up on Jim Lee X-Men. We had the X-Men #1 connecting covers. I just thought that was a cool thing, and I want to do that myself.
Yeah, how has Speed Trap not already been taken? That's a good-ass name.
Because Jordan is not doing The Flash. If he was, then that would have been out years ago, I'm sure.
I love that you guys have had the same team and that you've been putting out this book so consistently. I've really been enjoying it personally. What are you getting out of this, though, Randy? You always set your goal so low.
Yeah, and it looks even worse because that's US funds. I actually surpassed 1,000 Canadian, which actually feels a bit better, but
yes,
it's not been as strong as previous campaigns. I think in general Kickstarters have suffered a little bit lately, but personally I just don't have as much time to put into marketing. This is one of the few things that I'm actually doing to share with people online.
And that's why I want to sort of help. I because I like this. I like this book quite a bit, and I want to read more. I've backed all of it, and so selfishly, it's fun to have you on to talk this up. But I also think that what you're describing is somewhat common for a lot of people doing crowd-funded campaigns, where it and it would honestly be somewhat true too with even traditional print, where the first numbers are usually going to be the strongest, and then it trickles down a little, and hopefully stays even at a certain point.
That's definitely a factor, but I know that it's partly me to blame not being able to put it out there as much as I should. But the book itself is complete. I do everything ahead of time, so there's not going to be delay. That's how I'm able to do it pretty quickly.
Randy pays his creators, and he gets it done, and then he puts it online, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that way you guys are not waiting for it. I'm not counting on funds from this to actually pay my creators afterwards. I know I have a very low goal total with the funding goal, because it's really just to cover some print costs and shipping and whatnot, and a method to get some pre-orders.
I want this to do well. And you've got the covers here showing that like there's at least 2 more issues that you plan on doing, right?
Yeah, I've committed to that. So you can count on issue 8. I hope that I can continue further because I've got story plots through probably 25.
Wow.
I'd love to get there. It's kind of hard in the wallet, but if we can get some support here and get the backers coming back, then.
Do you think at a certain point when you have like, say now you've got like 6 issues, does it make it like sense to go back to traditional publishers at all and say like, hey, look, I've got like this big, thick, basically graphic novel at this point. Yeah. Does it make sense, or have you looked into that?
Here. It's definitely something I've considered a lot. Like there's stuff about self-publishing I quite like, having that control and, being really involved in different aspects there. But it would be nice to have something with a bigger built-in audience if one of these companies could publish it. So it's something I will definitely look at.
Just curious, yeah. And so right now though, there is plans to do at least 2 more of this.
Oh yeah. I've committed to the 8. So the next 2 in this series of covers, that's 7 and 8. So those will be done. Issue 7 is pretty much complete the line work.
I may have gone too quickly into sort of the business side and joking around with you. Suppose somebody hasn't come across this before. What could you tell them about this comic that might get them interested in it? What is it?
Yeah. So there was initially a one-shot just called Bullied, and that's Dale DeSouza back in the Silver Age, 1960s. Basically, he gains powers, falls in love, and saves the world. Pretty standard kind of Silver Age feel to it, but we always had a sort of a modern spin to the approach with the artwork and storytelling. I just really loved the character and didn't want to give up on it just with that one shot, even though it was a self-contained story.
Okay.
So I brought it back for the ongoing Bullet adventures. And the first issue deals with some time travel. It's in the present day now. And Lainey is his granddaughter, who is also a speedster. And Dale, as a de-aged old guy, basically, in a young body, has teamed up with his own granddaughter in the present. And they just have some good old-fashioned superheroing.
I love it, man. You've really found a great team to like, from Jordan to Nico and I don't know, or Nicholas, whatever. I'm bad at names. Just an incredible team. I'm so happy that you guys are actually putting this out. Have you decided to do anything special for like rewards or anything this time, or does it make more sense to just focus on the book?
It's all I really focus on. I mean, I want to put the best book out possible. I know a lot of people do stretch goals and stuff. In one of my most recent updates, I asked if anybody was interested in stretch goals, because I know some people like that, stickers or bookmarks or whatever else.
Sure.
If that can really help push it higher, maybe it'd be worth doing. But, anything beyond the goal and the print costs, shipping costs, is just going to create more books. So if I can avoid having to spend more to put something in there that you're just going to throw out anyways, or, not really care about beyond the book itself, I'd rather just
being smart about the numbers and everything. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. You doing all right? You seem like you're tired.
I'm always tired.
All right.
2 young kids and a full-time job beyond making comics.
Full-time job, 2 kids, publishing all these comics.
Yeah.
Are you doing any conventions this year, or have you?
You know what? I've got a show tomorrow.
It's
a local show. It's the first time they've done this, so it's fairly close to me. So it'll be.
What's it called?
To try out. What is it called? It's in New Westminster. It's New West Comic Con or something. But yeah, so local people to British Columbia, Canada.
British Columbia Convention.
Check it out.
Nice.
But yeah, I haven't really done too many. I've submitted an application for Fan Expo. That's the big one we get in Vancouver. So hopefully we'll be doing that again in the spring.
Okay. Nice. I was reading up on Canadian comic book history yesterday just for fun. And I don't know how much of it you know. Have you ever heard of Canadian whites?
No.
Back in like 1938, when comic books were just emerging and becoming this huge thing, I guess as part of the war, there was like a mostly an import ban. Like Canada wasn't bringing in U.S. comics. So they started making their own, but they mostly did them in black and white to keep costs down. And they called them Canadian whites.
I think I was aware of that. I just didn't recall that term. So
yeah, I'd never.
My memory's terrible anyway. So
It's a really interesting history. There's a lot of like cool characters, like Nelvana, based on some like Inuit history.
Yeah.
And then they had like an Aquaman type character named Iron Man. So there was actually an Iron Man like 22 years before Tony Stark, Canadian superhero.
You guys just ripping us off all the time.
That's us. That's us. You had to get that one dig in. Okay. Classic Randy. Anything else we should know about your campaign before I move on?
Now we've got less than 2 weeks to go, so check it out. There's all kinds of add-ons. You can pick up every single book I've done. You can catch up on Bullet and Bullet Adventures if you're seeing this for the first time. Obviously, there's a trade paperback. There's also single issues available. Very few issues of the one-shot remaining, so if you want to get on that, then grab it right now. But yeah, otherwise, I think it's cool when people discover it. Maybe the superhero stuff's not your thing, but you can still pick up. I've got a shopping bag tier that you just throw $1 in, and that allows you to add on any of my other books. So maybe you don't care about superheroes, but you want to grab Crime Pays, which is a crime anthology, or Poor Old Miss West, which is a horror take on the Wizard of Oz characters.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's all sorts of stuff you can check out, but I love Bullet Adventures. It's like, honestly, I'm its biggest fan. It's the book that I would like to read, aside from me actually being involved in producing it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have a lot of fun reading it.
That's awesome, man. I appreciate you taking some of your time after work to talk to me. You should go hang out with your family, and if they're mad that you weren't there, just blame it on me.
Chris. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Hey, thanks, Chris. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Thanks, Randy. Good luck with this campaign. I've already backed it. I hope a lot more people do too.
Perfect. Thank you.
Take care. Kick. Okay, Winston, you're up next. Here we go. Winston, thank you for being so patient. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Chris. So great to meet you.
Oh, likewise. So bear with me. I'm pulling one thing up. You gave me a link, and I'm gonna share that. This is your book, right?
Yeah.
Lights in the Sky. Tell me a little bit about what this is, because you gave me a link to like an actual file. Do you have a campaign, or is this just something that you're sharing with the world, or what?
This was crowdfunded a couple months back, so I have print editions now ready for sale, like selling at conventions. It's an original graphic novel all about alien encounters. It's all stylized to look like black and white grainy photos of aliens.
Oh, wow. Okay. Can I show a little bit of it?
Oh, please. Yeah, please show the whole thing. That's why I did it.
Well, just... Oh, and so what did you do on this?
Everything? I did all of it.
All of it. Wow. This is... It looks like it's mostly done in, like, pencil instead of inks, or what is this? What did you use to draw?
It was it was like 95% digital, actually.
Digital.
Yeah, digital pastel brush, but like pencil traditionally for some parts, like the perspective on that convention.
Yeah. That's an interesting take. Huh. Digital. Yeah. And is this your first comic?
No, I've done a good handful now. Like this is probably my 4th big book.
Wow.
Like huge graphic novel.
Really? And have you done them all crowdfunded?
No, this is only my 3rd crowdfunding. I did like 2 single issues, and then like I went through small publishers or just self-published for the other ones.
Interesting. So you've already had a successful campaign here, and at this point, like, what are you doing? Do you have like physical copies of these you're selling like at conventions or online, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I take it to conventions right now. It's available in my shop. And then I'll probably be looking for publishers in the near future. Kind of up in the air right now.
That makes sense. Where are you selling them? I'll bring that up.
Oh, thank you. It's gumroad.com/Winston Gambro.
Okay, bear with me, folks. I'm a slow typist.
Rick, I appreciate you calling me young. Thank you.
Where are you based in the world?
I'm from Chicago.
Chicago. And so Lights in the Sky, sort of a supernatural, like alien encounter type book. What about these others here that we're seeing? What kind of genres do we see here?
So Overflow's a cyberpunk mystery about apathy destroying the world. And then the next 3 are all mini comics. So The Blank is about a detective investigating an impossibility. And as he starts to lose his mind, pages fade away, words disappear. So you feel like you're losing your mind at the same time.
These are all fantastic covers. I'm sorry to interrupt while you're talking and stuff, but like I love that each of them is like very subtly hinting at, like, even this sort of looks like a face. This is like we're looking because like a face should be here. This is like all a pastiche that's forming a face. It really catches the eye.
I really appreciate that. A big amount of my covers are just what can grab someone's attention when they walk by at a show.
Sure.
And faces are usually that.
Are you an artist by like education and training? Like what's your background with art and comics?
So I've been drawing like since I was a kid, but not professionally, and I'm a graphic designer professionally. So like I'm a graphic designer for Oni Press, so that translates over to
for Oni. So what are some of the books that we would have seen some of your work on?
Dwellings, that's one of my pride and joys. I'm so happy with that. Autumn Kingdom is coming out right now.
Okay.
All the Nacelverse, which is like Biker Mice from Mars and that family.
Yeah, really that's a big campaign right now for them. Yep. These are all things that you've made like that are more graphic design now.
Yeah, just some posters. Those badges and patches are from old Kickstarter, so I'm kind of just burning through the Kickstarter extras now.
I get that. So let's see, $4 for a mini comic, $25 for what is this, like 48 pages or somewhere close to that?
About 92.
92?
Yeah.
That's a good value.
Thank you.
Wow. How long how long would you say this one took you to make Lights in the Sky, the one we were just talking about?
That took about a year and a half.
Wow. Yeah.
Some pages were a lot quicker than others. Like if there are pages of just the night sky, like it's great ambiance, and it takes me a day.
Yes. I love the texture that you've done with this. Now that I understand it's digital, I can understand a little better how you can like lay some of that in. But I love the stippling effect.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did a lot of experimentation to try and make it look like the grainy black and white photos of Bigfoot or those UFOs.
I'm starting to feel that. Like it takes me a minute, but there is like a tone that you're getting by doing stuff like this. And one thing I really like is that sometimes when people draw something that's like, really realistic, like this environment in a black and white comic, they're not always thinking to add all this texture and stuff. And I think that's one thing like manga tends to do right. They use a lot of screen tones and patterns, but I think you really need to fill up a lot of sort of, we'll call it black, but you need to fill it up with something so that it's not just too empty.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think a little bit of texture can go a long way with any kind of book.
I love that you've got it like so full in here. Like it isn't just a drawing of like the phone booth and a drawing of a man, that we actually have a lot of shadows and shading. In fact, I'm really impressed with what you've decided to do with these shadows. It's bold. I feel like when I draw, that's like my biggest challenge is being brave enough to black stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
I love this. How's it been doing for you?
It's been doing pretty well. If anyone is an Alien fan, basically I give them the pitch and they instantly grab it.
Dude, I don't necessarily believe in aliens, but I've loved from like the time I was a teenager, I was reading books like Communion and Fire in the Sky, went through X-Files. More recently, Project Blue Book was a really good one by Tanyan and Michael Avon Oming. How would yours compare to that? Like how realistic are we? Like how much is this based on the real world versus like your own original story? Like what can we do there? Like to understand it.
So much like Blue Book, this is based on kind of real world alien encounters. Like I have a Rolodex or an appendix in the back that explains all the references, all these real world alien encounters, as well as possible explanations. Like a lot of them are just owls, probably. Owls look like aliens in the mist. And it's all based on this old radio show called Coast to Coast AM.
I remember that. Yeah.
If anyone in the audience isn't familiar, it was a radio call-in show where it would almost always turn to talks about aliens or demons, ghosts.
Yup.
And
so cool.
And so this is inspired by that. It's about a radio show host for that show who doesn't believe in the aliens after decades of calls.
Skeptic,
no proof. Yeah. And he is kidnapped by a fan who believes her baby was taken by aliens.
Oh my God. All right. Well, that's pretty dramatic. And I can tell it's a period piece because it's been quite a while since we've seen gas for $1.09.
You have to mix in a little fantasy, right?
Yeah, that's the fantastical element. You're like, aliens, I believe. Gas for $1.09. That's the sci-fi idea. That's the premise. We live in a world where gas is cheap. Would you call yourself a skeptic or a believer?
I'm that X-Files poster. I want to believe.
You want to believe. I get that.
The more I look into it, the less I believe.
Have you ever had an experience that you can't explain?
No, not yet. Like, that might turn me around.
I had one. I did. One time my wife, and I'm so skeptical, I just still haven't figured out what it could be, but I don't believe it was aliens, but I can't explain it either. My wife and I were driving out to a wedding, and we were like in rural Kentucky. We're just driving at night on a long straight highway. Nothing around, and we both see a light in the sky that we both see, but it isn't moving. That's awesome. Cat cameos can only help you. And
yeah,
we
just had an unexpected visitor. Oh my God, spooky.
And then the light would like literally pause, and we're like, are we seeing this right? So we pull over and we're like, what is it? It can't be a helicopter because it would like go far and then close, and then it would take like right degree angles here and there. And we both saw it, and we just could not figure out what that light in the sky could have been. We still can't.
That's crazy. Still no explanation?
No, because we're like, it can't have been a drone because it went really far away at one point and then came like back, and it was like making these right degree turns every once in a while that like a drone or a helicopter can't quite do, you know? Like it didn't pause and then turn. It just would go whoop, whoop. And we're like, what are we seeing? What in the world are we seeing? Still don't know.
You had an encounter. I should have interviewed you before this.
People are telling me it was a Dalek ship. Thank you. Aliens were using laser pointers and treating you both like cats. All right. People are having fun. So you've got these books up available on Gumroad. I'll definitely be adding the link to the description. What's next, though, Winston? What's next at this point?
I'm currently working on a webtoon, writing and drawing it. It's going to be a dystopian one, basically a 60s suburban city, but set in a bunker a mile beneath the ground.
Really? All right. And when you say like a webtoon, like where are you thinking of hosting it, or haven't you decided yet?
Probably just webtoons and tapas. Like I'm just trying to get a new market right now, and
I mean
free.
Yeah, and as somebody that like is involved in comics, I guess you know, like humongous audience. Figuring out how to monetize it is the trick, but humongous audience, humongous.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm hoping to get a small portion of that.
Absolutely. And do you take any of these to like any conventions or anything?
Yeah, I don't travel much, but I'm in all the Chicago-based cons like C2E2 and Fan Expo.
Those are big. Those are like big events. So that's awesome, man. Anything else we should look for you? Like if we like your work, like where else can people follow you?
I'm at Winston Gambro on Instagram and Twitter and my website. I'm the only Winston Gambro on Earth. Thanks so much for having me on, Chris. This has been unbelievable.
Dude, I'm really, really impressed. I like this. Lights in the Sky especially looks just right up my alley, to be honest. So thank you very much for sharing. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
All right. Have a great night. Let's see. We'll move on to the next person who's been waiting patiently is Bryan. So Bryan, welcome to the show. I think now I can hear you.
Hi, Chris. Thanks for having me.
No, please. Thank you for being patient and jumping in to talk to us.
Yeah, this is so cool. I really appreciate you doing this, and it's been so cool seeing all these cool comics out there to check out.
It's exciting for me. I love discovering new stuff.
Me too.
What have you created or are creating?
Sure, yeah. My book that I wrote is called Milk Run. It's going to be published with Scout Comics this November.
Okay.
The
Milk
Run. Yep. I sent a link in there near the top of our.
You did give me a link?
Yes.
Okay, bear with me. I'm going to find it.
Of course.
There's a lot of links in here.
Yeah. And as you're just looking for that, I'll say the elevator pitch. It's about a guy who can travel through time up to 10 years into the past. And he only uses that power to buy cheap groceries until he has to solve a murder. So
I really want to take a look at this. So I'm just trying to figure out like where it is. Bear with me.
Looks like it's right below Matt Sardo.
I found it.
Yep, there
I
we
found
go.
it. Thank you for your patience there.
Yeah, of course.
Copy link and bring it over here. This is a very professional show, right?
I think the on the flyness of it is what leads to the fun of it and makes it more indie comics.
So what did you do for this, Bryan? You're the writer?
I'm the writer, yes. So I wrote the story, and
that's a great cover.
Yeah, that is from our artist Jared Katz. He did all the interiors and all the A covers. We have Rob Jones on letters and design. We have Robert Nugent on our colors. We have James Emmett as our editor. And on our variant covers is Laura Helsby. They did all of our B covers, which are fantastic, which aren't included in this link to the first issue I have here for you. So
when's this coming out?
This is coming out November 27th.
Oh, real soon.
Yes.
Are we past final order cutoff or not?
No, final order cutoff is October 21st. So there's still plenty of time to get into your shop or get to Scout's website to order a copy.
If people don't know and are watching, what I'm talking about is you can always go to your local comic book store and ask them to order a comic. There's just a date where that cuts off, and that's final order cutoff. And what we're saying is you could still go in and say, hey, there's a book called Milk Run from Scout Comics. Could you order me a copy? A store is always happy to do that. It means they're guaranteed the sale. Like it doesn't put them out at all. What was the pitch process like for getting this to Scout?
So this was pitching is difficult, especially to publishers, because you have to come up with a very concise way to get what you're all about to it. So I had to come up with a cover page, which is just like our tagline, our overview, a story breakdown, and like a hook for it, like what makes the story so special.
Mm-hmm.
You can keep going if you want up to like the first 5 pages where our interior credits are. You should show everyone what we got.
Yeah, I'll just show a little of it. I don't want to like give everything away for free, but and then this looks professional. This is good.
Yeah, they did. Everyone like who was not writing did an amazing job. I'm just so blown away by the artistic talent of everyone here. So here you have Zach after he purchased his groceries in the past.
Yeah,
time for him to get back because time's running out on his clock. So, it's just a little bit of static electricity, makes his portal, steps through. Here you see he stayed a little bit too long, and that caused him to pass out.
Oh, and he loses some of his eggs and Pringles.
Yeah, so the whole thing with him is he can only stay and travel for 24 hours at a time. So he has to kind of reset, recharge, and then he can go back and get some more stuff.
And so he's using these amazing powers for something kind of mundane. Why?
Yes. Well, he learned early on that his powers have a certain limit that readers will see. And it kind of limited him to just be like, well, if I can't do anything super impactful with this amazing ability, I might as well just help myself. So that's a lot of what he goes through here is learning how to not be all about himself and how he can actually help his community and learn what to do with his power that he was suddenly gifted with. Story takes place in Philadelphia, which is where I'm from, where I'm living right now. So the city means a lot to me. So I wanted to set the story there, and you'll see later in the issue, there's a lot of set pieces of some Philly architecture.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's
so we
fun.
have like down in this first issue, you can see like City Hall and the Franklin Fountain, which is a famous ice cream shop. You got the waterfront down on Spruce Street, Harbor Park.
Okay.
And then later in the series, it's only 3 issues. And then later in the series too, we have an amazing shot by Jared. He does a great just splash image of the art museum steps at the top looking out over the city. And it's just fantastic it's amazing with Robert's colors on. It's great.
What Have you finished all 3 issues?
Yeah, everything's all done. I actually just got the issue 3 creator proofs back, so like it's all set to go. You know,
that's good to hear.
Yeah, it's great.
That helps people be confident in what.
Yeah, it's just like it's been done for a while, and it's just like waiting for the designer, the design team at Scout, which has been really incredible putting the books together for these proofs and just everything. So
people out there watching, Bryan, are always kind of fascinated at the sort of details of how something like this gets done. When you're pitching, you don't always necessarily have to have the full book done. Sometimes you only need like 5 or so pages. But what was your experience? Like, what did you have done when you decided to pitch to publishers?
Yeah, so I had the whole 3 issues written.
Wow.
And I teamed up with our editor, James, who's incredible. He's the editor over at Mad Cave right now, which also has incredible books. And Jared gave me a lot. Our artist gave me a lot of good just feedback on what to make our pitch packet. And so we chose probably like our most solid 6 pages of the first issue that break down kind of the theming of the book of like, who is Zach? What does he do? What is he trying to do? How does his powers work? What's his overarching responsibility in the story?
Got it.
Yep. So yeah, and like that's a good point.
I was going to the actual Scout Comics website just to see.
Yeah, you can see
how they're
everything
mentioning
there.
It.
The first, I think they have the 2nd issue up now too for pre-order or pre-buy. So you can see. Yep, you can also see here Laura's B covers for 1 and 2, which are just fantastic.
Oh, so look here at that!
Yeah, it's a little bit of an alt shot of Zach passing out after he stayed a little bit too long in the past.
Wow. Fans of Back to the Future and Minority Report will love this 3-issue series. That's funny. I don't think of those two as very similar, but after hearing you describe a bit of it, I get it.
Yeah, I would say too, like another movie that kind of influenced me was it's a rom-com, About Time.
Oh yeah,
Amy Adams and I think Domhnall Gleeson's in.
Yeah, that was actually a really charming.
It was, yeah. That was like, well, what if I did that, but there's a murder he has to solve, and so that's kind of how I explained like his time travel ability. Because fair warned anyone who likes time travel stories, it's very hard to come up with a new form of time travel that if you aren't familiar with.
But at the end of the day, that's usually more just the gimmick to tell a certain story of things that wouldn't otherwise get to meet. Like
precisely,
future, being the same age as your parents. That's an exciting idea.
Yeah, it was very much a vessel to get this story of privilege and just responsibility and how to act within a space that you're kind of just occupying.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Congrats on getting it picked up. That's exciting.
Yeah, it was very exciting to get like that email, just like, hey, we're interested in this, and like shot an email immediately to the entire team. Like, guess what, everybody?
Are you guys planning on doing anything? Like, you're obviously in promotion mode. You're popping up here to talk about it. Are you guys doing anything else to promote it these days?
Just a lot of like social media posts. I'll tag everyone in. I'm talking to like all the local shops around the Philadelphia and greater Philly area and like South Jersey, just to see like, hey, are you interested in the book? And then just some of the big shops, and just doing kind of. And Jared and Robert are both over on the West Coast, and so they said they've done some groundwork in their shops over in Seattle area.
Oh, that's where I am.
Oh, cool. Yeah, and then Rob and Laura are both over in the UK. So hopefully they can do what they can there.
This is interesting. I didn't realize that Scout does this, but apparently you can literally order the comic from their site too.
Yes. Yeah, they have a pre-order. So
that's kind of nice.
Some shops I know, if they're they do order them, if you get it with FOC, but sometimes they might have trouble getting like smaller publisher books.
Now, is there any food that's like not in the future that he comes back for that like is his favorite?
There is one that's kind of like spoilery on our issue. Not like spoiler, but there's an Easter egg on the issue 1 variant that plays a big role. Oh, this is my favorite cover that Laura did.
That's really good.
Yes, it's a crime scene. He's fleeing the scene of the crime with some spilt milk and the chalk, the quote chalk outline there.
That's a really clever idea.
Yes,
I love that.
I had a very vague note on my fridge too that I had like time to like message Laura, say crime scene in supermarket, see what they can do, and they really delivered on that one.
That's really cool, dude. I think that the premise is good. So it's supposed to be a little funny, right?
Yeah. It's this whole thing of like, man, I can't do anything. I can't change the past. I can't get rich. Nothing I do in the past really affects the future or like my present. Might as well save some money. So he like uses that to his advantage.
That's
to
funny.
Just kind of live it up, a very comfortable life in Philly.
That's clever.
Until
So do you guys already have ideas for something after this, or are you just focused 100% on promoting this one right now?
It was just this one. So this is the issues 1, 2, 3, beginning, middle, end, and it's done. I had kind of had a very strict, it's like set vision for it. So I was happy to kind of just get it out. The way it ends, I'm pretty happy with it. And like all the team enjoyed it too. So I'm like, okay, I feel pretty content with how this wraps up. This is a very just how I would like to have it end. It's not
good.
It's like, rated T there's some violence in it, but it's nothing too gratuitous, or it's very much just like everyone's going to be able to read this, I think.
I like it. I'm impressed. I'm just also really impressed that you got a publisher to pick it up. It's just never easy, folks. Anybody could do a crowdfunded campaign. How successful, it's going to be hit and miss, but like actually convincing a publisher, that's the first step. You convince a publisher, then you have to convince the retailer, then you have to convince the audience. It's a process, but I'm really impressed, dude.
Yeah, thank you. I would say for sure everyone who kickstarts their books has my utmost respect, just because I know how hard that can be. And I just thought I have this opportunity and the ability to kind of front end take care of like the finance part of it. I'm going to do that just to eliminate that possibility of not succeeding. But if I was to do this again, like I want to do more books at some point. I would want to take it to Kickstarter and do that too.
Yeah.
So it's just like I back so many as it is. So it's just like to see them so many successful ones on there. It just blows my mind every day,
It's a really exciting book. I definitely wish you and the whole team a lot of success. It's called
thanks.
Milk Run. It's through Scout Comics, and we haven't hit final order cutoff. So if it sounds interesting to you folks, tell your local comic shop. They're happy to order stuff like that.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks again for hosting this. Thanks for having me on. Thanks to everyone who shared their books before this. And I can't wait to see what else everyone's showing off tonight.
Thanks, Bryan. I appreciate the positivity. I definitely wish you every success, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
You too. Bye now.
All right, next up is going to be Sean. So, Sean, you've been patient. I'm adding you now. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Look at this art. Is this your art that I'm seeing right there?
Yeah, that's my art.
I was just double checking. I don't want to assume anything.
Just a black shelf, and I'm like, well, let's put something there. It's an old piece of artwork.
We're already in spooky season mode. I like it.
I know, exactly, and that's sort of what I'm here to promote. I have a new Kickstarter with Ink and Drink Long Beach. So I'm part of an art collective. You might be familiar with them. Ink and Drink Long Beach. Monstrous Ink is what it's called. We released it on the 13th of September, which was Friday the 13th. You see, I'm trying to keep that mood of spookiness in there, right?
You got a bit of a theme there.
Yeah, right. So we planned this a while back. It's 31 artists from around the world. A lot of them are from North America, but it's all black and white, and we're all just doing our own take on our favorite monsters or monsters from our brain and all types of things. And it's great because, the thing about Ink and Drink Long Beach is that we're an artist collective, and I'll post in there right now a link tree that people can go to if they're interested in joining us, if they're artists, because every Wednesday night, right? Every Wednesday night, usually around 9 on the West Coast, because we're crazy and we want to stay up past 9 and just talk. we will get on and we'll just BS about all of our favorite art things, comic books, things that are out in the movies, artists, and whatnot. And then we have an art board on Magma, which is online, and we all draw on there and, you know, illustrate. So we'll all just talk back and forth. And it's a great way of networking. It's a great way for young, new artists to learn about other artists. We have some artists that are 50 plus too. So it's just wild. And this is our 4th publication, right? And I'm pretty excited about it. I do have a sample book here. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Hold on. Let me focus on that real quick. Look at that. We'll get a nice close-up. Who did the cover?
This is Mike Castro. He's one of our members.
Yeah.
And I went through a bunch of different people, and I wanted to do multiple artists at one point, but me and the mods talked it over. And we talked about having other artists here. This is Lenzation's Lenny. So this is our 4th book, right? And it's cool because our earlier books, we did Hornman and Juggy, right?
I have a copy. I love it.
A take of, I did book or a few comic pages inside of here too, one story. And then we also did Sewer Boys, which is our take on
Ninja Turtles
issue 1 of Ninja Turtles. Yeah, great. Multiple artists. We're all doing our own thing.
Such a cool
And then we also did Mass Cybernetics. Right?
Yes.
So this is our 4th one. And I'm like, those were all very comic book centric, but we're all artists. And we all, if you don't know, artists are crazy about collecting art books because we just love to have, and it's oh no, it's just, it's a thing that we love. And we have fantastic artists on here.
Oh my God,
Papa, Nathaniel, my good friend Nathaniel. We got let's see here, who else? Because Huni, you're going through all of them right now. And the great thing on this Kickstarter is this is all linked to their Instagram page. And when I was making this, there's a lot of different things that were running through my head when I was making this, right? I was like, 1, I want to be able to promote the artists in a different way. 2, I want to have that old school feel. Like you go to cons and I don't know, I started looking through like a lot of the older books and I'm like, oh man, these old Conans, because they were like practically 8.5 by 11. They're bigger.
The magazine ones, yeah.
I'm like, us artists, we want them bigger and bigger, right? So, or just in different formats and different ways to consume. And then black and white, because also like these old Conans and whatnot and old school stuff. I mean, I even remember like stuff from Alex Nino and whatnot. Like, it's
oh, I mean, he's incredible. Like and Alex Nino is still with us, and he's still incredible. He's older, but he's still like a great artist.
Yeah.
I want to just point out, Sean, you talk about how it's black and white, and like, but look at the variety, folks, that you can still get with black and white. You know, like we've got like real harsh, angular, like almost graffiti inspired stuff by somebody kind of young, like Morgan Herron.
Morgan is 18.
I know, he's
maybe
really young,
19.
like, really talented
Dude
guy.
Is killing it. We joke how he's like a junior child of mine, but he's not really. And he's just that's the thing about doing this stuff on Discord too, with this group of guys, you know, and anybody. It doesn't have to be guys. We want more female artists or any type of gender artists, whatever, as long as they're there to contribute and learn and also just be part of it. We welcome it, man. And it is
you guys have a great crew. But I just was commenting on how, look at all the different types of textures and materials that are used for black and white, you know, from like screen tones to, you know, like maybe some of this might be digital or at least on like a shaded board. This almost has like a charcoal-esque look. I'm just saying it's really cool to see all the different types of techniques and styles that you can still do with black and white. It really makes you focus on the art.
Yeah.
Jason's been on the show before. God, so many great people on your crew. How come you're the one organizing this one? Was it your idea?
It was my idea. Like, I'm one of the mods, and it was sort of like, it's my turn. And I was trying to think, everybody wants to do comic books, and I love comic books. Making comic books is a little bit more difficult. I'm trying to right now with a partner of mine. You know, it's like once you start a page, I think I did like 6 or 7 pages for this new comic that I'm trying to go through. And then I'll end up redoing them all over again like a month later, because the more you learn about sequential art and the more you do it, the more you're like, well, it needs to be very together as much as possible, and ringing a bunch of it in. But yeah, you know, having all these guys together. So we meet every Wednesday night late online, and you can follow those links that I posted those as well.
Right.
But then also we do an in-person one once a month out here in Long Beach. And that's really a lot of fun because everybody gets together. And that's the cool thing about this Monstrous Inc. book, is that I'm trying to get, once it's printed, we're going to have a bunch of these. If you select a specific tier, there's like 2 or 3 of them, where I'm just going to take these books and put them in front of these guys and be like, let's have a signing party, you know, and then we're probably going to do remarks and all types of stuff on them. Also, I have LA Comic Con coming up next week.
Oh, you're going to do that? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to be tabling there, having a bunch of friends come through and everything. But while I'm there, I'll probably have the tangible book with me, right? And then people can come by and look at that. And then I'll have a QR code and everything else that they can get through. But yeah, we have Erwin Papa on there. We have June. We have Philip McVan, who does fantastic cover. He did the one for, this is our last one.
Right.
Our last in-person show.
I did that when I lived in DC. This is going back like almost 25 years, but I also helped form a group, and we would meet once a month at a bar, and we'd all draw and talk comics and self-publish stuff. And it was like some of the best times of my life. I loved that. I love that crew.
Yeah. See, there's Erwin right here. Thank you, Chris. We love you too,
thank
man.
you, Erwin, like for being part of this and like sharing all this cool stuff. Like, this is just, I don't know. It seems like a great project.
Yeah.
And you know, like I say that because you guys were kind enough, like Erwin and Jason and stuff have sent me all 3 previous comics. So you guys have a deep bench of talent. And at the same time, I love hearing from you, Sean, that you're open to bringing people online that want to be part of this collective, especially like if they can have different perspectives.
Yeah, because we're not just only talking about comics and things like, but we're talking about how to make it. I'm talking about tutorials. I'm talking about, oh, this is composition. This is basic stuff. I'll start talking about like classical art, you know, and that's just how it is with all of us. We all want to be able to be part of something bigger than ourselves. And we feel like, hey, you know, if we can come and contribute to this, we don't even care if we make $1 at the end of the day, as long as we're all doing it together. With the way that the comics industry is these days, and a lot of like, you know, toxic or just over corporate and things like that, the younger artists, I'm looking around and I'm like, they don't really have a lot of places to go to these days.
That's
and fair. With us doing what we're doing, I think we're giving them a platform and a place to be, and like actually being able to say, you know, if you try to get to this level or you work with us and you're just, you know, committed to it, man, we're going to give you a platform. We're going to give you something, and it's a place to start. You know, everybody needs a place to start.
Yep.
And plus it's great for networking, man. Like the other day we had people from Cairo online, and like I think Brazil as well.
That's
just
amazing.
You know, and I'm like, dude, it's like what, 3 a.m. there, you know, but they want to talk. They want to contribute.
We all need that connection. And I think sometimes making art can be, especially for comics, there's opportunity to collaborate, and sometimes it can be very lonely. And I think we want that connection still. So I'm glad that you guys are building something that allows so many people to collaborate. I think that this looks like an incredible project. This is really, really cool.
I'm super excited about it. You know, we've made almost halfway the amount, and I'm just looking forward to getting more. And we have stickers that I'm going to be putting in with it, even a decal, and then prints are on some of the tiers as well. And our final tier, you can order all the books. We'll have them all signed. You get the prints and stickers and all the
No, but you got to do that sometimes, and I hope that it helps push you guys over the top. That would be awesome. And I'll tell you, Jason just said like that I need to come. I'll tell you, if I'm ever down there, I promise I'll be in touch with you guys, because I would love to hang out and just draw with You guys are so incredible.
I'm pretty sure you won't have to buy any beer, by the way. So we'll be like, "Hey, Chris, a beer." We'll have your back on that one for sure.
No, man. I just wish you guys every success. Let's see if hopefully like something like this, you guys can clip it, use it however you want. Like, let's promote it, let's push it over the top and get this thing published because it looks fantastic. I love Monsters. Great timing. It'll like we're gonna move into October. I think that like October will be helpful for you.
I think it's going to be awesome as well. But yeah, so please back the Kickstarter, but please also, if you're artists, especially, even if you already were talking about your book, in which everybody's looking fantastic, by the way, with all the work that is
some really good art tonight.
And talk about hell of a show. You start with Jim Mahfood. What the heck, man? That was amazing, right?
Yeah, I had a ringer. ready to go.
I was like, come on, that's a good way to start. You know, that they're welcome to join. Everybody that's artistically inclined, or if you want to learn about art,
the group.
Please.
Here's the group. Encourage people to follow it, and super wish all of you guys a success. But kudos to you, Sean, for taking on the leadership role, taking point on this one. And I definitely wish you every success.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, guys.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much for giving us some of your time tonight.
Take care.
Bye. All right. Let's see. I'm going to keep moving forward. I've got Hero Darkly. If you're there, I'm going to add you in. Hero. Oh, so I read that wrong. Hero Darky Dark, man of culture.
Yeah, no, I hear Darkly. I'm like, wait, who the F is that?
No, that's just me stumbling over. Like I was looking at a tiny little icon before I clicked it to make it big. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely. I'm happy to talk to everybody. What are you working on creatively right now?
So creatively, I'm basically working on this manga-inspired comic, basically called Relentlessly, Bullied Hero. I posted a link earlier. I'll just be posted again.
Okay, I'll find it then. Give me one moment. Let's see. Yep, I see it. Global Comics and Kickstarter,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Two things. Okay, bear with me, and I'm going to bring that up so that we've got a visual to go along with what we're talking about here. I think people benefit. So is this the first one?
Yes, it is.
That's a great cover. Are you the artist, the writer? What are you on this?
I'm just the writer.
You're the writer of this?
Yep.
What can you tell us about this premise? What is it?
So the premise is basically recently, like one of the top heroes in society died. So of course, now more villains are attacking and society is kind of getting a little bit chaotic. Okay. So a new generation of heroes are trying to, step in, hop on such. One of those, his name is Zio. He's trying his best to help out, but his issue is that he's trapped in this bonding deal with a villain. Her name is Gamora. And because of that deal, he can't get rid of her no matter what. So basically, as he's trying to do his best to, be a good hero, help out society, and all this stuff, he just constantly mess with him all the time. So it's kind of just like that fun, I guess you could say early Spider-Man vibes, where it's like a guy who's, a little bit down on his luck, trying his best to do good things, but kind of just keeps getting screwed over.
Yeah, this art, by the way, is incredible, and people in the chat are reacting to it. You found somebody really talented for this, didn't you?
Oh yeah, growing up, I was inspired by like many different genres, manga being one of them, and of course a lot of the classical superhero shows like DC, the DC animated universe, the Batman show, the Superman show, Justice Unlimited. So, it's kind of like me kind of combining both those inspiration from stuff like Dragon Ball, Naruto, and just going like, okay, what if I kind of do like superheroes like My Hero Academia did, but manga form, and I kind of took a different kind of premise with it to where it's like, it's less, okay, heroes are just full on super cops or government service, and more the classical heroes are basically volunteers, vigilantes, but they still kind of have fun and such.
I really like this. I'm like, how long ago did this get published on Global Comics? Is this pretty recent?
Yeah, I say I published on Global Comics, like I think it was May or the month after May of this year.
It's really good looking. I'm impressed. And then I see, hold on, because you've got a second thing here that you've given me a link to. Let me bring that up real quick.
So yes, that's the link to the Kickstarter for the second book. As it's coming out, it's starting this November.
Right on. Wow. And you've already got 91 followers there. Good job there. Shows that you've got an audience. What's going to happen? 60 pages.
Yep.
Oh, it's the first 2 issues. Am I reading that right?
Oh no. Issue 1 was like 56 pages. Well, it was 60 pages to include all the bonus content. Issue number 2 will also be 60 pages.
Wow. And is this going to be digital or print or both or what?
It'll be both. Usually for campaigns,
incredible.
the disc will go up like right after the survey ends, and then depending on how things go, the physical start coming out like 2-3 weeks after. It depends on how the printing service goes. But,
of course. This is really impressive. So I take it you're Ken, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure that I'm not saying anything wrong. Wow, what inspired you to do this? Like to actually just make it? Was there any like sort of inciting incident where you're like, it's time to do this?
It was mostly kind of just like a lifelong, I guess, say obsession with creating stories. As I mentioned before, I watch a lot of anime, I watch a lot of superhero movies, read some comics, so I was always like that kid who, instead of paying attention in class, we just think about different stories and scenarios. And so, as I got older and kind of got a brain, I kind of just realized, wait a minute, I can actually just create stuff just by writing things. And then from there, it was just like a slow climb, doing some research, a reasonable way to do this. And from there, it was me just finding artists who I feel like can express what I want to express the best way I can. Because I can be a little bit picky. It took me a while to find the artists I wanted right now. Because I was just like, no, I don't like this, don't like this. And then I found out, like, yep, I can work with it.
How did you find this artist?
Have you ever heard of Fiverr?
Fiverr? Oh, Fiverr.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically I tried searching on Twitter, but I wasn't getting much luck, as there was a lot of not that real, but like stuff that I didn't find helpful or styles I didn't like. So I was just like, okay, let me just try, other sites, look up, okay, what's some sites I can look it up. And then one of them was Fiverr. And I remember in like a past video of a YouTuber I watched, he mentioned how Fiverr was a good website to find a lot of freelancers. So
I've
I
never
searched for
heard
that
of
for like a couple of days, and then I found them.
I think you found somebody really talented. Hopefully you've got a good thing going there together. I'm highlighting your name. There we go. So this launches when? Let's see here. Did you say
It's coming November?
In November. Got it.
Yeah, early November of this year.
And do you think you'll also be putting this on Global Comics, or is that more just like the first issue to show people what it is? Just kind of curious what your plans are.
Yeah, well, it'll probably be like a little bit after the entire campaign, because I want to give people a reason. If someone back it digitally, I want to kind of give them the benefits. So like probably like a couple months, like maybe like 2 or 3 after all the stuff went out. That's why I'll post on Global Comics, so that of course it get updated, but the people who supported me digitally won't just feel like, oh, okay, so I could have just waited a little bit. Granted, on Global Comics, you can only read like the first, I think it was either 17 or 22 pages for free.
Yeah.
The rest I had to pay. But I just felt like, that would be fair, because I kind of want to, value people who actually decide to support me, as, of course, this money helps a lot with both, hiring the artists, hiring the different artists for the different colors and everything else. So I just want to make sure that they feel like they got their money's worth.
I'm really impressed with the bit that I see here. And when did you start this one? Like, when did the first issue first come out? Does it say? Oh, May?
That's when I posted on Global Comics. When production starts, it was like I know the campaign for that one started in like February of this year. That's when the campaign started.
Right
of course,
on.
production kind of started like late 2023. Because I kind of like getting most of the
book though, that sounds like you're going to have like 2 campaigns in 1 year.
Oh, yeah.
That's impressive, dude. That's a lot of work.
If honestly, I'm trying to find ways to, speed up the process as I kind of want to do more. I want to see if I can at least try to get at least one more done in a year. So maybe possibly 3 so that I can have that good flow of ideas and such. So of course, hopefully as the campaign continues to grow and such, I can, pay my artists more so that they can have more of a incentive to dedicate more time to it. And even possibly in the future, hire like an assistant firm so that it can be easier for them to get through stuff and just make things a lot more smoother and a lot more fun.
Well, I honestly think that the pages speak for themselves, and I just hope that this does very well for you. Is there anything else we should look out for from you, or just focus on Relentlessly Bullied Hero right now?
I say there's some other projects I'm going in, but they're either in like the start of the production or they're having a bit of a delay to it to where I'm not sure when we can move past it. So I don't want to just say, oh yeah, look up for this, but then I won't have a full answer for like 4 months and such. I don't like to make people who give money to me wait. So I kind of just like having that, okay, if I know something, I'll let you know. If I don't. So right now, at least for now, my public main focus is Relentlessly Bullied Hero.
Cool.
As of course, I have a lot of hope for this series. As I have a lot of fun with it. It's fun to write. There's a lot of deep and important messages in it that I feel like can help inspire people. Because it's kind of like your classic. I want people to, of course, be entertained, but also have some fun, good messages in it. So, even in the first book, the main hero, he goes against this guy who's basically a complete nihilist, where it's like, okay, it's not just that nothing matters, but, basically, since very little matters to him, he kind of don't care that he does stuff. So, even the crime he commit, it's not like there's a bigger purpose. It's not like, oh, yeah, I'm doing this because 10 years ago, this guy screwed me out of a big deal. It's more just like, oh, no, I'll just board this weekend. So, I just want to blow some stuff up. And so, opposing team is Zio, who really cares about basically everything, kind of fight against that amount of nihilism as, kind of society is kind of decaying a bit because the top hero died. So kind of like that fun stuff of seeing a young hero try his best to fight against all the world throws at him.
Okay. Very cool. I wish you every success.
And of course, in number 2, because of some stuff that happened in number 1, it was kind of a funny situation, but because of some stuff that happened in number 1, number 2 is him trying to find others to recruit to him. Because after something that happened in number 1, he's just like, okay, I need to have at least somebody to back me up in case that situation happens again. Because let me tell you, the villain, her name's Gamora, she is not fit to be helping superheroes.
Okay.
So it's like he's like, yeah, I just need some, backup for this. And so of course he has to go to some events, and as always, some things just can't work out the way it's supposed to. But who knows? Might meet some people he can agree with.
That sounds positive, man. I definitely wish you every success, and I appreciate you sharing this stuff with us.
Oh yeah, for sure. The second I saw the stream, I was like, oh, I do watch some of your videos. Yeah, this would be the perfect opportunity to just talk about it.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope this reaches some more people. Good luck with your campaign in November. Continued success. And I think I'm going to keep moving because I've got a lot of people and it's getting late. But I appreciate you being patient, waiting for a chance to talk with all of us.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me on.
My pleasure. Take care. Oops. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to move on to Payton next. Bear with me. Here we go. Payton, you've been super patient. How are you this evening?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing well. What time is it where you are?
It is 10-11. So
oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, it's I got the wife and the kids at the in-laws right now. So
are you down in the South?
I am Kentucky. So it's
Kentucky.
Yeah.
You remind me of you got a voice like my friend Robert Kirkman. He's from Kentucky.
He is. Yeah, he is. That's I don't know too, you probably don't recognize me, but we did a Fortnite stream together with Comic Drake. So I'm two-turn Tony Stark on there. So
Yep. It sounded like there was something like I was searching for there. Thank you, Payton, because I was going like, boy, this sounds like familiar or something. I'm not quite making the connection. Thank you for explaining it to me.
Yeah, no problem, man. And I wanted to say too, I'm a huge fan of your work. Personally, I loved your interview with Daniel Warren Johnson. That was one of my faves that you've done. But you're fantastic. So thanks for having me on again.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure, Payton. Am I pulling up the right link, by the way? Is this your project?
Yeah, that's me. So.
Oh my good. Okay, 60 hours to go. We're in the end game here.
Yep.
We need to give this thing a push.
Yeah, it would be very much appreciated.
This is issue 2?
Number 2. Yes.
Or 1 and 2.
It's so you can get both, but this is kickstarting issue 2. So issue 1 we did a campaign for previously, and we were successful with it, launched it and everything. So but I wanted to throw 1 on here as well for anybody in case they want to catch up or anything like that.
Tell us a little bit about it. Like let's see what we can do to push this over the edge in the last few days.
So the log line and what I hear from a lot of people is that this is kind of like Invincible meets Captain America and the Winter Soldier. There's a lot of like military kind of like slow burn mystery to it as well.
Okay.
And a lot of what I try to pitch people with this is like, imagine year 1 Superman. He's the first hero in his world.
Right.
And he's like kind of learned that his parents, so the Kents, were keeping a dark secret from him. So with that, like, how does that affect a young hero? Does he keep his moral like virtues when his pillars of his moral compass have been knocked out from underneath him? That's kind of So that's the pitch for issues 1 through 5. As a full story.
That's relatable. You put that in a superhero context and it elevates it. But I think a lot of us have had something we thought was true, like taken away from us, and it shakes our faith in the world.
Yeah, well, man, too. Our parents. So much of it is. That's where it came from. I think that a lot of us, or at least everybody in my life, it seems like you kind of grow up with this idea that your parents are these certain people, and you end up getting into adulthood, or sometimes it's much earlier, but you learn something about them that kind of rocks your worldview of who they are. And they're so integral to, for better or worse, into forming us into the people we grow up to be.
Right.
So that's kind of what I wanted to explore, the themes that I was working with on all of this. So
you got several variant covers here. These are pretty cool. I like the costume. Yeah.
Yo, thank you. Yeah, no. So the design is something I kind of had in mind. I had color scheme and a star to kind of match his name, Allstar and stuff. But my artist really cleaned up the design and made everything absolutely gorgeous. I mean, his name's Julian Shaw. He's been working with Marvel a little bit for the last couple of years, and he's absolutely fantastic. I mean, can't brag enough about his artwork.
Congrats on getting that. Is that the same person that drew first issue?
Yes. Yeah.
That's lovely to have that kind of continuity. Congrats there.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we've got several variant covers too, and we can buy the first issue. Look at all of this stuff. Oh, you even went into like merch and stickers.
Yeah. I tried to add everything in there, man. Recently that print we just added yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago now. That Allstar versus the main villain. Yeah, the Spartan there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's been a little bit of a venture trying to figure out what and all I can provide to everybody and try to make the best experience. You know what I mean? Like for people that wanted to back this thing.
I'm super amused. I just like came across this cover C where he's about to like slam dunk. That's pretty funny. I like that.
Yeah, so he's very, he was a great athlete in high school, and we're kind of subverting the young superhero thing. Where he had both his parents are alive, he's had this great life. And then, that's not all very relatable to us, but this experience he's about to go through with kind of getting his worldview shattered is what's very relatable to everyone. I think in a sense of, just kind of like I said, growing up and stepping into adulthood, really.
Okay, that's fair. What's this that says it's an original comicbookdirect.com exclusive? What's that? What's comicbookdirect.com? I'm not familiar.
So they're an online comic site, and they were really small when I first started working with them. I have the TikTok platform and everything, and we had done some stuff ad wise, and so basically they host the book after the Kickstarter's over. So if you want to get like people that wanted to get issue 1 after the Kickstarter ended, they could get it online through comicbookdirect.com. So
interesting.
Yeah.
So does that mean that like no matter what you're planning on printing this or what?
Well, I mean, I would love to, yes. I mean, but the Kickstarter money is needed in order to print it. Okay. I mean, that's the thing with Comic Book Direct. We have a deal where as long as I get the book made, they do distribute it, but I'm 100% responsible for paying all the art team and, I mean, all the printing and shipping and all that stuff. So
got it. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
But ballpark, if you had like just over 100 more backers, you should probably reach that goal.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Just over 1 a day, maybe 2 a day or no, not a day, like an hour.
An hour, yeah.
I was thinking 60 days. That's not.
Yeah, that would be nice, but
yeah, this is good. What kind of stuff have you been doing to promote it?
Obviously I've used my platform a little bit, TikTok.
Absolutely.
I've went to 2 cons, tabled at 2 different cons, and I've been handing out these, see if I've got one here readily available. But I wrote a short story back in April with the same creative team.
Yeah.
And I printed it into a little zine. So it's just a
nice.
2-page like short story.
Yeah.
And so I've been passing these out when I go to work at cons and everything. And on the back, it's got a code that like would take you to the Kickstarter page and all of that stuff.
Smart.
So it tried, I mean,
I think that's a good giveaway. I think that's a really strong way to do it. And I'm just noticing, by the way, you've got a standee in the back, don't you?
Yeah. So that was for the convention. So
that's so cool,
right? But I can't break him down now, so he's just kind of part of my house, But
I mean, that's a pretty good background element, your own thing. I've got like a cover I did for like Vampirella, and I've always got it in the background of my show because I'm like, I'm proud of it.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah, you ought to be. I mean, that's really, really cool.
Well, I think you've got like a very relatable character here with some. With a super impressive artist. What's his name again? What's the last name was Shaw?
Shaw, yeah. So his name is Julian Shaw.
Shaw.
Yeah, and this is like my first ever crack at actually scripting full-length comics. I mean, I'd never done that before and tried to get anything self-published. But meeting Julian, I reached out to him online and everything. I've been following his work for a while. I saw him on Twitter and was just like, loved it. But just to put like kind of perspective on it, he was doing like my little indie book, you know what I mean? And at the same time was working on Spider-Boy with Dan Slott. And I was like, that's so weird. You know what I mean? Like,
I think people don't always understand how small the industry can be. And like, it's not that hard to get in touch with people.
Yeah, honestly, he posted looking for sequential work around the time that I'd finished the script. I'd sent it to like 10 or 15 beta readers, and I was getting nothing but positive stuff back. And I was like, I sent him an email, and I was like, well, there's no way he'll say yes, but I might as well try. And he wanted to read the script, and after reading the script, he was like, yeah, let's do it. And I was like, all right, well.
Dude, you should feel very proud of yourself then, because I think this guy's really talented. The fact that Marvel's hiring him, it obviously speaks to that. This is an interesting character. This isn't like how long were you thinking of doing this before you actually pulled the trigger? Would you say?
Probably 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I've actually got it right here. It's the original sketch that I did. This is on the back of a timesheet that I had at work. And so I was like working my 9-to-5 job, and I was like on lunch break. So sketched the character out, and I wrote down some notes really quick, and I was just like, that could be something. I had this story, the theme that I wanted to work with and everything, and I kind of built the character off of the theme. Yeah. But man, I started doing the social media stuff a little more seriously, and got to where I could, be a full-time content creator. And it gave me time to like write a script, like I never really had time to do that before.
Wow.
So that's kind of where I got to where I was like, and obviously I mean, I'm not like cleaning up with the stuff. I wish I could fund these comics myself, but just being able to have the time to do content creation has made me have time to be a writer and pursue something that I've always, I think, had in my heart, but never really saw it as a reality,
I get that. I really do. I relate. And this looks really strong. Yeah, hopefully like some more promotion like this in the last couple days, we can like push that up to the goal and get this printed, because this looks like a really promising comic.
I appreciate that, man. I really do. And appreciate everybody watching too. This has been an awesome show, by the way.
Oh, that's nice.
Love what you're doing. Yeah.
That's nice of you. But it's fun for me to discover this stuff. I wish you every success. I'm glad that we got to sort of talk face to face.
Me too,
after,
man.
But that was nice when we did the that live stream for charity on Fortnite. Raised a bunch of money to fight cancer, and I feel good about that.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. That's always
thanks for helping on that.
Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. It's very, I mean, it's a very prominent cause for me to care about. You know what I mean? So it's
absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm seeing nothing but positive comments, to be honest. It's getting late, but people seem to like it. So I'm definitely wishing you every success, pushing it over the top here.
No, thank you so much, man. Thank you all everybody watching, and I can't wait to see what everybody else has to offer. So
awesome. Nice talking to you, Payton.
It's good talking to you too, man.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Next up, it looks like I've got Esparza. So bear with me, and we'll bring up another guest. Are you there, Esparza? You're muted right now. Just seeing if you're still there.
Oh, hi there. Sorry. Yeah. Could you give me like 5 seconds? I'll be right back.
Of course I can. We can always give somebody 5 seconds, right? That'll give me time to look in the chat to see if he produced a link.
I actually just sent you a link.
I see it.
And
so
hi
bear
there,
with
Chris.
me, and I'm
I'm a
going to
big
pull
fan.
that up. How are you this evening?
Great. Not too good. I have a cold, so if I sound really bad at certain points, then yeah, that's why.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Let's see. Okay, I can't get rid of that little pop-up, but that's okay. So we've got E-Zone, right? This looks like slice of life type story.
Tumblr?
Yeah.
Oh,
this is your Tumblr?
I mean, yeah, that's just my Tumblr where you can see some of my stuff. But in my Instagram and the histories, I shared some histories about what I'm working on right now, which is a 41 pager. It's going to be a crime story, and that's just some samples that I did.
Wow. Is one of these like your book that you're talking about?
Oh no! If you go to like the histories, or how's it called? The stories, histories. How are those called? The ones that are like on the temporary. Like if you click the, but if you click the black image like on top, not that one, but
look at. Thank you. I'm so dumb about some social media stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no,
that's
okay. I'm pretty bad at that as well. I only posted that today because they thought I was gonna be here. So yeah. So basically, it's a story of two teenagers that are kidnapped by organized crime.
Okay.
And they have to either find a way to survive or see the opportunity of when they can escape. Right. I'm working it right now. I've done like 28 pages.
That's incredible.
Out of like 41. Although I have some other like design pages that are like supplementary materials.
How long have you been? When did you start this?
To keep rambling on it. Just you caught me doing the dishes when I. Well, I had the idea back in 2019. I actually.
Okay.
Oh, what was it?
No, I'm just encouraging this. This is great.
Oh well, I had the idea back in 2019.
Every once in a while, you're breaking out a little, and we're talking over each other. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's okay. It's probably my internet. Sorry about that. So I started working on it August this year. But yeah, I've had the idea back in 2019 because I read an article about how organized crime in Mexico was kidnapping basically just young kids to serve as thugs or muscle or hired killers for like organized crime. So it's a work of fiction, right? But it's based on a very real thing that happens in Mexico. At least parts of Mexico. I'm not sure about all of it, but yeah.
Where do you live?
I live in Mexico myself.
What part?
I live in a place called Guadalajara. It's
I
in
know
Jalisco.
Guadalajara, sure. I've never been, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Beautiful weather.
Yeah, actually, if you go to yeah, it is. It's pretty rainy around this time of year. So it's pretty,
right. You're
cool.
getting a little bit of like that hurricane.
But if you go to like,
I'm sorry, there must be lag.
Oh yeah,
like,
I mean it isn't affecting Guadalajara that much.
Okay.
Just
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna take a pause and let you talk. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, I think what's going on here is that we've got a lag, so that we both are like keep thinking we're giving time for the other person, and then it actually instead, is we're talking over each other. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, to keep it brief, I'm thinking of doing this as a Kickstarter. If you follow my Instagram, or my Tumblr, you'll find out when I'm launching it. What I do want to mention is that I'm not gonna launch it until it's 100% done.
Okay.
And I hope the pre-launch page goes up in like a couple of weeks. What else? Also, I wanted to mention that if you're interested, the PDF copy of it is going to be like $2 max. I mentioned this because I see a lot of Kickstarters do their digital editions at a bit of a pricier cost, which doesn't really make that much sense to me. But so yeah, I just wanted to do it like an affordable version, right?
I think that's really smart.
So preferably $1 if because I've never done a Kickstarter, it turns out that that's not really viable. Then yeah, $2.
I think that's like a very reasonable price point to start off at. Make sure that you can afford to do what you're doing. Like figure out what your hourly worth is. But yeah, that's really, really competitive and easy for people to buy into. I think that you've got a great clean style. In fact, there's somebody in the chat that says shades of oming. I can see a little bit of that. I think that this looks great.
Oh, thank you.
Would your Instagram be the best place for people to look if they want to see when this Kickstarter goes live?
It would, yes. But I would like to mention that the style you see there on that story isn't really reflective of how the upcoming story is going to end up looking, because of the grittiness of the story. It's going to have a lot of a much more sketchier style at times.
Okay.
I mean, the first few pages right there are kind of like an indicator of my usual style, but I'm going to have it be even sketchier as it goes on. I'm not sure if it makes sense.
No, I think I can understand some of that because, it helps fit a tone. And you're talking obviously about a very serious real life thing here of kidnapping and stuff. I think that is a super valuable story to tell. I think it sounds very authentic if it's coming from you and you can tell us what kind of, stuff has informed your stories. But I think it's a super valuable story worth telling, and I'm excited to see it.
Oh, thank you. And as far as what's informed my stories, well, just those articles about like real things that have happened in my particular city and other places in Mexico. But also, I don't know, like basically generally crime fiction. At first, I thought I wanted to do like an EC style comic book, but with this type of subject matter. But I don't know. As I kept doing it, I kept realizing that it really was nothing at all like the easy comics.
Yeah.
But something that really influenced it is I think it's a movie. It's called You Were Never Really Here. It's by Lynn Ramsey with Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, because it portrays very serious subject matter and there's action in it, but it portrays it in not a very spectacular way, which is what I really grabbed onto. Like that manner of portraying like action, but in a very serious manner, so to speak, right? So as to not like make a spectacle of it.
Right. Well, I think that has a lot of value to it. I think that could be entertaining, but it could also be a little bit educational too. So I think it's a fantastic idea for a story. I like the pages that I'm seeing. You've already accomplished a lot. I'm sorry that we have a little bit of a lag when we're talking, but I really appreciate you taking some time to tell us about your book.
Oh no, plus the lag isn't your fault. So yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But thank you, Chris. I'm not sure if you want me to stick around longer or if that's it.
Well, I think I'm going to move on because I still have quite a few people to talk to, but I really do appreciate you sharing this with everybody.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chris. I'm a big fan. Oh, and by the way, that image of the Virgin Mary, I put it there because in Mexico, if you go to a neighborhood and you see that on a wall, on like a wall, like as a graffiti or mural, you should probably not be in that neighborhood if you're not from there. That's an indicator of crime around there. So that's just like a nod to that. I don't know. I just found it kind of fun to post. I don't know.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that information with all of us. I've never heard that before. So thank you very much. Have a great evening. I wish you every success.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Take care.
All right. Take care. Wow. That was cool. Sorry that, sorry to Esparza that I was having trouble lining our discussion up at first. I didn't realize there was a lag, but I'm going to bring in the next person. Looks like it's Rotalin Funny Books. Am I reading that right? No, Rotalin Funny Books and Giggles.
Yeah, that
what should I call you?
Rotalin is fine.
Well, I'm Chris. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you. I appreciate you being patient. What's your current book?
Well, first of all, I want to say really dig the last Comic Tropes episode on the Marvel method.
Oh,
it was
thank
really
you.
Cool.
Thank you for watching.
Oh, you're welcome. And also the trash movie Bonanza was cool with the last one on Friday the 13th. I really liked, but I love all of them.
Yeah, me too. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's so much fun for Jim and I to talk about that stuff, but I appreciate that you're watching. Thank you. That means a lot.
Yeah, thanks. No sweat. No sweat, man.
Where are you coming from tonight?
I'm from Canada. Quebec, Canada.
Quebec, sure. I'm originally from Boston, so a little to the south of where you are, but
yeah, well,
I'm a southerner to you.
Yeah, you're from the big town.
Oh yeah, the big town. So, what's your name? What should I call you? Sorry.
Yeah, Rotalin. That's my
Rotalin.
That's my like Shaky Cane kind of name.
Oh, Shaky Cane. Interesting reference. So is that some of your style? A little sketchier, a little indie?
Yeah, you could say that. I wish I would draw like Shaky Cane, but it's more cartoony, softer. Okay. So my book that I finished last month, basically it's a 88 page number 2 of a series I'm doing. It's the Truly Believable Indies.
That's the name of the book?
Yeah.
88 pages. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
That's humongous.
Yeah, I wanted the story done. I didn't want to do a third part, so I was like, fudge it. Let's go
incredible.
Thanks,
how long have you been working on this?
The second issue I started in the Truly Believable Indies. Kevin Street asked. I started in 2021, the second issue. Okay. I know on and off, but since a couple of months, I'm hell bent on being a dedicated cartoonist, you could say.
Dude, that's amazing. That's amazing. So, have you always drawn, or did you study it? Like, what's your background with art?
I didn't study. I'm self-taught, but I always loved drawing. Batman is like my first thing that I loved. So was really into comic books. I didn't get any comic books when I was a kid because it's not a culture in Quebec that's very well. I'm from a rural. I grew up in the kind of countryside, so there's not any American comics.
Got it. I always heard. Tell me if this is correct, Rotalin, that there's a certain amount of bande dessinée that's imported to Canada. Did you encounter any of that growing up?
Yes, I read a few, but in my older age, I'm very interested in those. I love Vergil. I love Mobius.
Yeah.
But as a kid, I love superheroes.
Same. Just curious.
So that was my gateway drugs into the wider world of comics.
Is there anywhere folks can see your art? Do you share anything like on social media or anything?
Yeah, Funny Books and Giggles. That's my Instagram handle. I wasn't clever enough to put a link.
No worries. I'm going to look it up. Bear with me. Is there any like spaces or anything in any of that, or just it's all one word?
I think there's underscores. Funny book underscores book. Funny underscore books underscore and I believe.
Let me check that real quick because I'd just love to share some visuals with the audience if I can find that. I'll do my best. Oh, I did. Bear with me. I found your page, and I think that this will be very interesting to people. And you know what? When you mentioned Shaky Kane, I think I understand it a little bit right now. So let me add this. There we go. Yes?
Yeah, that's it. That's me.
Believable indies. And look at this. Dude, I love the perspective on that.
Thanks. I'm a big fan of Takeshi Okazaki, the Afro Samurai guy.
Yeah.
That's my favorite manga, Afro Samurai, and he always has these crazy perspectives.
Yep, I've seen. I'm not an expert on that, but I know who you're talking about, and yeah, it's very stylized with extreme foreshortening. I love what you've done, by the way, on this with like the worn look to it.
Thanks. So that's the cover to the thing I just finished. That's I printed out here.
Look at that. Here, I'll just go here so that we. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah. That's awesome.
Thanks, man.
And what's the story with the truly believable indies?
Well, it's a lot inspired by the Tick.
Really?
And also the Mystery Man movie.
Okay, I'm a big fan of both that. And look, there we go. Flaming Carrot, Mystery Man.
There we go.
That's so cool. I grew up with Ben Edlund, creator of the Tick, like 2 towns over, and got to meet him a bunch when he was just starting that book.
He looks super nice.
So nice. One of the nicest. Look at this. This is fun. Oh, look at that. I almost missed it. There's another super extreme like foreshortening piece.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of combat boots, so
I can tell. That's good though. I like that. That's authentic. That feels real. That feels, even if it's not like realistic, it feels real. There's a
yeah, it's like approximative.
Yeah, exactly. Who's this guy?
That's Sir Axolot.
I love it.
I was in my car for like a month. I had the Beavis and Butthead Experience CD playing, and there's the Monster Mac track in that, and that's like my favorite. I never would have expected that in the Beavis and Butthead album I would love that my favorite song would be Sir Mix-a-Lot, but that song is a banger.
It is a banger. I agree.
I don't know, man. I came up with the Syrax a lot, and I drew it, and
it's good. That's a really good character. I like that.
Thank you.
So where can people get the truly believable indies? Because this is issue 2. Is issue 1 out there somewhere for us to get?
It's not.
Okay.
It's not, but in the links on my Instagram account, there's my TeePublic and there's my Gumroad.
Yes.
And on my Gumroad, I will have the.
You will have it on the Gumroad eventually?
Yeah. It will be the Truly Believable Indies #1 for free.
Okay. I'll be able to put those links into the description when I finish. But it looks like people should use your Instagram as like the main source of finding new art and using the links to find out the other stuff that you sell. Yes.
Yeah, that's the mecca. And on my Gumroad, I will also put my Seductive Comics, the first appearance of Raccoon Girl.
Raccoon Girl.
That's my girlfriend as a superhero.
Ah, does she like that? How'd that go over?
Yeah, but well, I made it to her as a gift, and she was kind of into it. And
that's super thoughtful.
It's kind of like it's her at her job at a restaurant, and she gets a barrel of toxic waste explodes on her while she's feeding her pet raccoon, and their genetic imprint kind of merge, so the raccoon can talk, and she has raccoon abilities.
I've heard that that's how that happens. I've heard that that's accurate.
Exactly.
That's just science.
So the story of the Truly Believable Indies is takes place in the fictional Californian town of Los Calaveras.
Okay.
And it's a city overrun by superheroes, and there's the big cheese. There is the Mighties, and they have that particular night they have a audition to include some members to their team. So every heroes is busy waiting in line to show off their powers to the big guys. But at the same time, there's the deadliest disco dancer that ever lived, Dr. Funk, that invades the town with his giant robo disco ball. And so my guys are not a team. They just band together like they're a motley crew of misfit superheroes.
That's nice.
And they band together to fight off the disco invasion.
Oh my
God. They also fight off they also come across Hitler's youth time traveling killer. Here you go, Raccoon Girl.
I like it. I really do.
Thank you. I have another issue of Raccoon Girl in the works. I did the cover. She will fight a secret society of people that have a pizza slice as a head.
Okay. Dude, this is fun. I like this. I also like seeing some references to cartoonist kayfabe and stuff over the years. Love them. That's really nice.
I'm a big fan of cartoonist kayfabe, and the second issue of Truly Believable Indies I will dedicate to the memory of Ed Piskor, because
well, that's really nice. That is nice. We got to remember the good stuff that he gave us, and yeah, that's really. This is a fun account. I hope a lot of people here. I'll bring it up to the top again just so that people can see. Funny Books and Giggles on Instagram looks like the best way for people to find your art.
Yeah, totally.
I love it. Anything else coming up aside from the Truly Believable Indies?
Yes, now that I'm done with the pencil and ink of this book, well, I'm working on the color as well, and after the color, the lettering. But I'm also doing it's a one-man fanzine, the fanzine without a crew, I call it.
Oh,
It's a mixed bag. And
What's it called? Mixed bag?
Mixed bag. It's kind of my 8-ball.
Right on.
And I finished something this week. Well, here you go.
That's okay. You're allowed. You're allowed. But that's awesome, dude.
That's well, it's part of my story, which is Blueberry Short Kill in London.
Yeah.
She's that's my exploitation comic strip. She's like a.
Go ahead.
She's a badass lady with blue hair and roller skates, and she travels the world and kills motherfuckers.
Okay. Dude, that's awesome. We need to keep comics weird. We need to keep comics unique. Like, this is what they were meant to be, is just like a way for people's vision to get unfiltered, boom, onto the page and share it with everyone. I love these characters. They're great.
Thank you.
This is awesome. I love discovering this. Anything else we should know to look for from you right now?
Well, check out my TeePublic. I got some fresh gear, some Rockaware on there.
Oh, okay, here. Let me pull that up real quick. And then let's see. Did I got that? Yep. And there's a little TeePublic. So there's you with a little pen in your nose. Oh, and there we go. Yeah. That looks
so
good.
I have my DC Comics inspired sort of label logo, and I have my Adam West Batman with my guy Payton.
These are good. That's awesome. Are these enamels or plastic or what?
Well, there's t-shirts, there's badges, stickers, mugs, bags, wall art, anything you want.
Got it. I see. Right. Fun. I love it. Dude, thank you so much. Yes, I know, TeePublic. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing some of this. I'm glad that we got to talk.
Thanks to you for letting us funny books making people a chance to show off our stuff.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. I've got about a dozen more people that I still have in the queue, so I'm going to move forward.
All right.
Lovely meeting you. Thank you.
Same.
All right. Take care.
You too.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I did not expect so many people to be here tonight, but Federico is next up. Let me see. Federico, the Hydra #1. Is that the name of your book?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
How are you, Federico?
I'm good, thanks. I'm a big fan, so thanks for the opportunity.
It's my pleasure. I'm just going to double check. You gave us a link here to a Kickstarter, so I'm grabbing that real quick. And I'm going to pull it up so that we can take a look at your project. So you've got a crowdfunded project here. Let's see if I do it like that. There we go. Is this it?
Yeah, that's it.
What can you tell us about your book?
Yeah, so I started working on this about 3 years ago, 3.5.
Okay. That's a while.
At the time, I was at art school and I had just started training martial arts. And I was really obsessed with it. So my idea was to mix superheroes with kind of realistic and competitive martial arts. So the main character of the book is an MMA fighter and a world champion, but he's also a vigilante.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So, well, there's kind of a crazy story behind the whole thing, because I wanted to publish it back when I was studying. I was living in the US at the time. I'm from Argentina.
Okay.
And I couldn't, because I had the whole thing ready. It was a 24-page first issue, but then they told me that I couldn't because I was an international student and there was a whole legal thing with Kickstarter or any other platform. So
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so I didn't do it, but then time went by and I worked on it more. So it became like a 38-page first issue and a 60-page book overall.
Okay.
And I also got really much better at martial arts, and and I trained with some professional people, not very well known, but I trained with some people who were competing professionally, and I had two exhibition fights. So
congrats. How'd they go?
So well, there were exhibitions, so the rule was no winners and no, like, if it got too hard, like knockouts or anything, they would stop it. So it was a really nice experience and hard, but it was great. I want to do some more.
What do you train in within MMA? What kind of disciplines?
Yeah, so I don't train MMA. Well, I have trained a few disciplines. I have trained jiu-jitsu, boxing, and Muay Thai, but mainly Muay Thai. So I wouldn't say I train MMA. I train Muay Thai, but I love MMA as a sport, and I love watching it. I think it's incredibly exciting when you get into it.
I agree.
So
that's tough stuff. I've done a small amount of kickboxing, but I took Krav Maga for 3 years, and
nice.
there would be teachers that taught us, like, sometimes like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or Muay Thai kickboxing, and it was really challenging, but I loved it. It was such a challenge. But now I'm old.
It's a very satisfying challenge to go through, at least in my experience.
It really kind of tells you something about yourself. Oh, wow. That's really cool, man.
Thank you. So yeah, basically I've been working on this for a few years on and off, but especially the first year I worked really hard on it, and the last year. So there was kind of a year in the middle there when it was I left it behind a few other projects, but it was a few years of very hard work. And yeah, so it mixes all my experience with martial arts and with the people I know that really make a living out of it. And it's really a huge passion for them, because I would say my main passion is actually making comics, not martial arts. But it is another huge passion of mine, training and fighting.
Okay.
And yeah, so that's the story behind the creation of the book. And the story,
I think it's a great idea.
Thanks. And the story in the book itself is a guy who is a world champion in martial arts, but he also wants to help his city, and he's a vigilante, and how those two different lives just are almost impossible to balance, and how it sort of destroys both of the objectives he has.
Boy,
and
I'll tell you something, Federico. I've literally seen that happen in real life. Have you ever heard of the Seattle superhero Phoenix Jones?
Yeah, I know of him. I've seen a documentary, a YouTube documentary on him. I thought it was fascinating. And
I was in that.
And a lot of people. Oh wait,
I was Omega. I'm in that documentary.
I also saw your episode about. Yeah, I'm remembering the whole. Yeah, I forgot you were related to that at all.
But I saw it. Like it was. He was obviously in incredible physical shape and could definitely handle himself. But I saw that it was like you try to blend those two worlds, and it really would take a superhero to have the discipline to keep them separate and stuff. And I felt like it sort of distracted him from his training in a way. And I felt like, it also sort of distracted his focus. Like he'd always want to shake hands and stuff on the street as compared to getting something done. So it was interesting. Thank you. Anyway. So I've seen some of this happen.
Yeah, I've had a few people, when I show them my project, say that the costume reminds them of him a lot.
That's funny.
But I've never thought about how much it relates now that you say all that.
Well, yeah, I'm glad that you're not trying to just tell that story. You've got your own thing, and it's heightened. He's the best. This guy that you're.
Yeah, it's like a really heightened reality, and
but I love
also that. I had to come up with my own organization, like the fight promotion, and it's also like a heightened version of the UFC, and there's some critique in there to how the UFC handles their business, and some very specific call outs to personalities you would know if you're an MMA fan. So I think there's an extra special bit for fans of combat sports, but just it's great for fans of comic books, superheroes.
It seems like people have a really positive reaction in the chat. And what's really impressive is, you've already hit your goal with several days to go.
Yeah, I was expecting to like suffer all the way to the very last day, last few hours. I had this my first campaign, so I really didn't have the experience with Kickstarter or any crowdfunding, and I was very nervous. And I think it helped that I talked about the project for like 3 years with friends and people in different gyms. Because after I left the US, when I finished art school, I lived in England, Italy, and Spain in just like 2 years.
As somebody that loves to travel, I'm a little jealous. What part of Argentina are you from?
Cordoba. It's like right at the center of the country.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. There's a famous Italian comic book artist who lived in Italy for a long time, and I'm trying to remember his name, but I thought he lived near Cordoba for a while. It's not coming to me. I'm sorry.
Oh, I actually don't know which one.
Let me think for just a moment. Who am I thinking of? Maybe somebody in the chat will suggest it. It doesn't matter. But this is a great idea. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking of the Cordo Maltese guy. Who was that? Give me a second.
Oh, yeah.
Hugo Pratt. I think Hugo Pratt lived.
Yeah. He did live in Argentina. I don't know if it was anywhere near Cordoba, but I'm pretty sure he did live in Argentina.
He did. No, I guess I don't see anything about Cordoba. I guess I created that in my head for some reason. Maybe just because to me it sounds a little similar to Cordo Maltese.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Argentina has a great history with comic book artists.
Yeah.
You got Eduardo Risso. Cyber 6 was an Argentine comic and show. I love it.
Yeah. Also, like, I think there were some great Argentinians representing the country, maybe in European comics as well. I love Juan Jimenez in the Meta Barons.
Yep.
I love that so much, and I also love the Eternaut. I don't know how to say it in English actually. Eternaut.
We call it like the Eternaut, but yeah, El Eternato. Yeah. And I saw that Netflix is about to have a live action show made with his relatives. So I'm excited. I hope that that's well done because that comic is just an all-time classic. Really, really.
Yeah, it is.
Cool sci-fi, but when you understand the politics of what was going on behind the scenes in Argentina, I mean, yeah, it was pretty dynamic stuff. What were some of the comics that you grew up with?
So when I was very little, the comics that I started reading were like few and far between. It was more like Indians versus cowboys, like stuff like that I don't really care for too much. It was just what was available there. And I was really into mythology and books about that, not comic books. But around when I was like 12 or 13, so not very little, I got really into superhero comics. And first it was Batman, but as I grew older, Daredevil is my favorite. I think everything they do with it is usually so good, and it seems to bring out the best out of whoever works with the character.
I agree.
And yeah, so I think there's a lot of inspiration with Daredevil with the character. I would say he's like the superhero side is like a mix of Daredevil and Batman.
Okay.
He has a bit more money than Daredevil maybe, but he's not like at a Batman level. So it's kind of like a thing. They're my two favorites. So I think inevitably there's a lot of both in here.
That's interesting to learn. And obviously this is funded. So next step is once it wraps up, you're going to be fulfilling that. Do you have plans for more right now?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to keep working on more issues because I have a 6-issue story arc planned.
Oh, okay.
And for the second issue, I have the whole script and just a few sketches for a few pages. No, it's not gone beyond that at the moment, but I would love to maybe try to. I don't want to take like 3 years for another issue like it took me with this one.
Well, you had school and travel or moving, so I understand.
And yeah, I was up until recently. I was also working as a waiter, and then as a telemarketer here in Spain. So it was really hard to balance everything.
Well, I'm excited to see where this goes. I appreciate you sharing this with us, Federico. And of course, are you still training? Are you still doing MMA?
Yeah, I had a little back problem, so I couldn't train for a big chunk of this year, but I actually came back to training last month. So it's been going great. It took a couple of weeks to not feel like I was horrible at it.
Hey, keep yourself healthy. Because we want more comics, I think, at this point. So keep yourself healthy. But that's awesome that you've got like these two interests and that you're able to combine them in a really unique way. I wish you every success with it.
Oh, and one last thing I wanted to mention. I also have a variant cover by Juan Ferreira, the Argentinian artist.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I forgot to mention that, and
I didn't see that here.
I should have put it the actual bigger image of it in the campaign. I've been sharing it in social media, but there's a smaller image in the campaign page.
Okay, hold on.
It's around there, a little higher, I think.
Oh, a little higher?
Oh no, it was right there. Sorry, I messed
up.
Which one? One more. That one right there. Yeah.
Look at that, Juan Ferreira. Yeah, so he's doing tons of stuff at all the publishers these days.
He's from my hometown and from my actual same small neighborhood. So that's So
have you guys met?
Him about I met him when I was in high school.
Oh wow!
Because he went to the same high school. So the headmaster we had to go to a company for a day related to what we wanted to do, and there were no comic book companies. So the headmaster of the school, he knew that he went to the same school, so he just told me, you should go to his house for a day. I was 16 at the time, so I actually went to his house and he showed me his Green Arrow pages, which he was working on at the time. So it was like a crazy experience that came out of nowhere, but yeah.
That's got to help inspire you. You're like, okay, if somebody from my town can make it, to the top in comics, it can be done.
The one thing I remember from that day, I showed him my pages and he was like, oh, how old are you? I was 16. And he was like, oh, I drew kind of like that at 16.
Wow.
And he just kept going. I was like,
congrats on getting a variant cover by him. I think that's fantastic. And hopefully mentioning that will help you move a few more copies.
Yeah. Sorry that you were about to move on, and I just wanted to mention that. So sorry about that, but thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for sharing. It's really exciting to see. This is really cool. I'm glad that you got to blend both of these interests.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Thank you. Take care. We are continuing to move forward. We've got 11 more people to talk to tonight. So let's bring in
Nyobi. Whoa! It's me.
Oh my
God! I finally made it, Chris. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Well, this is epic because I have to be honest with you, about a few things, right? Number one is I was pointed to this show by my friend Phil Leon. So shout out to Phil Leon, the Electric Crayon. He is ready to color your world. I have never watched Comic Tropes. I've heard of Comic Tropes, but I've never seen Comic Tropes.
That's okay.
And so apparently you are Comic Tropes.
That's me. Yep.
Right, that's you.
That's me.
That's awesome. Well, glad to meet you, Chris.
Likewise.
You are certainly a popular dude. 3 of my boys are in the back right now, probably waiting. If you want, we can speed this up and just bring us all in at once.
Oh, you've got a few people that are on this?
Well, I got a few of my friends that are not necessarily on this, but they're in my crew, right? And so instead of having everyone wait another half hour, we can just kill 3 birds with one stone. So you're looking for Sam, William, Quentin, and Christian Zaffo.
Okay. Zaff 1?
Yep. And if you see a Sam Quentin or a William Quentin or Sinopa Publishing in there, you want him too.
I see
he's been trying to get in.
Sinopa Publishing, did you say?
Yeah, sure did. There we go.
What's going on, guys?
Okay. Well, then this is unique. I've got 4 people at once. No, well, I mean, if I count myself.
Well, here's the thing, Chris. We're used to streaming with each other all the time. We do our own show, right?
What's your show?
Well, my show is Nyobi Comics, where we talk about exactly what you're doing, only we do it almost every night, right? Like we bring on independent comic book creators, we go through what they do, we break down the business, we give advice should people ask for it, and of course, we promote our own stuff, you know?
Sure.
So I am LP. I am the writer and creator of the comic book Nyobi. We've been crowdfunding on Kickstarter for the last decade. Okay,
wow.
10 years since 2014.
10 years?
10 years, John, years. I'm also now published and in comic book shops. I'm published with Antarctic Press. I get to work with the legend named Ben Dunn.
Oh yeah,
that's it, man.
Of course.
And not only that, Sam Snopa Publishing. He's also now published with Antarctic Press. And we're hoping to get Christian, who's also here with us, published on Antarctic Press. So I'll tell you this: I don't have a Kickstarter to promote. Okay,
that's okay.
I wish I did, because I have lots of notes for a lot of the cats that you've had on here on the show tonight.
Yeah.
The first thing I want to say, and this isn't like to disparage or to discourage or to slap anyone down, but if you're a first-time creator, it is a gamble to put a $10,000 goal and expect to meet it when no one has seen your stuff before.
Well, that was second issue, though, just to be clear.
No, well, it said for him, I looked, it said first created. That was his first project on Kickstarter.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's definitely a big goal for that, no question. But
I mean, it's a gamble, and I get it. Maybe you need that kind of money, right? But my suggestion would be to lower that goal to about half of what he had. You know, that I mean, and I'm sure every person on the panel here that's with me right now would agree with that. Now, if you click over to one of the links I sent you, it actually will show you one of my last Kickstarters I just did. This will just give you an idea of what my book is and what it's about and the type of art that we've got going on. And then I'll throw the ball to my other two friends here. But Nyobi's right there. You got it. Nyobi's a Japanese pop star. Okay, who has the powers to teleport. She's what's called a genome, Chris. And a genome stands for genetic anomaly. Okay. And so we had to use that because we know we can't take mutants from the X-Men. But Rich Johnson of Bleeding Cool just reported, by the way, on Facebook that the term superhero is no longer trademarked by Marvel and DC, is now up for open to anyone to use.
Yeah, I posted that too when it broke on Reuters. Yeah, there's been a case going on for people that don't know. Technically, Marvel and DC have had the trademark on the term superhero and superheroes since, I think, around maybe 67. They teamed up on that. But yeah, they haven't defended that trademark. And when it was challenged in court, they didn't even bother to defend it. So they've let that go. Anybody can use
can't
that
wait.
term.
My next project's gonna have superhero plastered all over it, Chris. You know what I'm saying?
People have been doing it. Like, I mean, Kirkman did it with Invincible. Radiant Black calls it a superhero. Lots of people call it superheroes. It hasn't been defended, so that makes sense.
That's it, man. We've got working with a lot of talent here that you're seeing through our variant covers. That's Francesco Tomasi. He's known for his work with Dynamite Comics and Superman over at DC. That is Greg Bo Watson, known for his work with Zenoscope Comics and many others. That is the legend Keith Garvey right there, man. He's doing a 5-cover set for us. That, of course, there's from the legend, the founder of Antarctic Press, the creator of Ninja High School, Mr. Ben Dunn.
Yep. That
is Narcilio Souza. And this is a 3-part cover set. Don't worry, you're not going to see anything naughty. You're good.
Yeah, because Kickstarter would probably shut that down if you posted.
Well, not only that, just like, there is no nudity in our books. Like the sexiest thing that you're going to see is the covers. But when you get into the pages, and I'm sure that you will, anyone that wants to know what Nyobi is, it's female X-Men.
Okay.
What does Nyobi mean? Says someone in the chat. Nyobi is just my character's name. Her name is Nyobi Lee.
Got it.
Yeah. That's it, man. Now, by the way, speaking of the chat, your chat is popping tonight, and you got a couple of people hanging out in there. Like, really, you're kidding? Shout out to you. You got Swaggle Haas in the chat. Shout out to the Haas. You know what I'm saying?
Haas.
The Haas.
I appreciate everybody that's in the chat. Like, my energy's dipping, but like the positivity and the excitement from both guests like yourself and the people in the chat really, really help.
We need to get you well caffeinated, Chris.
That's it.
I'm working on a Diet Mountain Dew to keep going.
Is that not a great shot there, Chris? Go back up. We see a Vaughn just like, tumbling down in flames, man. That is such gorgeous work from
Who drew this?
Juan Antonio Altaveras. And here's the thing that I don't see a lot of people doing is giving their colorists a shout out, because you can have great art, but it takes a great colorist to really make that art pop, you know? And Dan O'Vera is just doing a hell of Swaggle Haas. You know him from YouTube. That's where you know him.
He's kidding. Yes.
Oh, okay. You never know, because I didn't know comic tropes. So I mean, you as big as people can be, there's always going to be someone that you're speaking to for the very first time.
I agree.
That's it, man.
So you've been doing this 10 years?
10 years, man. Yeah, I've got like 14, 15 issues out. You know, we started in black and white. You know, just homemade comics, basically. The minute I switched to color, though, and we switched our artists, things took off. You know, that's when we started doing really well. I mean, no one people are going to fry me for this, Chris, but I'm a very opinionated guy. No one wants to get a superhero comic book that's black and white. Black and white works for like horror, noir, you know, crime detective stories, stuff like that. But when you have a superhero as flashy as Nyobi is, you need color to really amplify that. I remember applying to several different comic book publishers way before Antarctic Press, when we were still black and white. The number one feedback I got from all the publishers was you need to be in color. You have a superhero book, you need to be in color. That's what I was told.
Unless it's like I would say that like there's not a lot of superhero stuff in manga, but there is some, and certainly something like My Hero
Academia is a manga, though. That's different. See, I have a difference between manga and comics, right? Manga is a different format. Okay, manga is read back to front. It's black and white. It's right to left. It's not done in the American style format. It's not done in a standard floppy format, and it's not even really sold in the same places, with a few exceptions, you know.
Yeah, possibly. It's still panel to panel storytelling is all I'm talking about.
Well, that's sequential art, though. But when people say comics, usually what you think about is a Batman comic or a Superman comic. Let's not be naive here. You know what I mean? Let's just call it the way it is, you know? That's what we do. That's what I do. I make American standardized comics that are going to remind you of the bad girl genre. If you like Witchblade, you like Darkchild, you like Evangeline, because we got to work with John Stinsman of Image Comics, and he did one of the covers there as well. You like that sort of stuff mixed in with the X-Men, then Nyobi is going to be for you. And we are coming on the shelf this October 9th for Nyobi Outbreak 3. The very book you're looking at is going to be on the shelves at local comic book shops on October 9th. So, you know, the FOC may be over, but there's always reorders. Shops may have extra copies. So still go ahead and you know, ask if they have Nyobi, and to put Nyobi on your pull list.
So you do the Kickstarter, but then like a publisher also releases it?
That is correct. Yeah, and that's the best way to do it, because now you're maximizing two worlds, okay? So you're going to come out with your idea. You're going to get your friends together. You're going to make the comic. You're going to crowdfund it. That's where you're going to get the majority of your money. You're going to make far more money in Kickstarter than you are going to do being with a publisher, okay? It just is, because when you're with a publisher, it's just like the music industry. The starving artist is always the last guy to get paid. I sold 3,000 copies through Antarctic Press for Nyobi Origins, and I got paid $1,000. But it takes about $6,000 to make the comic book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what Antarctic Press does is they say, hey, once you have a complete story arc and we like it, submit it to us, and you know, there's a possibility we will put it on the shelf.
Right. Who do they distribute through?
Diamond.
I kind of figured, but I was just curious. It's
That's
good.
it. So I mean, that's my quick spiel and pitch, and I'll throw the ball over to my buddies.
Christian, take it away, brother.
All right. I threw the link up there too for mine.
You've got a link too?
Yeah.
Bear with me. For Unbound Fury?
Yes, that's fine.
Bear with me. I'll pull that up.
Really, you're kidding, by the way. Wants to know if I'm doing my live stream after. Yeah, because there's a big debate in independent comics, Chris, not to, you know, to throw off the show, but people are complaining about the price points of indie comics, and that these indie comics just cost, the cost is too damn high, Chris.
So real quick, this is my first 3-issue story arc coming out of a big anthology Kickstarter that I funded about a year or so ago.
Oh, yeah?
It was funded and published. These are some of the books. This is a Bart Sears cover on a hardcover anthology book.
Wait, where? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was looking at your page. Excuse me.
That's all right.
Bart Sears, that's fun. How'd you meet him?
Well, I've been basically internet friends with him and Andy Smith for quite a while now. And when I started, I reached out to both of them. Andy Smith did. There was also a floppy in the tier.
Okay.
In the campaign, and this is the cover that Andy Smith did for it.
Nice.
So these were already funded and fulfilled, and now this is the first. It's my main character. His name is Addix, and this is the first 3-issue story arc. All my characters will get consecutive 3-issue story arcs, and it'll tell the story, their individual stories, but also the story of my universe as well will unfold in the background. You'll see a lot of continuity through each book.
It is a shared universe that you've created?
Yes, it is. It is. And there's a bunch of different stories that I plan on coming out with, but I figured this one will be the first one. So Addix is basically an ex-military man. He resigns from the military to spend time with his family. Shortly after doing so, his wife is brutally murdered. And he kind of goes spiraling into a depression. His teenage daughter is left to kind of provide for them.
Right.
And one day when it looks like they're about to get evicted and they have nowhere else to go, some men in black show up and give him an offer he can't refuse. They promise to take care of his daughter and provide her with everything she needs as long as he signs up for some government experiment. In doing so, he becomes the superpowered vigilante known as Addix, and he becomes the government's secret, highly trained, highly powerful assassin, taking on a lot of wet works type missions. And one day they asked him to do a mission that was just, it crossed the line. It was one step too far. He refused to do it. And they framed him publicly, worldwide, and made him a fugitive. They also decided to take it out on his daughter. And they, to see what happens there, you're just going to have to read the book. But
yeah, you gave us a lot there. Now, so
yeah.
What are you doing? Writing, drawing, all of it?
I'm doing all of it except the colors. I have a good coloring team on this one. I have Dan Kemp, who's done a lot of work. He's coloring half the book, and the other half is by a talented lady named Thaisa Diaz.
Okay.
And I actually think she got some professional work just recently with DC, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and then I have some other artists, colorists that do like if I have a pinup I need done or a card set I need done or something like that, I give them that work. So there's a bunch of people involved in this. Unlike Nyobi Comics, I do have, you just passed it there. I do throw a naughty cover into each one.
Oh, okay.
And Kickstarter has been okay with it. This campaign that you're going through right now, this is a second chance campaign. It's already funded from Kickstarter.
Okay.
And this is second chance.
I'll be honest. This is my first time coming across Fund My Comic, but that's what that is specifically. Is like a second chance, or
well, my campaign is a second chance.
Okay.
Fund My Comic is like a newer Kickstarter, but it's mostly comics.
It's crowdfunding with comics in particular in mind. It was created by a guy by the name of Luke Stone, and he wanted an alternative to Kickstarter and Indiegogo, and he built this site up from scratch.
Yeah,
he's worked on it for a couple of years, and it's starting to become a thing.
And the thing is, too, it's got a few different configuration choices you can use, like the crowdfunding model, like you see here, or perpetually open storefront, like just your typical web page store, things like that. He's actually doing some other improvements behind the scenes to help make things a little more useful. So we've had a lot of communication with Luke on this.
That's nice. So you can literally just make it your storefront if you wanted to.
Yeah.
For like print on demand or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's useful. That's really useful. Yeah.
So in this campaign, I have a couple of very talented and one well-known guest artist for variant covers. I have a John Stinsman cover.
You got
Evangeline fame, Team Youngblood.
And it's a homage to Game of Thrones. Now, this right here, this tier is new and exclusive just to this campaign. It wasn't in the first one. And it's basically virgin prints of the 3 covers. The other 2 on either end are both by Vic Medina, who does amazing work. And he's become kind of like a regular cover artist that I plan on continuing using as long as he's available. But yeah, they all do amazing work. I was very happy with the work they did on these covers.
That's great.
Yeah. And then there's some interior page samples here. These are the colors I gotten back so far. Right now, this campaign is in the coloring process. I'm about halfway through the coloring. They're being lettered as they come in, and as soon as I get everything in and lettered, it'll be getting ready to go to print. So
how many pages again?
There's I think it's 35 for the main story. There's a backup story in each one of these 3 issues about a whole nother character too that's I really like. But so
that's nice to give somebody else an opportunity with things like that. I'm a big fan of like little backups in all sorts of books. I really like it.
Well, then you'll be excited to know, not to interrupt, but I forgot to mention this. I have a 10-page backup story in Ninja High School 200 coming up in early 2025.
Very nice.
Yes. So with the backup story, you're looking at about
just real quick. I didn't mean to talk over you there, Christian. It's just amazing to think of that. That's a big accomplishment. 200 independently published issues. That's a big accomplishment.
Well, you got to understand, Antarctic Press has been around for 40 years, and Ninja High School has been around equally as long. Founded by Ben Dunn. I remember buying Ninja High School, Chris, when I was 14, buying one of the yearbooks because Ben would used to accept submissions and still does. For backup stories, pinups, and I used to try and draw the main character Ichiku all the time, and I just couldn't draw, Chris. I just don't have the talent. But when I got to know Ben, because I consider Ben not only a mentor and my editor, but he's also my friend now. And my friend has allowed me to write a 10-page story for his milestone issue and just talk about come full circle, bro. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah. I remember him doing stuff like Captain Harlock and Robotech and stuff.
Yep.
He'd done Antarctic, but then he briefly was working for Eternity and stuff. And
Eternity
really
Comics. He even did a Marvel Mangaverse over at Marvel for a little
remember.
bit. Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like very South Park member berries. You know what I'm saying, bro? I remember.
And he did a book over at Image too. We recently discovered that.
Yeah, it's called Agent something. I just picked up the 2 issues.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was just The Agents.
Yeah, I got them beside me somewhere. I'll figure it out here in a second.
I think it was just The Agents, if I'm
remembering. Christian's been working hard on this book. Someone said in the chat that it feels very heavy metal. Like that's the very first thing I said to Christian when I saw this.
Yeah.
And I see a little of that.
Yeah, just keep up the work, bro. You know what I mean?
Happy for you, Christian. Good luck with this.
Thanks.
Then we got Sam Quinton.
Yeah, let Christian finish, man.
I thought he was done.
Well, the only thing I have left to say is the backup story, that character right there, the cowgirl character, it focuses around her. It takes place in the Old West, and she's basically, her story in these 3 issues, and the backup story is going to be her searching for the murderer of her father.
Okay.
And just trying to find out some information because she really didn't know him. One of her big things, the twist in her character is she collects iconic weaponry from throughout history. So she starts it with the story with Genghis Khan's sword and Billy the Kid's revolvers. And in my universe, these weapons have significance because they're all imbued with some sort of magical power, each one different. And what she'll do is as time goes on and the stories evolve, you'll see she uses different weapons to get out of different situations.
I told him he needs to let me write the story where she finds Luke Skywalker's lightsaber.
Disney will have a long time ago.
Yeah. And she is linked to one of the current day characters that I have in my stables. And one day I'll get around to that story and tie it all together.
Very cool. And then we've got Sam.
Chris, it's good to meet you, man. Phil Leon tapped me on the shoulder, said I should check this out. So I was watching the show in the background. I got a few things to show you. I'm not going to take too much time around, but just a little background. We've been making RPG books and comics since 2017.
Oh, wow.
This is our main Kickstarter account. We also have the company account. We have fulfilled over 25 campaigns between the different crowdfunding platforms we use, between Kickstarter, Indiegogo, Crowdfunder, and Fund My Comic, and look forward to doing some more. On the 2nd, we will be launching Reign of Ages issue 4, which is our black and white fantasy story co-created by myself and Nick Capone, who's an instructor of coloring at the Kubert School over in New Jersey. He's been working with me for 7 years on different projects between RPGs, other comic projects, things like that. And he came to me and he said, hey, let's do a bad girl book. And we're off to the races with Reign of Ages with 3 issues in. And
that's a lot.
I'm going to save you a little bit, because we've got cool stuff with this, and so you can actually see what these books are looking like. Just absolutely gorgeous. Pre-launch page is up. I'm still working on the interior graphics, but absolutely fantastic. Guys, if you haven't read Reign of Ages and you're a fan of, good, solid, dark fantasy and weird comedy, we got it for you. The other thing to show you, I got a link in there for you, is for Fund My Comic. We use it a little bit differently. We use it as a storefront where we move our product that we take with us to conventions, right? So these are at convention prices plus shipping. And so what you'll find about Sinopa is that when we bring a book to crowdfunding, we don't reprint those covers. So, for example, our first issue of 47 Furious Tales, we printed 500 copies of that. We didn't print anymore once we sold out. We printed 3,000 copies of the issue 1 cover that we have there. For the subsequent covers, we printed like 1,500 or 2,500, depending on the cover in question. But we've got some really cool opportunities for people to check out our stuff, whether they like print copy or if they like digital. If you scroll up just a little bit, what you'll see is our first option here. Down a little bit more for the first tier, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, over here.
Yep, you can pick any one of our #1 issues for $5 plus shipping. Everything ships the following business day. This is all inventory that's in stock, so you're not waiting around. And that's
we're not talking digital. We're talking $5 for the hard copy. You're not going to find any better deal than that.
$5 plus shipping, and it's out the next day. If we've got our convention special that we run on 47 Furious Tales, the first 3 issues for $10 plus shipping, which is the next one down.
Yep.
And then we have a cool little sample tier that we have right below that. This is going to blow your mind a little bit. $16 for 4 issues. 47 Furious Tales issue 1, Reign of Ages issue 1, Virgin variant. The first issue of Necroholic by Bryan Lee, and the first issue of Tibby and Her Time-Traveling Psychedelic Mushrooms issue 1. Now, that is the crowdfunding cover. Yeah. We actually only printed 5,000 of those, so once those are gone, they're gone.
Okay.
And Anarch Press is putting that out as our first mass market release with 2 different covers for that option. They were supposed to ship this week. Apparently they got held up. Not sure if they got held up at the Diamond Warehouse or in transit, but they should be out either next week or the next. Batman, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that. And we got some really great art prints here. Again, all the art prints are in stock too. Anything that's picked up, we ship next business day. And we do have our con special digital bundle. Guys, that's 10 digital comics. That's over 200 pages worth of material for $18. So this is going to continue to run and stay in operation. We're going to update it in October when we'll pull down some of the deals that we have and put in some new ones, and then add in some different price points and adjust for the increased shipping from the U.S. Postal Service. And then we also have some other merch in here. But
Sam, I'm impressed. That's a lot of faith that you've put in yourself to print this stuff up front.
Well, we actually sell a lot of books.
That's great.
When COVID hit, we had just started into print cycling for offset print levels. Okay. And when Marvel and DC said pencils down, I was on the phone calling every comic shop in the United States that I could find, and we were just shipping books as quick as we could. The nice part is that we were able to put books on shelves at a pretty low price point so that shops were able to make money on those. We made a little bit of money on those, and everyone was pretty happy. And we still ship directly to 30 different shops to date.
Wow.
And hoping to add some more. But through Anarch Press, we had 1,500 initial orders for Tibby, and it's still open for reorders. So, guys, if you didn't order it and you want to support your local comic shop, and personally, I hope you really want to support your local comic shop, guys, definitely get that from Antarctic Press, either the regular cover for $4.20, their marketing department is funny, or through the foil cover. And I print my materials through Mix'em, except for my Monochrome covers, which I print through Comics Wellspring. The key thing is that Mix'em, once you get through to offset print levels like 1,500, 2,000, whatever, you start to see the economy of scale. Yep. Now, with the last 10 months or so, inflation has really beat up printing prices. So I'm now having to print a little bit more than I would have to get my preferred price point. Like instead of printing 3,000, I'm looking at printing like 6,000 or 7,000.
Wow. So you've got a good amount of inventory.
Yeah, I mean, but we sell a lot too. Like, for example, the first 47 Furious Tales book there, we printed 3,000 of those. I think I've got 700 left on that, and that's just from add-ons on crowdfundings, convention sales, shipping directly. Necroholic, we printed 2,500 of that cover, I think, and I think we're down to 200 of them. That particular Virgin variant, we only printed like 300 of that, and I kind of held that back on a higher price point, but I figured to debut our store, we put a special on it. And then, of course, the Tibby main book, we did 5,000 copies of that cover.
Noted.
So,
really, you're kidding? We'll get you covered on my show. We'll get you the link, all the links you need, my friend.
Yep. But yeah, for those of you who are asking about where I print from, I print through Mix'em. My company has a discount with them. You do have to negotiate that with their personnel, but we've been printing with them since 2018. So
that's mixam.com.
MIXAM. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That's who I thought. Okay. Just double here. I'll just, so that if people are curious, I'll just bring that up. It's this site.
Exactly. And you can call them at their support number. And if you're in the EU, there's a different number for there.
Right.
You'll need to have your EIN number for your business identification purposes, but they'll go ahead and talk to them and set up their,
that's probably honestly for people that are printing at a little bit bigger level than a lot of people that are in here tonight.
Yeah, you're talking about printing a couple of thousand, which is, in all honesty, really, in my experience, a real advantage. Now, I mean, because otherwise, if you're not printing at that volume and you're selling to stores directly, you're not able to put things on the shelf at a reasonable price. What I would say is a reasonable price point. Comparable to your competition, right? But the guys that I ship to, they're putting Sinopa books on the shelf at anywhere from $4.50 to some of them mark it up as high as like $7, depending on the title. But usually on average about $5 a piece.
That's these are very reasonable prices. I like that they can, like, on the fly give you a decent estimate of what it should cost.
Now, in all fairness, though, if you'll scroll down, you'll get to the page count. And you'll adjust for page count, your cover weights, your page weights. To give you an idea, we usually print on the 80-pound interior paper with full color. We use 110-pound cover stock with a satin soft touch finish.
And they feel nice too. It feels like you're touching like something that's made out of velvet. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's the soft touch lamination. And then when you get to where you're printing at volume, it really makes a huge difference. Don't add bundling because that's individual wrapping. It'll like quadruple your costs. It's ridiculous.
No.
But yeah, get your discount set up from your business entity, and just print. I mean, we printed, last year we printed $20-something thousand in books. So
it's definitely an investment. That's
I would say one thing: if you're going to do small run, like if you don't have a lot of orders or whatever, you use Comics Wellspring or something for your books. But if you have something special to do, like I did, where I had the hardcover and it was slightly oversized, their quality is really, really good. The printing and the paper and the just everything, the resolution, everything is great.
That's nice to hear.
I would say if you have something special you want to do, and you don't, maybe like Comics Wellspring or one of the printers you're going with doesn't do it, or you're not sure of the quality, I would say check them out for that.
Chris, would you like to see a world premiere before we go?
Sure. What's a world premiere?
World premiere means I'm going to show your audience something that we haven't really released to the public.
Okay.
If you share my screen, you will see.
If I share your screen, okay, give me a sec here.
Yeah.
Should we do 2 tonight, Larry? You think?
I've got so many things here.
Have you ever shared a screen on StreamYard?
I have, but it's been a while. I'm trying to remember where I pull that up.
So on the bottom, there should be a request that someone wants to share a screen with you.
Yeah. Share screen. Hold on, I'm clicking the wrong thing. I can't find it right now. Share screen. Window. Entire screen. No, all I see
you're
is
trying to share
my own
yeah, but you need to look down at the bottom where all your panel guys are, right?
Yeah.
And there's one of those windows is going to be a request for someone wanting to share their screen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that. I've shared things before, but I don't see a request.
Well, let me try it again. It's really cool. I want to show you. It's too bad that
I want to see it too.
So I'm going to share. And
okay. Hold on. Something popped up. There we go.
Yeah. So there we go. World premiere. World premiere. World premiere. That is Nyobi cosplaying as Chung-Li, of course. And we are doing a cosplay variant campaign in probably about 2 weeks where you're going to be able to get this. But not only this cover, that cover, and that cover.
Very fun.
And we got Ben Dunn drawing Nyobi as Cammy, and that's going to be another set of covers. So
right on.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. You know, these they're variants. You know, they're Kickstarter exclusives. You're not going to find these things anywhere else. So if you're a Nyobi fan, you're a Chung-Li fan, or you just like the way this looks, come check us out on Kickstarter in about 2 weeks.
Perfect.
Chris, thank you very much for your time. You are such a busy guy tonight, and I know you got lots of other people waiting.
It's fun.
Thank you for bringing us three on at once. Otherwise, we'd be waiting 2 more hours to do my show.
That took
1, 2, 3.
That took 3 out all at once.
I tell you what,
I don't have a third limb, but yeah,
you're good, brother. You're good.
I tell you what, if you want 2 more minutes, I have an interior page for a title that we haven't revealed yet, and I can't reveal tonight because we are signing a licensing agreement next week. And this is one of the first pages that we have produced for this particular property. So can't tell you what it's going to be, but it's going to be out next year. We're going to bring it to crowdfunding. And this is one of the interior splash pages.
I know what it is. And all I'll say is this. If you guys are role players, Dungeons and Dragons players from back in the 90s, you might be really happy when Sam finally announces what's going down.
Yep. So
this is something that you're going to share?
Yep. It's shared on screen through StreamYards.
I see it. Hold on. This?
Yep. And this is our splash page from the interior on this comic, which is going to be about 44 pages. Artist is Damian Torres, who's also going to be doing the cover, which we'll be revealing in a couple of weeks. Color by Nick Capone. And then our letterist, who does most of our lettering for Sinopa, is Taylor Esposito, who also, of course, works for DC, Marvel, Image, and everyone else, basically. But, yeah, beautiful work. No, it's not a Dark Elf. We'll reveal more once we have the contract signed and make the official announcement with the IP holder. But yeah,
very cool. Well, good luck.
How's that?
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
guys.
for having us.
Continued success with both your comics and your YouTube show. You have a good vibe together. I appreciate you. I just sort of backed off and let you guys run things, but that was fun. That was really interesting.
Well, we're seasoned vets. You know what I'm saying, Chris?
Yeah.
And I'm subscribed to you now. I look forward to seeing your next show.
Yeah, I too have subscribed. Yes. Now I will be familiar.
They're very cool. Take care, guys.
Thank you, brother.
Nice. So look at that. We just got 3 at once. I'm going to figure out. Let me just clean this up slightly, and we're going to go to the next guest. I've got Paul Essenston, I believe.
Hello.
And it looks like I've got a party of 2 tonight.
Yep. This is Archer. Say hi, Arch.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? So what are we talking about tonight, Paul? How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. Thank you. I got Jane Jet. I got a graphic novel published in the UK by Marcosia.
Ooh.
I did share.
I'll find the link.
Window, so you can check it out.
Sure. I could pull that up. You're sharing something on your end?
Yep. If you can see it, I'll put a link in the chat as well for the landing page for Amazon.
I'll see if I can find that.
There you go. So this is it. And let me go to the other thing. Sorry. You can go get your brother.
I do have the link here. Let me pull it up over on my end.
Sure. So I'm the co-creator. Amal Desai is the other creator, and he's also a writer, letterer, and he inked some pages. I inked a few pages. We've got lots of inkers throughout as production. Sometimes you got to adjust as you go.
I understand that.
Juliana Lamalfa, she's from Italy. She's our colorist. I'm from America, but I live in Australia. Amal is from the Chicago area. Yeah.
Wow.
Jimmy Stewart, he's an old friend of mine from back home in Maryland. Yeah, it's an
Love his
international,
movies.
intercontinental project. Yeah. It's pretty fun.
You've got an international crew.
I know. It's fun. It's cool. Yeah, we found each other on Facebook, Amal and I, through I believe it was How to Draw Comics, the Facebook group. So I would post art in that, and then he found me and said, "Hey, let's do a 7-pager," and he'll pitch it around to different publishers. I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not? I could use the practice." And then
yeah, of course.
And that's what we came up with. This was the last page.
I've worked with Marcosia before. They're really good at getting stuff to a lot of different markets that you wouldn't traditionally get here in the States.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, and it's a physical book as well. I mean, it's great. Love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. And the cool thing is it's set in the 50s, right? And they printed it with it's like a matte paper.
Yep.
So it really lends itself to the era.
Oh, nice.
That's
great.
The
when you
colors
can
back
have something work on like a meta level like that.
Oh, it's just so cool. It's so cool. So yeah, so we've been trying to get that out and about in the world, and
I can see that you can, like, anyone can buy it very easily through, for instance, Amazon.
Yep, there it is.
That's incredible. That's
cool.
Great. That not much easier than that these days.
I know. No, it is pretty neat. It is pretty neat, and you don't even. It's hard to believe sometimes, that it's actually out there and available, and people have access to it everywhere. It's cool.
Congratulations! 70 pages.
Cool. It's 50 pages of story,
mm-hmm.
And then there's a bunch of back matter with some other art from other contributors and some info pages.
I like that they credited you, Paul, as contributor.
Yeah.
The most generic credit you could probably get.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Amazon's a bit funny with putting 2 authors on there, because I'm not really an author of it. I mean, a co-creator. Yeah, can you stop, please? Why?
It's okay.
But yeah, no, it was a fun project. It took a while. I think I started it. I think all in all, it took probably 9 months worth of penciling because I've got a full-time job. It's a hobby.
Totally reasonable. Totally
only
reasonable.
Do it when I can do it. And
this
I'm
looks
just
fun.
through.
Is your training? Did you go to school for art or anything, or you just self-taught, or what?
I went for 1 year about a little bit over 20 years ago now for computer animation. Art school. Yeah, media arts and animation was the degree I was going for, but this was in America, and I was on student loans, and just couldn't keep going with it. So I ended up stopping and then going into the Marine Corps for 8 years. And then that's where I met their mom in Australia.
Wow.
And
you were stationed in Australia?
No, I was on a ship, on a Navy
on
ship. Yeah, and we stopped
Marine,
by Perth, Australia. That's where I met her. And then we're divorced now.
That's okay. Got you to Australia. How do you like it?
I have a stepbrother.
And now you have a stepbrother. Yeah, that's great.
How do you like Australia?
I love it. It's great. It's a bit remote where we are, but
look
it's
at
cool.
that.
Like I can look out the window right now.
Yeah.
And I can see the Indian Ocean.
Oh my God, I'm so jealous.
That's the Indian. Yes, that's the Indian Ocean, Archer. How old are you?
So you're on the northern. You're on the northern part of Australia.
West Coast.
West Coast.
Right in the middle. Hey.
Yeah, West Coast. Got it.
Yeah, West Coast, right in the middle.
Oh, that's a nice design.
Yep, that's her. That's when I started inking on this book. So that's the page where I started inking towards the back. I did it all traditionally. Right here. Can you see that bit there?
Here, let me do it like this, and we can see that a little better.
A little better. So yeah, so I did the whole thing traditionally, and that's where.
Oh, you did?
Inking it.
Oh yeah, we can definitely see that.
Yeah.
I just sort of zoomed in there a little.
Yeah, it was fun.
What's your background with comics? Did you read them growing up?
Yeah, just growing up. I think I got into it at the when that X-Men 1 Jim Lee came out.
Okay.
And around that whole time, there was that out. There was the Image comics. There was the Death of Superman. All that was happening all at once.
I mean, that was that was the 90s, the early 90s. Everything was getting humongous print runs. Everybody was reading comics at the time. Yes.
Yeah, and it's great. I still have a bunch of them. It's great. I like looking back at them and having a little browse every once in a while.
When did Jane Jett first come out?
At the beginning of the month of September.
Oh, it's super recent.
It's fresh. Yep.
Dude, that's
so August
amazing.
30th, I think, was the release date. So end of August. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then have you been doing anything else for promotion on your end?
Just some YouTube streams here and there. I go out to my local farmers market and try to sell them there. I've got them on consignment at the local art shop.
Oh, cool.
Little things like that. Just
hey, you never know who it's going to get in front of that could make a huge difference. But that's great. What was the experience like? Did you enjoy this? Drawing, panel to panel, sequential storytelling?
I loved it. Yeah, I loved it. I only had a little bit of practice before I actually got into this one with another writer from the UK who did a couple of those. What do you call them when you have a bunch of different stories in one book?
An anthology?
Yeah, he had a couple of those, and he wanted different artists for different stories, and I did a few pages for him as practice. And,
that's
just for
really
fun.
Cool, man.
And yeah.
Are
so
you Are you thinking of doing anything else? Are you
yeah,
thinking of drawing
Amal
another?
and I we've agreed to do another different book altogether. Not with Mark Hoja, just with lesser known comics, I believe it's called.
Oh, I don't know them, but that's okay. Yeah. Lesser known comics.
He does a lot of the lettering with them and a lot of graphic design with them. So
dude, that's incredible.
We'll do that. I've done some sketch cards for Upper Deck.
Wow. Like what?
Marvel sketch cards for Upper Deck. Go away. Go away.
We're
shush. Not allowed to say that. Go away.
It's all good.
There's other things I'm doing with them that I'm not allowed to say.
Yeah, no, I understand that they're going to have some NDAs
because they've recently lost the Marvel license. So, but yeah.
I hope that was a good experience, though. That's really cool that you're getting your work
good.
out there.
My first set for them back in October last year, and that set still hasn't even come out. It's kind of annoying,
Sure, I can only imagine what the time frame is
February,
on that.
And they've only just gotten back to me about that set, and I'm working on my third set with them now. So it's
a short 7 months.
Yeah, I know, but I guess that's the way that industry is. So. Just roll with it.
Now, did you say that you did a lot of the art?
Sorry?
I didn't mean to talk over you, but I was curious. Did you say that you did a lot of the art digitally?
No.
Oh, I thought that I heard that word, and that's what I was following up on. It was traditional
on
pen and ink on paper.
On what? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. On Jane Jett.
On Jane Jett? No, it's all traditional. I've done it all traditional, my work.
Those are all the original pieces of artwork.
Those are all the original. I got the whole book here.
That's really cool.
It's cool.
What did you like? What did you like working with for the inking part of it?
I use like Federico pens.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Absolutely. Yep.
And whatever else I got laying around. If that one, I've got a few different kinds. I've gotten recently with these cards. I've been doing all the Copic pens. They're pretty cool.
Those can be very fun to work with. Absolutely.
I like their black is a little bit different, and it's
absolutely
nice.
Well, yeah, because it's alcohol
really nice.
Based.
Yeah. Well, excuse me. It's just the pens. Can you grab me my pen pouch out of my bag, please? Yeah. Go on. Anyway. It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, I like them
they're
because
good
they can
pens.
blend.
They're good.
If you decide to get like different grays, for instance, or colors and stuff, you can blend them together. It's nice.
Yeah, well, I've got Copic markers for that.
Yeah. Yes.
But the ink I'm talking about, just straight black, jet black ink. It's great. It's really
I actually
nice.
haven't played with that then. Okay.
Sorry?
I haven't played with that before, so I'll have to check that out.
Can you hand me the brown pouch in that bag in front of yours, please? Yeah, no, it's the pen pouch, but
this is great. What's the response been? Have you been hearing anything? Any feedback?
Just the reviews that we see on there, really.
Of course.
Which is great. We got good, honest reviews. We got some good, a couple that are like, oh, this thing not so great, but that's all right.
Hey, as long as they're buying it.
Yeah, well, that's the here it is. That's the thing. So yeah, so the Copic pens I was talking about, these little thingies here.
Oh, here, let me oh yeah, I mean I've seen those, but I've never actually played with them. But you like them, okay?
Oh, I love them. Yeah.
That's nice to hear.
They're my new ones. They're my new go-tos.
Right
I do like the feel of that Fudasenki tip on it.
What would be the best way for us if say somebody in my audience tonight buys Jane Jet? They're like, that's my speed. I like that. I'm curious what Amal and Paul do next. How would they find that out? What would be the best way to follow?
I would say Instagram, most likely. If you look up my name, I should be the only one on the up there.
Let me do a quick search. Yep, it looks like you are the first result, and I can tell that it's you. So I'll put that up and bring that
And
up.
Amal has got an Instagram, Comics by Amal, I believe it is.
Comics by Amal. I'll take a quick look. Yep, he does. And so that would also be one that like we could follow along to see what's next from you guys.
Yeah, no,
when it's ready.
It's cool. It's a cool collaboration. Like the way we work is really fun as well. Like we'll get together on a Facebook chat and come up with what we want to do, and
that sounds
go
fun.
back to the script, give me some pages, and I'll start drawing. And if we want to change stuff along the way, it's very organic. We can. So
right on.
Yeah, it's fun.
Dude, that's awesome. And I love seeing some of this.
Some of those cards back in October there.
That's very cool. That's very fun. And I can see some of the, inspiration in just like the outfits that they're wearing from that era that we were just talking about.
Yeah, I'm all about that X-Men 97.
Right on.
Stuff.
Dude, congratulations on getting a book out there. That's just super impressive. I think Marcos is definitely good. So it's nice to know that if somebody here wants to get it, Amazon, pretty darn easy.
I know. That's so cool. Yeah.
Anything
well, thanks
else,
for having me. Thanks for doing this. This is great for everyone.
Dude, it's a blast.
Everyone loves it.
Jane Jet looks really, really cool. Not just saying that. I like Rocketeer. I can see some vibes there, but I'm down for discovering a new character. It looks really
cool.
nice.
Yeah, well, she does have a rocket pack, so she is, and it is back in the day. So it is kind of in that realm of Rocketeer. The way she differs is every time she fights somebody, she'll steal part of their tech and add it to her own kit. So she's
okay, I like that.
Evolving and getting new toys and things like that. So.
Very cool. Well, I'm gonna move forward, but
no
have
worries.
a beautiful rest of your day down there.
Thanks.
It looks like you've got sun while the rest of us are consumed in pitch black darkness now.
And it's a big grand final day here in Australia for their football league, so we're gonna go watch that now.
Awesome. I hope it's great. Thank you, Paul.
All right. Thanks.
Take care.
See ya.
That was fun. I was like, why is it so sunny? And I'm going, well, he's somewhere in the world that we recognize. I'm going to add Dom next. So, Dom, thank you for being patient. How are you tonight?
I'm great tonight. I just sent the link to my website in the private chat.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Let me go grab that. Where are you coming from in the world?
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So even if it's 9 o'clock or so there, it's probably still pretty lit up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like heat warnings and stuff like that, like 90 degrees.
What's it been right now?
Well, it's usually like 100 degrees here.
Oh my God, that's
terrible.
brutal. That's brutal. Well, I'm in Seattle and we're getting like about 80, and I'm like, this is pretty warm for this late in the year, but never mind.
Well, we think like 80 degrees is like, put a sweater on, put a hoodie on.
Yeah, exactly. That's awesome. So what am I looking at here? Hearts and Fishes.
Yeah, so this is my website where I post my free comic books for people to read. Like they're mini comics, some of them, but the main one is Hearts and Fishes. And it's at the bottom. And I printed a couple, but they're already sold out. They're like, I only printed like 20 of these.
Okay. Yeah, that's a small print run, but congrats on selling them. That's nice to hear.
Thank you. But yeah, so it's free to read though, the book. It's on my website.
That's incredible.
And my other social media too. But yeah.
So it's just a series. Oh, wow. I really like what you've done with this, with the color and the shading.
I just decided to do what they did with like Joe Mad back in the day. They would like just scan his pencils and color right over it. So that's what I decided to do.
That's it. It looks good, dude. And I like the fight scene choreography that you've done here too. I have to admit.
Oh, I had to look up like Batista power bomb kind of thing, like reference. And,
yeah, but it still looks great.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow. So what's your background with art?
Well, I've been doing it since I was 13. So I'm 19 now, and I've just been trying to break into comic books. So I just decided the best way to get my stuff out there was just putting stuff out for free kind of thing.
I think that these days that's smart. And it also, what's nice about this is that you're showing actual sequential pages. And I will say, just from experience, because I'm old now, that's what editors want to see. Because anybody can basically take the time to make one good pinup, but they're curious, can somebody draw a character to look consistently? Does the story make sense panel to panel? So that's smart to put this stuff up there.
Yeah, thank you. And it was also for like the audience too, like people who follow me, if they can see that I can like start something and finish it, then they might be willing to support my crowdfunding stuff. That I'm planning on doing a crowdfunder for a brand new book, nothing related to Hearts and Fishes or anything. It'll be like more of a superhero book. But I've only just started on that, so it won't be any announcements till later on, probably like my Instagram or something.
I love that you've got so many different genres represented on your website here that we can look at.
Yeah, the goal is to like almost do like an anthology of like these 4 pagers kind of thing.
This is really nice. This feels very authentic to me. All the different like body posture and stuff at the movie theater. That I like that. That's a really good panel, dude.
Thank you.
So you've been doing this for at least 6 years, huh? Drawing?
Yeah, for sure.
What inspired you originally?
Well, I was big into the Marvel movies. Like I didn't, go into the comic shop and like pick up stuff right off the rack or like, 7-Eleven or nothing. It was like watching the MCU, and then I wanted to make my own comic book, which led to me watching on YouTube how to draw comics the Marvel way. They had like the VHS on YouTube. Yep. And I was like super interested in it for some reason. And I would just rewatch it all the time and like try to do it. Because I was like, I just need to watch this like twice and I'll be able to make my own book. But then I actually got hooked on like drawing itself. And so I was just practicing that for a long time. Oh, thank you so much, guys. And then
You're
I got
in a
really
really
into
good place
comics
for 19,
again.
dude. You really are. I've seen a lot of like, just in my time, like people at different levels. And I think you're in a really good place right now.
Thank you so much. That means a lot because I love the videos you do, by the way. Like the Mike Zeck one. Yeah. I'm a huge like I think what happened was like I'm more of a fan of the artists than like, I don't know, characters and like the stories. Like
I think that happens to a lot of people at a certain point. Like I like certain characters, but I also at this point follow more the creators and what their take is.
Yeah, exactly. And
I really like this page, by the way, Dom. I don't mean to talk over you, but
I
really like what you've decided to do with some of this color. It really gives it a certain tone or atmosphere.
Yeah, I decided to just do a color hold. I guess that's what they call it.
Yeah.
So the whole book is just like this pink color. To kind of represent like the girl character, like that's how she sees the world. And
Okay.
so when another person like that fish is in it, it's like it's blue and it's like it's a different color because it's like a different perspective, I guess. So
it's nice though because it's a contrast, but it's kind of gentle, so it like doesn't hurt my eye. It works very well as a digital comic. I haven't seen something represented quite this way.
Thank
I like
you.
it.
Yeah, and I also decided like if you notice like in this first like that panel with the girl on the bed, you can see the underlying sketch. So I just lowered the opacity of like the rough layout and just kept it because I felt like it made it more, it had more energy, rough, like kind of thing. So
It does. Sometimes when you can go for like really realistic stuff, like, you know, I don't know if this was reference like the.
Yeah, like
I mean, I'm sure on some level it was. But it like, these sort of act almost like texture and shadows, and like these different bits. I like it quite a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah. What kind of a story is this one? Hearts and Fishes. What sort of genre would you call it?
I would say this one's like a slice of life.
Okay.
It was like kind of just my experience of like well, not me personally, but my friends and like the people around me. I saw like their life stories and I wanted to put it into a book kind of thing. And so what's it called? Thank you guys for the support right here in the chat.
A lot of really nice things being said.
And like, yeah, so in a way it's pretty personal because I guess like the fishes and stuff is kind of metaphorical for like me and like my walk like with faith. So yeah, it's pretty personal in that aspect. But the general just concept is just a girl dealing with her breakup kind of thing and her friends helping her. So that's about
Well, good for you, because I think that's fairly timeless. And I think that even if your goal is, you know, you're saying next project might be like, you know, to work on a superhero or something, but this is the kind of stuff that publishers and editors and writers love to see, is that like somebody can make, you know, a conversation, something grounded, interesting, because it's not as hard to draw a muscular person and make them look exciting, you know, just give them a good pose or something. If you can draw some stuff like cars and trees and, you know, actually have people talking, like this panel really stands out. Like this is really, really good.
Thank you so much. That's like my favorite one, honestly.
Is it?
Yeah, personally.
I think, you know what stands out to me here is because of like the way this particular fish on the top is posed, it gives it a little depth. And I would say that that's one thing I'd love to see a little bit more of in some of these. Like there's a certain amount of depth here, right? But if you're actually like, you've got a part of a body or something moving a little bit more towards the camera, that really helps sort of invite the eyeball in a lot of times. It's not something you always have to do, but there's something about that like really helps contrast and gives it a certain depth for me. That's what I'm seeing.
Totally. I agree.
Yeah. There's a lot of people saying like some really nice things for you, Dom. I hope that is encouraging. I was this good at 19, but it was Super Smash Brothers instead of drawing. Yeah, it's a little bit different.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's cons to it. You know, like my neck posture is like terrible, and like I'm trying to go to the gym more and like fix my body and stuff. But it's like it does have its toll.
Take that seriously, Dom. Take that seriously, because I say this just because you're younger. Like, like get up every once in a while and stretch or walk, because otherwise, we can all like really damage our back, our neck, our hands. Like, you got to move around.
Right. Totally.
What's what else are you doing next? Did you say that you were about to do a crowdfunded thing?
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a funded book because I've been putting out a lot of free stuff for so long. I feel like now is a good time to actually crowdfund something. And it's I have art from it. You know, is it cool if I go grab like 2 boards? Because I have like
it would be very cool.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
I like what I see, folks. I mean it. Wow. There's some really good choices being made storytelling wise, and there's a little bit of a rawness, but that helps it. It gives it just a little bit of an energy. Yeah, I'm really encouraged by what I'm seeing here with Dom's work. If you're curious, the website here, I'll have it, eventually in the description, but I'm just gonna highlight it with my comment so that people can see what I'm looking at. That's the website if you're curious, and I'll put it in the description once I'm done.
Thank you. And my Instagram is just my name, Dom Gomez, and then art at the end. So just Dom Gomez art. And it's like a Batman profile picture.
Let's take a quick look.
Yeah, that one.
I think I found it. Yeah. So there's a good place for people to also look at what Dom's got. And did you have something physically in front of you right now?
Yep.
What do you got?
So here's the first page of the book I'm going to crowdfund soon.
Nice.
Here's the hero, kind of right here. Oh, sorry. Right there.
Yeah.
And then I'll just show you guys the first 3 pages because I have them penciled here.
We're happy to take a look.
This is like a Thanksgiving scene here.
Oh, yep. I see it. Mm-hmm. I like the I'll almost call it a minimalist that you're doing for a lot of the characters, but that openness really helps us place ourselves into the character.
Thank you. Yes, because like one of my biggest inspirations would be like John Paul Leon, like how he does his artwork, his faces and stuff. But At the same time, I'm a big fan of Travis Charest. And like it's kind of crazy because like those two styles, like they kind of clash with each other because one's really, a lot of hatching, a lot of stuff like that, and then the other's like very minimal. So for me, it was like mixing.
But they both have a grounded realism to them.
Yeah.
As compared to, say, a more cartoony or exaggerated style, which are also totally valid ways to go. But I can understand how both of those could inspire. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Dom, I'm really impressed with what I see.
Thank you.
If you do launch a crowdfunded campaign, would both your Instagram and website like have details like that?
I think it would just be my Instagram.
On Instagram?
Okay. Yeah, so I just have like the sequentials on my website, but yeah.
I encourage you to keep working on this because I like what I see quite a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, this is really nice. I like the pencils on that.
Oh, thank you.
That's some great posing.
If you actually swipe or click the arrow on the next to Gambit's finger, yeah, I think I have a different color variation on there, but it might have just been on my TikTok actually. But or it's on the colored one, the one with color already on it, the Gambit in the middle.
Sorry, this guy.
Yeah.
It's nice. Did you do this color?
The slides. Oh yeah. I color all my work.
I like your color theory. I'm going to say that because now that I saw what you did with the sort of pink and some pastels, and then the colors that you've chosen here, like a couple contrasting browns, it's not overly cluttered. I see. I really like your color theory. It's easy on the eye and it looks good. It's not overly rendered, but it works. I like it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I encourage you to keep working on that too, then, because I like it.
Thank you.
I'm bad at color theory. I can color, like I've got the technical skills. I don't love my choices for color palettes, but I like what you chose for the palette there.
I think a quick tip is just like I'd look at like I don't know, like my favorite movie, and I just like look at a still and kind of just try my best to recreate like what those colors I see in that, because like no one's gonna really know like this, let's say it's like a Colossus X-Men piece. Like the colors are inspired by this like one scene from Terminator. Like no one's gonna pick up on that. So it's like it's for me to just know what colors work and like I don't know. But
dude, thank you so much for giving us some of your time tonight. I'm really impressed. I hope you keep at it, and I'll be following along.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk. And yeah,
it's been my pleasure. It's been my pleasure. Thank you very much. Very, very cool stuff.
Thank
and hope your air conditioning holds up.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Bye.
That was very fun. I love discovering all this stuff. Next up is going to be AJ, so I'm going to move you into the chat. You got your mute button on right now, AJ, just so you know. There you go. How are you tonight?
Good. I gotta say that guy was insane.
He was really good, right? Like
very, very talented guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of really awesome people on tonight.
Good night for discovering new art. It's been really
absolutely
fun.
And a lot of really good variety.
Yes, but
of
ideally what I hope
types
for
of comic art, which it's kind of hard to see sometimes with popular comics.
Yep. Totally agree.
Well, let me see if I can reshare my link.
I think I've got it. It's with Zoop, yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And then I have something else to share, which I can just share.
Go for it. I will pull up your campaign so that everybody can see.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of it's not launched yet. The way that Zoop works, I don't know how familiar you are with Zoop because
I'm familiar.
It's kind of new.
I talked to Jordan a good amount, and he set me up with some interviews of people that have used Zoop as their platform.
Oh, there's a lot of super talented comics creators
that
have been working with Zoop. I'm very keyed into the Twitter kind of indie comics creator community.
Right on.
A lot of super talented people that I've gotten to chat with and gotten to work with in some cases. And yeah, there's a really great community over there, which I think is really important.
Totally agree. What kind of work do you do, AJ? This doesn't quite tell me.
Well, the kind of down low is that years ago I think it was midway through my junior year of high school, I met someone who would become one of my best friends, of my whole life, Zane Fannin, who is an incredible artist, and a dear friend who did the majority of the art, coloring, and inking of this book. And I mean, this guy is a powerhouse. I just want to share a little doc I made up. It's not super fancy.
That's okay.
Let's see, do I just press present?
You can, or you can give me the link and I'll bring it up. It's whatever's easiest.
I'll try to share it.
But I think I may have also found Zane's Insta. Let you tell me if this is him.
It's like Nathaniel. Yeah, Zane Michael Fannin. That's it right there.
That is him?
Yeah. He's got a lot of really good variety.
Yeah, I'll say.
Styles. I can't gush about the man enough. He's just a really sweet, wonderful guy, and he's majorly talented to boot. Yeah, we're both really big fans of classic horror.
So okay.
We were geeking out when he came out with that.
Look at this.
He got to do a kind of a little kind of intro showing at a local comic shop where he lives.
Oh wow!
And it was really cool that they allowed him to do that. It was really nice.
Absolutely, it is. Ooh, I'm a sucker for a nice car.
Yeah, this is a really nice piece of art inspired by the Batman.
And you guys met in school?
We actually met through Twitter. Funnily enough, I've been in a DC Comics positivity chat for years now.
Nice.
Mostly relating to the movies and stuff, but there's a good mix of people. Really nice chat. Sometimes it's hard to be positive with DC, the way the kind of community has been.
I think that's true for sort of mainstream comics a lot of time. Yeah,
it's hard. It's hard to kind of.
It's we don't want to just blanket say everything's great, but yeah, there can be a lot of negativity that's very depressing. Like when people are trying, everybody's trying to make something good. There's
And
no artist out there
yeah,
that
and like,
goes, whatever.
and it's like ultimately this is about passion. This is about love. And I think that's what comics should be about.
That's fair.
I do think criticism is very important. But
Yeah.
I also think we shouldn't lose that kind of element of passion.
Quick question: is your screen name Batman Ultra 7?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. So you shared that link to the chat, but I can type it in.
Oh yeah, I shared it into the wrong one. That was my bad.
So I'll just have to manually type it. Just give me a sec.
Let me see if I can share it into the private chat. There it is.
Yeah, if you can, that's even easier. Perfect.
Okay,
Got it.
there you go.
Okay, that
was my bad.
Don't worry about it. I was just like, somebody shared an elaborate thing here. Oh wait, but now it says I have to request access.
Oh my gosh.
It's
I'm
up to
sorry
you.
about that.
You don't have to be sorry. So what are you, a writer? Are you also an artist?
I am a writer. Okay, all the way back in 2012, I started making comics for myself.
Okay, good.
Just randomly, like it's just I just wanted to kind of create my own characters and tell stories for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept doing it for years and years. I'm not a good artist at all. But it kind of helped me visualize kind of storytelling for me. And then eventually I got into screenwriting. And then when I met Zane, I kind of came back to comic books.
Right on, dude.
So it's been a journey. It's been a long and winding road.
Well, yeah. I'm
actually,
glad that you're where you are. So
a really interesting detail about the top one.
Oh, sure.
So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Lion Man.
No, I'm not.
As in, he was a public domain character.
Oh.
The oldest black superhero ever.
Okay, that does actually ring a bell. That actually does ring a bell.
And one of our writers on the book, Juan, is basically kind of bringing him back into the modern day, but with kind of a new twist.
I like that.
Telling a really interesting story. Zane's art completely sells it, but the story behind it is really compelling.
Got it. Hold on. I'm looking up the original Lion Man stuff. Yes. Okay, I know what you're talking about then. Yeah, that's a very different interpretation of the character.
Yeah, it's I really love the design that Zane came up with Juan.
Yeah, that's cool, dude. And is this going to be in Prodigy Comics?
Yeah, this is in this issue. I also need to illustrate that this is an anthology.
Right.
Like this is in lieu of like Action Comics and Detective Comics, because we both Zane and I are very passionate about that era.
Oh, this looks great.
Yeah, this is Sagittarius. He's actually my character.
Really? That's a good name for an archer. I like that.
It's funny. I got that. Either this will make comics fans hate me or love me. I got the name Sagittarius from an episode of Arrow.
Oh, really?
There's
I didn't remember that.
far back. There's a organization that Malcolm Merlin uses to make his arrows. It's called Sagittarius. It's the Archer. And that book is the Sagittarius storyline is very inspired by like Denny O'Neil.
Okay. He was great. Oh, look at that. There we go. More Lion Man.
He's like my favorite, one of my favorite comic book writers.
Denny was great. Denny really helped
with the Green Arrow.
Yeah, did a lot of great stuff with making Green Arrow a little different than Batman by getting him like socially active with actual issues, and then also like helped make Batman a little more grounded and real after he's in the campy era.
Both his Green Arrow and Batman work is like some of my most reread comics.
Got it.
Especially like Hard Traveling Heroes.
Yeah,
is a really big one for me.
I also like that era. Yeah, very cool to hear.
Yeah.
And when's the Zoop campaign launch?
So the as I was trying to say earlier, the way Zoop that works is that you have to get a certain amount of signups
Oh,
to launch your
right.
campaign.
Right.
And I have been trying my best to get my reach out there, but it's obviously, everybody has their limits in that way. We do have a Twitter, we do have an Instagram, but kind of learning as we go, because I don't have an advertising degree.
Yeah, I know. That's the challenge. That's why I try to do a show like this. If I can help
I
spread
really
the,
appreciate it. It's a great show.
it's just to increase the bandwidth for people like yourself that are just like, hey, I'm passionate. I've got my comic. I just need a little bit more of an audience. Wait, what's signups to Zoop? Yes, exactly. So, folks, this is like if you looked up Prodigy Comics on Zoop,
if you go on the Zoop main page, you find it pretty soon.
Okay.
Like I think it's being advertised pretty well, which I appreciate.
That is one nice thing
you
about
just
them.
scroll past the first one and then you'll see it.
Yeah. There it is.
There it is.
So it is on the main page.
Yeah, which is
so basically, and then
really
all you have to do, folks, is just put your email in. You're
Yeah.
added to a mailing list.
Yeah, it's simple. If you have the time, just put your email in, and the book is finished. It has been finished since May.
Good. How big?
It's like a 70 pager.
Wow.
A lot of there's variety in lengths of the comic book stories, and there's also a variety in genres. We have a supernatural book. We have a more kind of magic epic book. We have Sagittarius is more of I'd say a kind of urban political superhero book.
Okay.
I will say a really important thing for me with Sagittarius' character was to distance him from the Green Arrow comparisons, which it's just going to happen because he's an archer superhero. He's got the hood, all that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is that he's homeless? He lives in a junkyard. He lives in an abandoned bus in a junkyard.
Yikes!
And so he doesn't even have the kind of economic level of Peter Parker.
Right?
Peter Parker has it rough, but he has a house. I mean, he lives in an apartment.
Well, he's got responsibilities too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's very relevant to today.
And I like the idea of bringing him closer to the people that he's protecting.
Okay.
And challenging that.
Yeah. I think that's very valid. I don't. There haven't been a ton of homeless superheroes. Spawn has been, the Max has been, not a ton of stuff from the mainstream really, other than maybe Demolition Man.
The idea that he doesn't have superpowers, so he doesn't even have that kind of advantage. Yes, diverse stories is really important to us.
Good.
Well, I mean, one, there's diversity of
the creators
of
and the characters.
The stories, and the characters. It's we even have a Pride cover. I'm just not. It's probably not accessible on Zoop yet.
Nightwatch was a homeless superhero. Was that was the Spawn ripoff by Marvel? Am I right? Ultimate Joshi Washiness? I think so. About how many more signups would you say you need, ballpark?
It's hard to say.
Okay.
I don't want to be bad faith with Zoop.
Okay.
But there's
Never mind.
There's a little not.
If it's private stuff, I don't want to push into that.
Mm-hmm.
I was asking out of curiosity.
No, I really appreciate it. It's just as
we'll
many
just try to get you as many as we can.
As many people that can sign up. I really appreciate it. My team really appreciates it. And what I most want to highlight here is, it's not about me. It's not just about me. It's not just about my face. We have a bunch of people on this, a bunch of really talented people from, you know, different parts of the globe, and, you know, each trying to tell their own story. And also we have so many more people wanting to tell their stories.
Right.
We have a lot more in the works. We actually have a sci-fi anthology in the works as a little spin-off because we had a little too many stories to tell.
That's incredible.
And I think the most beautiful part of this experience has been the community that we've grown. Just people that are really passionate about comics, that really love comics.
That's nice to see.
And, you know, young people too, like people who, you know, never thought that they would have a chance in the comic book industry. And honestly, I never saw myself doing it until I gave the idea a chance.
That's so good, dude.
Like,
I want you to
realizing
get this out there in front of people.
There's the possibility that any of us could do it.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's true.
I would say that the biggest challenge with an anthology is, or at least what can help, is having sort of at least one recognizable name, to be honest. And that sort of acts as an anchor to bring
I will
the interest
also
in.
say, and I'm not one to I don't say his name as like a you know.
You're not name dropping if you're promoting something.
Yeah. I'm good friends with Steve Orlando from doing a YouTube interview with him.
Nice.
A while ago.
He's having a great career right now.
Yeah, wonderful guy. And he read the book.
Okay.
And he's given us a pull quote for the book.
Oh, good. That helps. That definitely helps.
And he's been a really good part of the experience, and he's kind of been there to like text, you know, pretty much like all the time, and he's been a really good mentor in that, as well as I've known this one guy named George Bueller, who has a podcast actually.
Oh.
The Fanatic Chat. Who also used to work on a news station for doing like comic book, like talking about comic book shows and stuff. Who has like constantly encouraged me in doing all of this.
That's really nice to hear and encouraging.
Yeah, it's just been a really nice experience having people that will support you along the way.
Well, listen, AJ, it sounds like you've got a great team of really passionate people that want to be positive and tell different types of stories. And I think that that's a net positive for the industry. So I definitely hope that you get a bunch of signups on this and get this book out there so that you can move on to the next idea.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
No,
because there is so many ideas, and this is the tip of the iceberg.
That's really cool.
I promise.
And since this seems to be like based on a lot of 1930s and 40s stuff, do you guys have like a variant cover yet? Because if you could create one that looks like an artificially aged, say, I don't know if you know the artist Alex Schomburg. He drew people like way too big on covers like Submariner and Human Torch. That would be a really fun cover.
I will pass it on to Zane.
Fair enough.
It's gonna happen now. It's gonna happen.
Could be fun.
But then you got to sign it.
Well, I'm not telling you what to do. I was just brainstorming because I want you to succeed.
No, I love that. I love that.
You.
And I really, one of my favorite things is, getting that back and forth.
Awesome. Well, you seem like a super positive guy. So best of success to you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
My pleasure, AJ. Have a great night.
You too.
We're going to keep it rolling. Next up is Daniel Wilson. So I'm going to add you in here, Daniel. And hello. How are you tonight?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm trying to keep my energy up because I didn't expect this to go this long. But I want to give everybody a fair shot and learn about what people are passionate about, learn about their background. What kind of artist or writer or creator are you?
First, I'll say it's an honor to be here. It's appreciate it. Love the channel.
My pleasure.
Everyone before me has had some amazing projects, so I I I hope I can compare. I'm primarily a writer.
Okay.
I also do storyboards of like the Japanese nemus.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of the extent of my artistic ability. And so I'm gonna. Oh, so yeah, you saw it in the chat. So that is the one of the comics I've written. Working on with this with an artist named Sam Parada from Mexico. I will also include his Instagram account here for anyone who wants to follow him.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take a look. And I see here that it says it's a Jamaican crime story specifically. What inspired that?
Well, my background is my family is Jamaican, and I spent a portion of my life there. And so I wanted to make a lot of my stories tend to focus on like Jamaican stuff, like take place in Jamaica or have Jamaican characters.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and Jamaican culture is like feature a lot in music and stuff, but you rarely see it in like comics. And Jamaica has a strong history of crime literature and crime films, and I wanted to put that into a comic.
It's been a long time, like maybe 30 years, but I have been to Kingston once. I had a great time there. This is fun. You're artist. I'm a big Ninja Turtles nerd. That's great.
Oh yeah. Sam, he went to, they had a Ninja Turtles Comic Con in Mexico, I think 2 months ago.
Oh, okay. There. You've got a great artist here. And so you're telling like a grounded crime story? It's not like sci-fi or anything like that?
Well, it's grounded as in kind of an action movie.
Yeah.
I wanted to fuse a lot of my influence. I love a bunch of genres, but particularly I love like crime and noir. And I loved like Munoz and Sampaio, anything by Eduardo Rizzo, at least in terms of arts I like with this. And so I want to do something that fused that type of noir kind of grounded setting, but with a bit of action movie ridiculousness.
Wow. This is good. There's an atmosphere or a tone to this that I like, just in the expressions and the negative space that that your artist Sam uses in things like this. That's nice.
Sam's really good at this type of stuff. I love his artwork.
So this came out originally February of last year?
Yes. We've been slowly working on continuing the story. Okay. I've been storyboarding the second issue, and we're planning on doing a Kickstarter for it in a couple of months to release this issue and the second issue physically in English. Sam, though, has already published this issue, and we published the next issue in Spanish in Mexico. So if you're in,
no kidding,
he'll be at LA Comic Con in another week or two.
Yeah, hold on, I'll look it up real quick. But yeah, that's really soon. LA Comic Con is October 4th and 5th, so yeah, like a week.
Yeah, so if you check him out there, he might have. I think he should have like some issues with him.
Super Paper Sam is what he goes by.
Oh yeah,
that's awesome. Semu Purata. Oh, Sam Parada. Got it. Yep. Oh, wait. I was just reading the Japanese, but I didn't even see that it's right here in English.
Yeah.
That's awesome. How'd you guys meet up?
So I had literally just started. I always wanted to make comics, and
okay. I didn't mean to speak over you.
Oh, no worries. I was looking at the comments.
Yeah.
And so, fun fact: my dad's name was Ivanhoe, and one of the legendary Jamaican criminals was named Ivanhoe Martin.
Got it.
So it's a lot of references there. And one day, so I started making comics. I'd made mini comics with friends of mine locally. I'm currently based in Canada, and I went online and I was looking for artists to collaborate with, and I end up finding Sam. We collaborate on an autobiographical mini comic, and then we just went from there.
Dude, congratulations! That's awesome. So has Sam started drawing pages for issue 2 or chapter 2, whatever?
Yes.
Okay, nice. That's exciting. What else are you thinking of doing? Like, usually writers just have a bunch of ideas in their head. That's all I'm asking. Are there other things you're thinking of?
Well, a few things. If you look at, if you go to my I guess it calls it publisher, the DGW part there, you can see some of the other stuff I've worked on, including other stuff with Sam. There was Captain Pavina was a pirate comic that I did with him. I'm thinking of expanding it, and below that you'll Captain Pavina.
Yeah, you've got a bunch of webtoons, we'll call them, up here.
Yeah,
dude, that's oh my god, you've got a lot. I thought that we were just talking about Ivanhoe, and I get why you are, but this is impressive. You've got a bunch of stuff up here.
Yeah, and
wow.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the cover, but I'll be announcing next month a horror anthology that I've been preparing for the past few months. This will be my first time doing putting out an anthology myself.
You're going to be in online or in print, or what's the goal there?
Online and in print, there'll be a Kickstarter.
That's what
for the print, but there'll also be a digital version as well with that. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Absolutely. I think that horror in comics is so popular in the last few years. I haven't seen the horror as a genre as popular since like the 1950s, but in the last several years, it works really well in comics. It works really well. What say somebody wanted to follow and see when you launch this, what's the best way to keep up to date with your projects?
Obviously in terms of say a lot of my comics regular that I put up, it's usually the Global Comics link, but I also have my on Instagram. You can also find me there. I'm also a musician and journalist, and music journalist. So
wow,
it's not just comic stuff. But let me put that in the chat.
Yeah, the private chat, sure.
This is my Instagram.
Got it. Give me a second. I'll bring it up for everybody. So if you want to keep up with what Daniel's working on, here we go. Writer of comics, musician, journeyman, guitarist, singer, organizer.
Yeah, I do a lot of
that's great. You've actually got a really good following too.
Yeah, they say there's a joke that among for people with Jamaicans that every Jamaican has like free jobs. And,
I've heard it. It's not for me to say, but I've heard that.
Yeah. I have like 5.
That's so cool. What were your first comics that you got exposed to?
Oddly enough, Archie comics.
Archie. Yeah.
I loved the digests.
Yep, they were always and still are like things that you can find in grocery stores and stuff like that. So I totally get it.
Oh yeah, I would get I get hand-me-downs from my older relatives, and they would older relatives, and they would I'd have like stacks of these. And the first comic comic I bought I was at a store and my mom bought it. It was in Montreal. I bought this issue of X-Men. I forget which issue it was. And then after that, in Jamaica, oddly enough, I found in a supermarket they had random issue of Superman. So I bought that.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, and I love the cartoons. I love cartoons my entire life. So X-Men, Batman, Justice League, the Bruce Timm stuff. I love all that stuff.
I think a lot of us do. This is incredible. Like you've got a lot of comics up here that people can read to get a sense of your writing style, and I think that's really awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry I'm eating because I've been doing this for a few hours. I know it's a little rude.
Oh no, by all means.
I definitely hope that the what do you call it? Excuse me, the horror Kickstarter. I want that to go well for you, Daniel. Anything else we should keep an eye out for from you?
Well, outside of Ivanhoe and the horror Kickstarter, I should mention specifically a folk horror Kickstarter, folk horror anthology.
Really, folk horror. Now,
Yeah,
would that actually have any stories from like Jamaica?
Yes, actually. There's one story. So all the stories have to do with folklore / horror. Some are a bit more maybe kind of magical realist in design than necessarily horror, but they all have a horror element. So they kind of range on the spectrum. But there's some gems in there. And I have one story in particular, not to give too much away, but it involves a story about like a type of witch we have in Jamaican folklore.
All right.
And so I'm pretty happy to have that kind of in a hopefully in a broader audience.
That sincerely sounds interesting. I love scary mythology from around the world, so that sounds really cool to me. Yeah. In fact, yeah, getting good response. Daniel, like you are a hardworking guy. You've got a lot out there, but thank you very much for sharing all of this.
Thank you for having me on. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
Oh, it's been my pleasure. Sincerely. Continued success to you. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night.
You as well.
This is a busy night. Let's see who we've got next. It looks like I'm going to bring in Finn Harrison. Finn, you've been super patient. How's your evening going?
It's going pretty good. It's starting to get a little late, so I'll try to keep this
agree.
quick for you too. But yeah, it's been going really good. It's been really cool seeing everybody's projects come through.
That's a really interesting Batman stand you have back there. Do you work at a comic shop or something?
So my local shop actually they moved to a bigger location this summer, and while they were moving, they were getting rid of it. So I was able to take it home. So yeah.
That's kind of cool.
One of the nicer parts of my collection, I think. It takes up a lot of room, but you make room for Batman.
You make room for Batman. That is the rule. Let's take a look at what you sent me. So this is your Instagram account.
Yes, yeah.
And we can see that you've got some comics.
Yeah, so that's that's a mini comic I did that actually I had a couple of pages of art, and I wanted to have something. I was going to Emerald City Comic-Con. I'm not local to the area at all, but like I had a chance to go, and I wanted to have something to show off and get feedback from other creators. So like I just made like an 8-page mini comic, and it's
good idea.
Yeah, so I got a lot of great feedback on it, and it's for sale at my local comic book shop, which is really cool.
What part of the country are you in?
Fargo, North Dakota.
Oh, all right. I've never been up there, and you don't have like an accent that I would have quickly guessed. But I'm glad that you've got it. So, what is it being sold on consignment or something like that?
For the most part, yeah. It's I just dropped off a stack off with the shop. I've got a great relationship with the guys who work in the comics department there and the owner. So
this is incredible.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of work, like getting like that last splash page in like at the end for the it was like that was coming like right down to the last minute before getting it all before I could get it like printed off and stapled together before my flight. But yeah, it was
the storytelling choices here are so strong. Going from like a reaction shot of somebody on the street, like an angle from the police, this top down, so that we understand like the spatial relationships. Like this is really nice storytelling.
Well, thank you.
Are you primarily an artist, a writer, both?
A bit of both, yeah. I mean, I love every part of the process, and I really like a lot of the people I admire in comics end up doing both. I had I had been like working on like some other stuff, not getting a lot of projects done. And Chip Zdarsky on his signing tour in Canada, he made a stop in Winnipeg, which was like just within driving distance for me. So I drove up. I got a ton of stuff signed by him, including my Howard the Duck poster back there. So I got a ton of stuff signed by him, and I just like while I was going through the line like 3 times because they had like a soft cap of like 10 books, so I was like going through the line multiple times, and I just asked like, hey, do you have any just like advice, because I know he has like a similar background to me before he got into comics, and so just like advice on like finishing a project. And he was like, well, if you he asked me if I was an artist at all, and I said, well, mainly a writer. Like I can draw, but I don't feel like I'm good enough to draw for anyone other than myself. And he was like, well, if you just like focus more on the drawing, that'll teach you a lot about like how the storytelling works for comics and how they're written, and it's just gives you like a better view like of the process. And so
that's such good advice.
Yeah,
that's such good advice, because I do think that the one big challenge for right now in comics is that some writers don't always think visually enough. And even if you're not totally content with your drawing, by doing it, you really are forcing yourself to think visually, just like a director or cinematographer would have to do in TV or film. I'm impressed though with the storytelling that you've got here.
Thank you. Yeah, like even like I scripted everything out, and even on like the 3rd page, like there was
this is great.
Thank you. Yeah, that was kind of where like the idea like came from. I was like doodling, and I just kind of came up with like that layout, and I was like, I should turn this into something where I want to see where this fits into a story.
Yeah. So wow. And when did you create this?
It would have been, this was February, I think. This was
so it was for this past Emerald City Comic Con.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
I hope to run into you there, but well, you were there on Saturday. Yeah, most of my time Saturday was spent waiting in line for Sean Astin.
Oh, okay. Did you get to see him?
I did get to see him. Yeah, it ended up just like not his fault at all. Like it was just, I think he's like flight got in late, and they had like overbooked the signing or whatever.
It happens.
Yeah, my girlfriend, like that was the one souvenir she wanted, was to get his signature, and I was like, she couldn't come with. Like I got everything out of the way I wanted to do Friday, so that was my Saturday, was waiting in line for the most part, outside of a few panels.
Sorry that's what it was, but I'm glad that you got to see him at least.
Yeah, it's a good story at least. Yeah.
How many? Yeah, exactly. How many of these did you print up?
I printed 20 of them for like just a local print shop. I gave most of them away to just like people at the convention and that kind of thing, and I just got like a ton of great feedback from people like Shelley Bond, Steve Lieber, and I just
wow.
It was really cool. I got to meet Chip Zdarsky again, and I gave him a copy, and I said like, hey, your advice really helped me get this over the finish line. So it was the highlight of my weekend for sure.
I mean, Chip is a guy that I think most of the comics reading public thinks of him primarily as a writer, but of course he does do a bunch of artwork too. I really like what he does in something like Public Domain.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite series coming out right now.
So good. Like a great look at like actually making comics, which I always find interesting. What else? What are you working on next then?
So right now I'm putting I'm finishing the colors. If you go back on the Instagram page, the most recent post is my most recent post there is like a couple previews for the comic I'm working on right now. My roommate wrote it, and I've been doing everything else on it while he takes care of the cats while I'm working on it. But it's a noir detective with like a little bit of a almost Lovecraftian spin kind of thing.
Okay.
But like I was able to apply a lot of the advice and lessons I was taking from a lot of creators I met and other feedback I was getting at cons. I feel like my art like really leveled up with it, and was just focusing a lot more on like the storytelling like fundamentals and that kind of thing.
Finn, this is really professional storytelling. Like because this is a great angle where, like, I don't know how intentional it was, but to sort of keep the head hidden, but in a very natural, like, organic way, and then to slowly sort of like learn, like, see a little bit more at a time of the character. That's like a really great introduction on a page. That's really
Thank you.
nice.
Yeah. If you
And the
page
yellow
through,
and blue color palette is always strong for a crime story.
yeah, and if you page through like some of the other ones there, I have like just like the first couple of just pages, just as or like parts of the pages because they're cropped for the square Instagram format. But the just I posted the first couple of pages. Hopefully, I'll be done with it by the end of October, and it'll be just literally just putting the finishing, like coloring the last couple of pages, and then getting it printed. So hopefully, I can have it on the shelf at my local shop by the end of October.
So you're gonna like again print like a certain number of hard copies?
Yep, probably just do small print run, get it all printed out there, and then get it on the shelves, and then I'll probably have it print, have it a digital, pay what you want somewhere after it's all done.
I think that's a really strong way to slowly like get a following, or not slowly, but like to earn that following by doing it this way. I'm impressed. How long have you been drawing?
I mean, long as I can remember. There's my dad's got like just boxes and boxes of just like copy paper doodles for when I was a kid in the basement. So like long as I can remember. I like to say I'm a third generation comics fan because my granddad's got like the like Last Calvin and Hobbes strip pinned up in his office and that kind of thing. Like it's a lifelong passion.
That's really cool to hear. What do you read these days for comics? I'm curious, like what kind of like what do you like?
A lot of like Ed Brubaker, Sean Phillips stuff. Stuff's like very Jacob Phillips especially, I think, is a huge influence on
So
me.
you're reading Newburn?
Yes, yeah. I love how his like colors. I love how he does the colors.
He's good. He's
yeah.
really good. It's not overly rendered. It's a little rough, but it's like a lot of it is about the palette choices, I think.
Yeah,
which I also admire with yours.
Thank you. It's trying to just capture a little bit of it. My stuff's a little bit more literal than what he's able to pull off with. But yeah, it's anything Daniel Warren Johnson puts out, guys like Marcos Martin. I don't know. I'm scared
I like
to.
your taste.
Yeah, thank you. I'm scared to ask my shop how long my pull list is, but I read as much as I can.
That's fair. So the next thing is finishing this book and getting that printed?
Yep, getting that printed, and then like all of the line work and everything that's all finished up, and then I have my next project already lined up and laid out. So I'm working with a guy that I met through the comic book shop. His name's Mike Bittner. He's been doing like a lot of panels. Like he moved out to the West Coast and he's been doing a lot of like panels at conventions. And we're doing this one, it's called Reliquarian, and it's going to be a 24-page full color, and it'll be really exciting because the one I'm working on with Mike is going to be going back to 6 pages black and white, so a little bit less of an undertaking. But it's really cool. It's my first paid gig, and he's a great guy to work with.
Congrats. So. That's really encouraging to hear. I'm impressed. I mean, I'm not here to make criticisms, but I'm focusing more on the positives. And what I really like specifically is the storytelling choices for like the variety of angles. It's not too much, but it's really good. And you've got some really strong choices in play here.
Well, thank you. That means
really
a lot.
Easy to read, and it's well paced. The pacing is tough. Pacing is tough in comics.
I really appreciate you saying that, because that was definitely a focus for this next thing. That was one of the pieces of constructive criticism I was getting consistently. So it was really focusing on that storytelling and the pacing and just making sure it was very readable.
Yeah, it definitely is. And also just like going back to that, Gary the bank robber, do I still have that link here? I I lost track of it.
Yeah,
No, I don't have it now.
It's either if you click the link in the bio on my Instagram page, or it's in the chat. Both of those should take you there.
Okay, hold on then. Yep, X. I just wanted to say one last thing because I want to keep it moving too. But,
yeah, for sure.
I like a lot of things, but I really love the foot on the pedal representing the speed. That's clever.
Thank
you. I
you.
just love the depth here. I was talking earlier to somebody about depth, and I really like the depth that you achieved here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a blast getting to show this stuff off and see everybody else's projects.
And if people follow you on Instagram, that would probably be the best way to find out when you.
I think so. Yeah, I'm slowly starting to. Yeah, I'm slowly starting to use that a little bit more and get stuff, out there.
Nice, very nice. All right, dude.
Yes, I am in the Discord. As that comment was saying, I have been posting pages and updates in the art channel in the Discord. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. I love it. Well, thank you so much for sharing tonight. It was a real pleasure getting to see this stuff.
Thank you.
I definitely wish you every success. Yeah, nothing but nice words in the comments. So I hope that's fuel for you. Okay.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good. This was great. Thank you. I'm glad I stuck it out.
Me too. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great
thank
evening.
you. Yeah, you as well.
All right. Everybody tonight has had some interesting stuff to show tonight. The next person I'm going to bring in is JD the Skull Fiend. So let me add that person here. And JD, I've got a link from you. How are you tonight?
Hello. Honored to be here. Word of warning, I'm going to post a different link from Newgrounds instead of Twitter.
Oh, okay.
The thing I'm about to talk about, I don't think it's YouTube friendly.
Okay.
It's a very unhinged comic.
Yeah, feel free to share it in the private chat, and I'll bring it up.
Post it in the private chat right now.
How's your evening going?
Me. It's going good. Nice rainy evening here in Mexico.
Oh, what part of Mexico?
I'm actually 2 hours away from Guadalajara.
Are you really?
Yeah.
What a small world.
When the last guy came on, he said, "I'm Guadalajara." I'm like, no way.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna add this to the screen.
I posted a comic on Newgrounds.
There we go.
On my other social media stuff. Yeah, there I am. That's me announcing
Skull
my
Azul.
Yeah.
I love it. You've got a very frenetic, scratchy sort of graffiti or street art type style here. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, a lot of my influences are recent years. It's this artist named Goat13. I discovered him back in 2017.
Okay.
And Go Nagai and Shinichi Hiramoto, another mangaka I really enjoy, who has this insanely nightmarish sketchy style, and I really wanted to convey that with my works.
I could possibly see a little Go Nagai with what I'm looking at. I'm not as familiar with the rest, but that does make sense to me. Devilman type influence here.
So yeah, that's my mascot. He's kind of like the host of my anthology.
Oh, okay.
And
what's his name?
His name is Skull Azul. That's the
Skull Azul. I didn't know for sure. Yeah, I didn't want to assume.
That's a drawing of myself tearing my face open, kind of. So if you scroll down, you can see part 2 of the announcement in the comments.
Oh, okay.
Orange link. Yeah, it says part 2 right there.
Bear with me. It just opens it in a tab, so I'm going to bring it back here.
The stars have aligned for this moment because I announced this on the 20th.
Okay.
Like this month, and my friend told me that you're doing the show, and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta tell the world now about what I'm working on. So
hey, I appreciate you sharing it. This is exciting.
So these 2 are stories from my anthology I'm working on called Sugar Skull Galaxy. These are the things I'm working on to take a break from the main series that I'm also doing.
Right.
And if you keep going, I'll talk about the main thing I want to talk about today, which is that Blood Fiend. With the bloody knuckles there.
Yeah. Big comic projects are in the works.
Yeah.
So link to a Patreon here. Oh, you've got a Patreon.
Be careful. Don't click on that just yet. You might want to screen it before putting it on screen because it is like I said.
Let me take a quick look.
It's a mature reader's book, so I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Let me see. Yeah, I'll just leave that, and people can link themselves, right there.
Because I did post the cover to the book on the Patreon.
Yeah.
So people can see that. So the main
How
thing
long you been drawing? How long have you been drawing?
I've been doing it since I was 9.
Wow. Really?
9 years old. Oh yeah.
And how old are you now, roughly?
I'm 25.
Oh, dude, you've been drawing a while. That's
I've been
amazing.
drawing a long time. My sister was the one that inspired me to get into art. She's like a more professional artist than I.
What kind of art?
She does like illustrations and commissions and stuff.
Really? That's really cool. So you're from an artistic family?
Yeah.
Your parents artists?
No, they're they do other stuff. They don't draw. But
no worries. I was
my
just
mom
curious.
used to sew.
What kind of I'm looking at your art and trying to understand, is this digital, or is this drawn and then altered digitally? What's your process?
I often do my works traditionally because I'm paranoid. I don't want everything to be lost to electricity, so I always pencil my stuff first on traditional paper.
Yeah.
And then I eventually just put it in Clip Studio and ink it up and change up the lines.
Oh, that's cool. There's a lot of energy in terms of the motion here, and you've added all these sort of extra scratchy lines, but it totally fits. It really adds some motion.
I'm also a big fan of Ashley Wood's art.
Oh, okay. I can see that then.
That.
Sure.
His work on Ghost Rider 2099 blew my mind.
Oh, that's going back a little ways, but sure.
Yeah. So the main thing I want to talk about is I already mentioned the 2 anthology stories, and if you look at part 2 again, there was that one guy with the bloody knuckles.
Right. Hold on. Let me pull that back up. Part 2. Okay.
So there, keep scrolling. There should be a character with blood red knuckles.
This guy?
Oh no, lower.
Lower.
There he is.
Yes.
That guy. So he is the protagonist of my main book. It's called Blood Fiend. His name is Azul. He endured some severe trauma in his childhood that ruined his sense of self, so he's kind of like a blank canvas of a person.
Yeah.
And the story I want to tell with him is it's this old school biker gang story with monster people and evil vampire cults trying to take over Mexico, and the events he's going to go through with that story are going to shape him as a person, remold his soul and complete it after some of the stuff he endured as a kid ruined him.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, somebody in the chat said that they'd love to see this in print and allow it to have these exact colors so that you could put it under a black light. Have you printed any of this stuff before?
I have done some zine work, but it hasn't been with this character. I was in a zine called Cat Girls But Fucked Up is what it was called.
Okay.
And I did a black light with a cat had a chainsaw with pink blood spewing all over it. It was a really good time. Hello, Skeleton. Skeleton is the one that talked me into doing the show. They gave me a big confidence.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, this comic is part 1, the first arc of my long series, just called Birth of the Blood Fiends. And I wish I had more to show you because I just started working on this. I'm penciling the 4th page as we speak.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So it looks like you show some of it here on places like Newgrounds or Twitter, but you've got a Patreon. What do you have sort of behind your paywall? What would people get if they supported you?
Soon they're going to start getting the actual comic because
Okay.
I'm going to put it behind a paywall for a bit, and I want to release it for free later, soon after, usually a week in between. I don't want to hold people hostage too much. I feel like that's kind of mean.
I get that. I was just kind of curious. Yeah, what kind of stuff you decide to post on.
Yeah, I usually post a lot of, as I said, the reason why I don't want to show is this comic. Like I said, I'm inspired by Go Nagai, and he's a very id-driven artist. A lot of disrobed monsters.
Totally.
And this kind of has that kind of energy because I love that type of just I'm going to drill a hole in my brain and pour my id into the page.
Yeah.
Kind of work.
I also see a little. I'm not sure if you have read any Jonan Vasquez stuff before.
Yes, that is My sister let me read that when I was 7. I think.
Really?
I think that explains a lot.
I
But,
just feel like I see a little bit of that sort of yeah, like you call it, the id.
Yeah.
I see some of that.
He was his inking style was like a big inspiration for me. The way he draws blood, because Johnny the Homicidal Maniac was a black and white book,
right?
So like,
right,
yeah, he was a real good master at using like those like just chaotic inks, and it's just altered my brain chemistry for the rest of my life.
So right now, Blood Fiend is the current project.
Yeah, because my anthology is that's gonna be probably released after like the first chapter of Blood Fiend is done. I'm gonna be working on that. I wish I had more to show you, but those are just thumbnails right now.
Well, I mean, you've given a lot of people that are watching here, like I think, like a taste of what your art is like. They get to hear a little bit about who you are, and we've given them some places that they can start following you. We've got Skull Azul here on Newgrounds, and there were links if you're curious to find out more to like your Patreon, which I think is great.
Yeah,
this is. I don't know this artist, but maybe you do. It says maybe some Tetsunori Tawaraya in there, but in bright colors.
I don't know.
No, that's okay.
But one artist I also am inspired by is
Dave can dig deep. That's awesome.
I was inspired by another inspiration. Mine is Tsumo Nihei, the creator of Blame and like Bio Mega and Abara.
I've heard of those, but hadn't read them.
Yeah, he has like that sketchy. He did a Wolverine snit. He did a Wolverine comic.
Oh yeah. Maybe that's where I heard about that name actually, because I totally remember that. Yeah, that was kind of a big deal. Like Marvel gave that a push. I remember that.
Like his works also help because he has a lot of artists. I love a lot of artists that love using like solid black.
Yeah, I was gonna say like this is like amazing like how much black you get to work for you within these images.
The reason why I do a lot of digital is because I used to do a lot of traditional black inks, but that's just really bad for my wallet.
I can understand that.
Jim Mahfood, yeah, likes the Jim Mahfood signal. I saw the chat. That's another inspiration of mine. I love his stuff. I love Girl Scouts. I love his screen tones. I'm obsessed with that kind of stuff.
That's so cool. We started with Jim, and now we're like a measly 5 or so hours in, and we're getting some more stuff inspired. That's nice.
Blood Fiend, it's going to be an old school biker gang story. There's going to be more after that, after the origin story. Like it's going to be more episodic from that point on.
By the way, this is a great page. Like the pose, the like where you've put the logo and like how you've used negative space. I really just like this. Like even if we turn this into like an outline, like it's really dynamic. I really like
this.
That.
That page specifically is inspired by an unused Corey Lewis. Corey Lewis.
The Ray.
Yeah, Ray. What was this comic? I have it. Sun Bakery.
Yeah.
That's the reason. He's actually one of the reasons I want to do an anthology too, because he said it himself. He was like, I have too many ideas, so I just put them all in one book.
That's a good idea though. Sometimes, yeah, get your stuff out there, dude. I would definitely be into a printed anthology of this. Yeah.
Prince. That's my dream. Eventually, I do want to print. There is one of the one shots in this like comic I posted right here, the Die Demon Dread one. That one I do want to get printed on its own eventually because it's going to be like my longest one shot.
Okay.
And but that's like a long ways off.
Good luck with that. Would the best way to keep up be like this, or your Twitter, or like what would be the best way for people to follow you for updates?
The best way would be my my Twitter and Newgrounds, because I'm going to be posting like that, and then for the comic itself, that'll be on Patreon, and then it'll be released on Newgrounds like after.
Perfect. Hey, dude, this is exciting to see. I really like. This is different. I see the influences you're mentioning, but it's different than I think everything else that I've seen tonight, and so that's exciting.
Yeah. So yeah, the anthologies are going to come out a little later. Phlegathon is going to be the first one I'm releasing, and that one has the most like thumbnails done.
Yeah.
And I would love to show that on screen, but like the main character, this monster character, is always going to be naked, so it's like, nope. Sorry, folks, you're going to have to wait for that one.
Fair enough, dude. I keep it dangerous, honestly. Like you do whatever you're passionate about, because that's what's going to produce your best work.
Yeah, I'm very excited for all of this. I'm very excited to just because I always leaned towards, as I mentioned before, like artists that are just kind of unhinged.
Yeah, I get that. I do.
Like another good one is Tim Vigil. I love that guy.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Although
Yeah.
I don't think I can draw like him, but he has the same kind of crazy brain.
I mean, yeah, Faust is everybody should read it at least once. It's an experience.
It's pretty good. And but yeah, I'd love to show more, but this is like I'm on the first week of production right now, so I don't have much. I just have this announcement, and
Oops. What did I just do?
No.
I totally lost track. I'm sorry, buddy.
No,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
JD, thank you so much for sharing some of your work tonight. This
No
is exciting.
problem. It was nice being here. But before I go, I wanted to personally thank you for making the Venom Was Always Silly video.
Thank you for watching. That's a deep pull. I appreciate it.
The perception of that character, has been kind of ruined, but I'm glad you kind of help people out and let people know he's actually kind of a weirdo.
I like Venom, but he has been like a weirdo. I mean, he was like going into the internet and stuff and looking for chocolate all the time. He's a funny, goofy, corny villain.
My favorite since a kid, that and Ghost Rider, those two,
Nice. I
But
love it.
Thank you for having me. Big fan. I am grateful.
My pleasure.
I'm so shocked that like my Wi-Fi didn't explode because
Oh, geez, I
was
know,
watching
I
the
know.
stream on my tablet earlier and then it crashed.
I'm sorry to tax you like that. You've been super patient. I
That's all right.
hope you get like some new followers out of this. That would make me really happy.
Thank you. All right, I will be off now. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Have a great evening.
Peace. You too.
Next up, we're gonna get Brunson. I hope I'm saying that right, but you can correct me. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Brunson, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How you doing?
Thanks for being active in the chat in addition to waiting. You're like
Yeah, no problem.
leaving plenty of kind comments for other people.
Yeah, no problem. Let me post the link. There's two things I want to talk about.
Sure. Okay, so first it looks like I've got a Kickstarter link that I can bring up. So let me grab that. Nightmare Nexus?
Yep.
Here we go.
So this is a sci-fi
it? Yeah.
horror anthology. It's me
Okay.
and 6 different other artists, black and white, 40 pages. There are 4 short stories inside and 2 illustrations.
Okay.
Yeah, all just different, unique artists. My story in it is it's called Shotgun Monkey. It's literally about a chimp with a shotgun who is a hitman, pretty much.
Okay, right on.
Yeah, and
Did
yeah,
you
we got-
write Android?
Yep.
Let's see if I can find something. Here we go.
Yeah, there's a page. Yeah.
Shotgun Monkey by Raymar Brunson. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. I really like what you came up with for his face. That's not just a monkey, it's a very like defined monkey.
Yeah.
He's got his own look.
Yeah, thank you. Real quick, you might have some of my work because I'm with the Ink and Drink crew.
Oh,
And,
you are. That your
yeah.
name sounded a little familiar too, and I was like wondering if I was thinking of the manga artist Bronson, but I was like Brunson.
No,
Did you work on
I'm,
both Sewer Boys and Juggy?
currently just Sewer Boys right now. I'm like
Got
the
it.
first 3 pieces in the pinup section.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then-
dude, I love that book. That's so cool that you got to work with them. Are you down there in that area, or you just know them online from like the Discord and stuff?
Yeah, I just know them online. I'm in Indiana.
Indiana, got it.
Yeah.
Wow.
but,
Oh, dude, it's so late there. Oh my God, that's incredible of you to stay up this late. I'm really sorry to have kept
I'm
you so
always
late.
up all night working. So.
Are you? What are you? Are
Yeah,
you drawing
yeah.
right now?
Not at the moment, but once I get off, I definitely will be.
Just
so,
curious.
but this is we're almost halfway funded.
Oh, let's take a look. Oh, and
yeah,
you haven't even, you've only been like up a week and you're, almost
Yeah.
halfway. That's great. Super reasonable.
Yeah, and there's just really cool stories, really great artists working on it. This guy Josh Makis, he's a great guy. He just graduated from the Kubrick School, maybe not. 2 months.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he kind of brought us all together. Like I didn't really know anybody, in this project, but yeah, he brought us all together, had us just do our own thing, and yeah, it's been really cool.
His work has been featured in the art book for the movie Get Out, and that's cool. So what? Sorry, there we go. How'd you hook up with Josh Makis?
I mean, we followed each other on Instagram for a while, and yeah, he just kind of reached out to me like, "Hey, I'm doing this project, this group project. I want you to be in it. Like, would you be down?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course."
Yeah.
I kind of had the so that was the Mass Cybernetics Ink and Drink Kickstarter, the sci-fi news, and I
the
did
newspaper, right?
What'd you say? Sorry.
Was it like printed like a newspaper?
Yep.
Yep.
And I did a illustration of Shotgun Monkey for that, and Josh reached out right after that, so I was like, "Oh, I should just turn that into a comic and just put that in. This is perfect." Yeah, that's him in the first picture, and then yeah, this is the whole team.
There's a lot of information here. I like it.
Yeah, great.
Look, there's you showing a ring.
Yeah.
What's the significance of this ring?
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all. You're just showing it off. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm searching for a story, a hidden story.
Yeah.
How long you been drawing?
Yeah, so that's the oh, well, also with the tiers, so there's just the support tier, and then you could get a digital copy for $5.
Yep.
The physical for 10. You can get an art print from, I'm not sure what all artists will be given art prints. I know I am.
Oh, okay.
But yes, $30 for an art print, and then you could get a white sketch in the book. And there's
my goodness, that's a really nice idea. If people are capable of doing that, that's nice.
Yeah, so it's funny well, I don't want to put him out, but the person that backed that tier, that's my publisher for my creator-owned book.
Is that Eli?
Yeah, it's Eli. Yeah.
I was like, this is the Cosmic Lion logo.
Yeah.
He's such a supporter, isn't he? He's such a supporter of the artists.
Yeah, and then the final tier is a commission tier.
Right. Yeah, that's actually a very reasonable price, folks. Like $80 for a sketch, $100 for a commission.
Yeah.
That's really reasonable.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
that's exciting. So let's see. You've done the stuff with Ink and Drink, and you've done this. Have you done any other books?
Yeah, actually, let me get a link for you right now. I'm on my phone, so like, give me 1 second.
Mod says, make a story up about that ring. People are saying that it's a cool ring. And
I'll get to it. Okay, let me post this other link.
Do you have the ring on right now?
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't even know where that ring is. That
I'm just giving you a hard time. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I posted another link in the chat.
Oh, okay. Give me a sec. I'll find that. But we're seeing a lot of really positive comments here.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, no, dude. I mean, you've earned it. It's hard work to get your art to this point and to get it into people's hands and stuff like that. Let's see. Ghost Man. So you wrote Andrew this?
Yep.
44 pages.
Yep.
That's a big book, dude. How long did that take to make? Any idea?
3-4 months, maybe.
Yeah.
This was done last year, and it came out this year in June. Yeah,
and it's only $5.
Yeah, man.
That doesn't sound right. Like I've been like doing this all night with people, all different sorts of tiers. This is the first time I'm seeing a 44 pages of a comic for $5.
Yeah, it was printed. It is great quality. Eli has like a secret printer of some kind that he is.
I don't know how he does it, but I've seen a lot of his stuff. He was literally just at Portland's Rose City Comic-Con like 2-3 weeks ago, and I saw a bunch of his books there.
Yeah. So the book was printed very cheap. Oh damn! I just read Ghost Man at the Rose City. Eli shoved it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Dave was at that same convention, and he said that Eli gave him a copy of it. So that's pretty nice.
Well, that's cool. Thanks,
fellow K-Faber. Nice. I'm screenshotting this. Your art style gives strong early 2000s pop art vibes. I guess I
Wow.
can see some of that. Sure.
But yeah, the book was printed. It's on newsprint, 44 pages. And yeah, it was like
People
this
don't know,
character
by the way, but like newsprint
Hmm.
isn't really cheaper to print on anymore, folks, because it's not as in demand. It's not the most popular paper anymore. So you can't get it at the same sort of discounted rates as you could in the 30s and 40s. But it
Yeah.
looks great.
Yeah.
It looks great. That's a really cool idea to give it sort of some pulp texture.
Yeah. And then I'm currently working on the next issue. I'll like show a page. My art is like evolved.
Oh,
a
here,
lot.
let me do it like this. Look at that.
Yeah.
What are you using for tools on that?
Just some brush pens and microns and
Yeah, that's kind of what
mostly-
I like drawing with too, but I was just curious. I'm always curious what people draw with. Oh, that's some nice blacks. I like that face. Jeez. Oh, so this is more Ghost Man?
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. So I'm like over halfway through the second issue.
44 pages again?
Somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there. Got it.
Yeah, it depends because people I do have like pinup sections. So people
Did
will
you
submit
use
art.
like some splattered whiteout on that?
Yeah.
That looks good. That looks real
Thank you.
strong.
Thank you.
I would say that like $5 digital is still fair, but yeah, $5 printed, Martin. A lot of people really impressed, dude.
Wow, thank you.
You may
Thank
have
you.
made some sales tonight.
Yeah.
I'll have links, but the reason you're here, like we can always get Ghost Man, and we should, and that's on Cosmic Lion's page. But you've got a Kickstarter right now for Nightmare Nexus.
Indeed.
That's the one that's like time sensitive is all I'm going to put out there for everybody. Wow, that's really cool to have it like sort of all put together by a guy just out of the Kubert school. That's a nice pedigree.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Great guy.
You've made some good connections. When did you first put something out, like as a comic? Like what was first?
I mean, most of last year I just did pinups for people.
Sure, that's real though.
Yeah, I mean, there was Sewer Boys and some other stuff with Cosmic Lion. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Victor Alpi and his book, The Hue Marks, or
I'm
Fantastic.
not.
I did
I don't think. Maybe if I saw it. I'm bad at names. That's the only thing I'll say. I'm bad at names.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
dude, you've had a very productive couple years.
Oh yeah, and I really just started. I mean, in January coming up, it'll be 2 years that I've really been doing. So
I'm
yeah, I've been
impressed.
And Cosmic Lion, Eli's now my art rep. So like, there's
Oh,
original.
good.
It's up on the side, and I'm taking commissions through them, and yeah, man.
Eli definitely does. I've just seen it in person. He does everything he can to push his artists, into new readers' hands and to like give them positive press and stuff. So you've got somebody that like is going to be fighting in your corner. That's really, really nice to see.
Yeah, awesome, dude. Definitely.
Anything else we should keep an eye out for? I guess just Ghost Man 2 after this.
Well, actually, in between,
there is more.
I have another book coming out. It's a Tokusatsu inspired book. It's called Biomechanical Protector Bone Grinder.
What?
Yeah.
And it's like, so it's got giant robots or something, or guys in spandex, or what's the Tokusatsu?
Are you familiar with Hydra?
Which one more time?
Hydra. It's kind of like, I mean, it's if I had to compare it to something else besides that, not really giant robots, but definitely like a guy who's more Super Sentai looking, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's set in a post-apocalyptic future, and he's kind of
right
like,
on, dude. That would be up my alley. I would like to see that. I would very much like to see that.
It's on the way. It's done. I'm just waiting on like some people to submit some art, and it's good to go. Yeah, so, and that'll be with Cosmic Lion too.
So you've got a bunch of projects. Do you have a social media that like people should know about to like sort of get these updates?
Yeah, my Instagram will be the main one. Is Art of Brunson.
I'm just gonna pull that up real quick. Yep, I found it. One sec. I want everybody to know that, because if there's like one central place to get updates, I think that that's helpful. So there we go. Commissions, Ghost Man, Shotgun Monkey. Look at his that face. Oh my god.
I have to pull up the for the, like, I think the audience can't see.
Neon Joe Werewolf Hunter. I want to know more about that at some point.
That was an Adult Swim show. That was just like fan art.
Oh, okay. I love the motion on this, by the way. That's really exciting.
I think you got to pull up the screen so people can see.
Oh my god. Everybody, I'm so sorry. I'm looking at his art and I didn't realize I had. Okay. Let's see. A lot of people just saying we aren't seeing it. I know. Okay. I'm getting tired, but this is exciting. Dude, you've got some great stuff here. Yeah. Sorry. I was looking at Shotgun Monkey, if folks were curious, and his face. Yeah. And etc. So there you go. Art of Brunson. Good place to follow so that you could then in turn find some of these future projects. But yeah, on the Cosmic Lion production site, you've got Ghost Man, and on not Instagram, on Kickstarter, we've got Nightmare Nexus.
Yep.
Awesome.
Have me on. Thank you.
No, Brunson, it was really fun talking to you. I'm super impressed, and you've done a lot in a shortish amount of time. This is really impressive.
I mean, look, when you're, when you don't have too many responsibilities, you got a lot of time to do stuff. So,
Hey, no matter what, like, I think that drawing is sincerely like hard work. I love drawing, but doing like whole page, there's a mental sort of focus that you have to have at a certain point. It's really, really cool.
Oh yeah.
It's really cool that you've done this.
Oh yeah.
I'm impressed.
Okay. I'll take off because I want to be considerate to
yeah,
other people.
I've got more people to talk to, but thank you for your time tonight.
Yep. All right. See you.
See ya. All right. Next up is going to be Phil Leon. So Phil,
hey,
Electric Crayon. I feel like I've seen this before. Phil, have we talked before at all? Or have I
probably does hashtag White Devil came first ring any bells?
A little bit, yes.
A little bit, or
it does. That was when I did my episode about Eternity Comics. You posted some stuff on Twitter, right?
Yeah. Because I was working on the newer incarnation of White Devil that's over at Silverline now.
Yes,
and
you're actually doing White Devil these days.
Yeah. And that crew that was through earlier that all rampaged in at the same time. I know those guys. I was the one that sent them over. I'm sorry, Chris.
You don't have to be sorry for anything. I appreciate you jumping in tonight. Do you have any links or anything that I should pull up?
I'll go ahead and give you the most comprehensive thing I have right now. But
Nice
mainly I'm a colorist, but I also illustrate. I've done editor-in-chief work on a few books and do pre-press work. So but mainly a colorist is my main gig. So
no kidding. These are all things. This is all your work.
Yeah, of course. Well, some of those up at the top, those are like the fun ones. Arthur Adams. I started to get a real love of his work, and I really like working over his lines. Right down there, you'll see the little card. That's Nyobi from Larry that was on earlier, and one of the other people. Yeah, and Christian, the one that the other book there, he was the one that did the line work on that one. And since there's like a lot of the crew hang out on that one, I put in little Easter eggs on all the blank signs in there from other people's books and stuff.
That's great.
If you look in there, there's all kinds of little goodies, Easter eggs in there.
That's fun. I mean, if you're going to do this kind of work, you got to have some fun doing it, right?
Oh, yeah. Why else would we be doing it if it wasn't,
Goran Parlov, he's great. This is a really interesting take on his work. I like what you did with the sort of color hold almost on the buildings in the background to make it feel like there's some fog or something.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I saw his work at that time and I was like, man, I really like this. So I decided to take a crack at it,
I totally get that. What are you working on right now?
that next, if you see the next one there, the sequentials.
Oh, sorry. This
That's
guy?
from a book. Yeah, that's from a book series called Cthulhu Invades, which Orange Cone, they've been putting stuff out. This one's Cthulhu Invades Wonderland, and they've done, he has Cthulhu Invades Oz, all kinds of different Cthulhu Invades series.
Oh, that's funny.
This was a little short one that I had put in with that one.
Yep. What do you use? Do you use like a Clip Studio? Do you use Photoshop?
I'm straight up Photoshop.
Photoshop. Just curious. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of times I'll use I love painting gradients. And a lot of times the way I work, I adapted it over from the way I would work, traditionally. And like in my airbrush days. So sometimes I'll have a lot of that soft rendering and everything,
Yeah. I can see that you can add you do gradients for and the highlights and brush in highlight stuff.
I don't really do much cut and grad work. I mean,
right.
It's, to me, cut and grad it feels too digital, I guess I'd say. Maybe that's what the word I'm looking for that.
Yeah, well, and some stuff can be way over rendered or have just too harsh of colors, right next to each other. That stuff drives me nuts.
I definitely try to be good on the rendering part. I do not like to bury the inking, the line artist's work. Oh, there's some talk about White Devil right up above where you're at.
Wait, which one?
These? Up above.
No.
Up above. Keep right. Yeah, those two right there. That's from White
this is
Devil
for White Devil?
issue 2. Yeah.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, that was really cool working with those guys. A lot of people at Silverline are old Malibu crews, so I got to hear a lot of behind the scenes. I got to talk to the one colorist from there. She's really cool, and I got to hear all the behind the scenes of how the coloring thing went with Malibu and when Marvel picked them up and all that. And contrary to popular belief, they did not buy up Malibu for the how to do the coloring, even though they were pioneers in that. They did it
afford to buy the colorists and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was because they saw them as direct competition at the time,
Well, because DC was thinking of buying it, and then that would have given them just over 50% of the market. So they were just Marvel was like, we'll grab it instead.
Right. And then half those characters they didn't even do anything with. I know they had that Ultraverse crossover thing they tried to do at one point, I guess.
Yeah. It's kind of sad to know that there's some cool characters from places like Malibu or CrossGen that aren't getting used. Yeah.
Up above that little scape up there. That was up one more. There you go. That one's all mine that I did. I had took some new inking brushes, and I was just in an off air with buddies while we were working. I was trying out the brush. Yeah. And they're saying, hey, it kind of looks like, and it just kind of spurred things on. I ended up making just a whole surrealistic piece by the time it was done. So.
Oh yeah. It looks almost like a collage because of the different sort of brush effects you've used.
Yeah. Somebody said Sandman. I'm like, okay, I'll take that.
Sure. Sandman. I mean, hey, if we're throwing around compliments, it reminds me of when Sienkiewicz will sometimes play with different brush effects. So I like that. I like that a lot.
Nice, thanks.
That's fun. That's really cool. You just did that all yourself.
Yeah, that one was I was just testing out some brushes, and it ended up being something by the time I was done with. Ended up coloring and doing some painty work, with the water and everything.
These are great, man. What is this? This is ArtStation?
Yeah, I find I just use that kind of like a go-to spot for a portfolio because it's kind of easily accessible and to look over and everything. You don't have to scroll through a bunch of posts and stuff like that.
Ooh, I like what you did with the planets in the background. Actually, that's really fun. I love
the one that was most trying on that was the light rays he had. So I had to go over and do lines over each one of those, and then do a color hold over the top of each one of those lines. That was very time intensive.
I can only imagine. Yeah. Do you do all your flatting as well?
I don't do flatting per se. I just go if I'm already in there and I've got the area selected, I might as well work on it because, before I even start, I look at it and I already know where I want to go with it.
Really? You just go straight to rendering?
Yeah, I just picture it in my head, and I just start. Usually, I'll start with backgrounds because that's easiest to get stuff filled in and everything, and get your lighting all set and everything, and then then I go into just filling it in from there. Because, like I said, I figure if I already know where I'm going to put what, if I'm already gonna cut in an area, I might as well just do it while I'm there.
So then I'll just grab a random one. We'll look at this, right? The Cthulhu Invades Wonderland. Ballpark. How many layers would you say something like this has?
Oh, geez. Me with layers, I keep everything on a separate layer.
That's what
and
I'm
that's why I made sure to have plenty of RAM on my computer when I built it for this stuff. And I've had upwards of 150 or more layers on it before.
Okay.
Probably 120 is probably about average. 100.
Yeah, if you're gonna have that many layers, I guess who needs to have flats on top of that? Never mind.
Yeah, and of course, I'm keeping it. I've got different groupings, so each panel is a group, so I can keep track of everything. I know the process of where I go from one to the other, so I can look in that area and go, I know what layers towards the bottom or what, and then up towards the top or what,
Outside of, excuse me. That's so rude. I just that surprised me. Outside of or no, even including, like, are there any either colorists within comics that you admire, or just artists in general of other types that have influenced your work?
Mobius. Simon Bisley.
Yep.
Sam Keith, Mignola. My favorite, I got away from the big two there for a while, especially when I hit about the 90s and I was heavy metal. I was a heavy metal magazine guy, Heavy Metal Illustrated. I love the European look of comics a lot of times,
Yeah, they're very lightly rendered, if at all. Just a really clever choice of a palette. I really like a lot of that.
Yeah, and that's White Devil.
Yeah, I just thought I'd take a close look at it.
Yeah.
And good look at the costume.
Yeah, they gave me a chance to update it a little bit. I got to come up with the color palette and color scheme for them.
It's good.
And I updated a little bit because the old versions in Eternity, they had them a little bit different every time of what I had to go off as far as for reference. So I'm like, okay, then White Devil, let's give him, we're going to make him kind of albino. We're going to give him white hair, and all that kind of thing. Yeah, it was a fun book to work on. Those are good guys.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Yeah, this was from issue 1.
Got it. Yeah, so that was right around 2020 or so?
Yeah, somewhere in that area.
What are you working on right now?
Right now, I am halfway through a book called Wrong Dragon.
Wrong Dragon.
Wrong Dragon. It's Mary Dumas. She has Studio Bookworks.
Okay.
And it is 1800s. It's journalist, newspaper owner. He's down in the Mexico way and everything. And there's some excavating at tombs going on, and a relic and releasing stuff, and Quetzalcoatl is involved. So it's kind of like,
oh wow,
it's kind of like almost Western, retro, and a little bit of Indiana Jones, and a little bit of horror mixed in there,
Right on, dude. So would this be a good place for people to start? Because it looks like you've also got links to your other socials and stuff here.
Oh, yeah.
They want to see up.
Twitter's not really much good. I kind of avoided Twitter a long time ago because it's just, I don't know. It's just such a cesspool to me, man. I can't deal with it.
It is.
But I'm easy to find on Facebook, just under Phil Leon. That's easy enough. ArtStation is Phil Leon, or Philman X would get you there.
Philman X.
Any of the, that used to be my AKA moniker that I used for a while. And then I'm like, I'm using my real name from now on. What else? I'm working on a book with an old Marvel alumni, Rich Parada. Used to be an inker there for 10 plus years at Marvel and DC. I'm working on one of his books and another one coming up, The Roaring, which is about 3 flapper girls that take over the seedy underground of the mafia during, the Depression era and stuff. And
that sounds fun.
And another one will be coming up called Escape the Mortars, which is about this writer's, her uncle that was in the war and PTSD survivor. And it has flashbacks back and forth where he is now and how it's evolved and family and things have changed. So got that one coming up. But like right now is mainly Wrong Dragon. I'm, like I said, I'm halfway through that. So I'm trying to get through that first issue.
I thank you for sharing, dude. This is definitely interesting. This is the first time I've had on this a colorist talk about their work and stuff like that.
I know. I figured, we don't, most people don't, they forget the colorist. So I figured,
Oh, I've got
I was
several
doing
friends that
live
are
and
colorists, so I respect the hell out of them.
I kind of just did it. I kind of fell into it because when I was really starting to get into comics more and promote, it was right at the beginning of the plague when everything went on shutdown.
Yeah.
I went on this one group. They were doing live stream cons once a weekend, weekend, once a month. I went in there to show my stuff and internet was going bad and his co-host went down, which helped him with StreamYard and stuff. And then the host was like, "Hey, do you know tech stuff?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, pretty much. Can you hang out and help me with this?" I was, okay, I guess. So I hung out for the rest of the show, bringing stuff up in StreamYard and stuff because he didn't really know how to navigate. And I ended up doing that for like 2 years and really built the network then. And that's when I really started getting into working freelance.
Okay.
So right now I'm trying to do it, as close to full time as possible. It's a little bit rough as a freelancer, but it keeps rolling. So,
I hope so, dude. Yeah. Coloring, you're right. First of all, almost an invisible art sometimes. There's a very few people at the very top that we know. And then there's a hell of a lot of people all competing for the rest of that work. And, all you can do is be good, be efficient, and then be kind. And it sounds like you're a nice guy, Phil. So I'm sure you've got that working for you.
Well, thanks, man. Yeah, I try to get along with everybody. I am not into the comics drama that you see around. I steer clear. I steer clear of that, except for that Liefeld little incident. I kind of let myself go a little bit on that one. Of course, since I was working on the book,
you had a connection.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, it's been a blast talking to you. Continued success, and we'll all keep our eye out for, I think, Wrong Dragon is the next one.
Yeah, Wrong Dragon.
Perfect.
Well, thanks a lot, good sir. Thank you for hanging in there so long tonight. I know how these long streams go. I've been there. I've done 12-hour ones before. And
my God. That's not healthy.
I was doing draw streams too for a while. I have the Zenden. I need to kick that back into gear.
Yeah, man, those are great. Those are a great way of getting people involved in following and stuff like that.
And I started with my core crew while we were working on stuff, but then people would drop off and I was still working anyhow. I had work to get done. And then as they drop off, then other people I knew from all this networking and that con thing, they drop it. Hey, you're streaming. Okay, come on in. So it'd be people in different time zones, like overseas. So it just kept going. And by the time it was done, it was like a 12-hour stream. And I was like,
oh my goodness,
that's it. That's my marathon stream. I'm done with that.
This is probably going to be my longest one. But anyway, it was fun talking to you, Phil.
Thanks. Thank you for doing this, man.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Have a great night.
You too.
It's kind of funny, folks. Like, I didn't think that this was going to go so long, so my phone keeps giving me little notifications. Things like I had movie tickets like about an hour ago. I was like, well, never mind about that. It's telling me to do my Japanese lesson for the day. It's you can wait, phone. You can wait because I'm bringing in another guest. We've got Moritz. Moritz Junker is the name. Here we go.
Yeah. Hey,
Moritz.
Hi, Chris.
Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
How
More
are
or
you
less,
today?
yeah. I'm good. How are you?
I'm trying to keep my energy up, and it's not that hard because so far everything I've seen has been very, very cool. What do you do creatively?
I got here. Let me send a link in the chat. I sent one earlier, but that was a while ago.
I've got like an Instagram link from you.
Yeah, do that.
Okay,
that'd be good.
Let me
I got
pull that up real quick.
I got this new comic book out. that I'm
pole
I don't know.
position.
Yeah.
And I'll add this
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. And
Yeah, click
look,
on that one. Yeah.
look at that. So is this something you wrote, Andrew?
Yeah. Yeah. It's something I.
Oh,
made
you printed
myself.
it on colored paper?
Yeah, well, I was trying to print just the cover on colored paper, but they sent me everything on colored paper, so
I kind of like it, to be honest.
I kind of like it. So
I've read a bunch
You
of
know.
comics that have been printed on colored paper, and sometimes it just, it adds to the experience.
yeah,
Wow.
I think it turned out, in a way I like.
Moritz, I love how open your line work is for the characters, contrasted with the depth of like what you've done with the inks on like the backgrounds and stuff. This is like just, it really helps the characters pop.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh my gosh, and like a fisheye lens view there, that can't be easy to do. This is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, thanks.
How long have you been drawing? Is this like you can't be new to it? Did you get formal training?
Well, not really. So I've been drawing for, forever. I graduated high school in June, and I'm going to school right now for art. So, but I just started that a month ago, and I haven't really taken art classes really, but
You've got some really nice instincts here. This is great. I love what you do with environments.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
The selfie to promote it. Yes.
Yeah.
Look at that extreme foreshortening that the camera gave you there.
Yeah,
that like
man.
helps contrast with like there we go.
Yeah. Thanks.
But also like the rain and stuff. So did you draw this and then go back in with some like whiteout or something for this?
Yeah. I had like a whiteout like gel pen that I went over with.
It's nice. It's got and I say this completely as a sincere compliment. How deep some of these blacks are and everything reminds me a little bit of Charles Burns. Just how brave he is with blacks. I love how
he's one of my favorite. Like I love all those guys like Charles Burns, Dan Clowes.
Yes.
All that. Like that's totally my niche of things, like my
But I can also tell that you're not copying them because you've got a different way of like feathering things, for instance, than they do. So I like that though.
Thanks.
That's really exciting. It looks like you've got a few books that you've done.
Yeah. So I used to do this series, Thrills of Mediocrity, for a few years. And
what kind of a book was that?
It was kind of like a comedy sort of parody thing. It's kind of started out as like a superhero parody.
Really?
Kind of, yeah. But then I don't know, it just kind of changed over time. I started it, I was like 14, and then I got kind of sick of doing the same thing. So
That's okay. But I definitely see a tiny bit of things like Clowes or even I don't know if hold on. Who's the artist I'm thinking of? Give me 1 second. Matt Groening maybe a little.
Oh yeah, totally. He's I love the Life in Hell stuff. Yeah.
That reminds me of Matt Groening.
Yeah. No, my dad had a bunch of the like Life in Hell books.
Oh really?
When I was young, so that was one of my favorite comics early on.
I'm glad I could spot some of that. That's really cool, Moritz. So you write and draw your own stuff?
Yeah. I got
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, like, what's pole position about?
So that's a good question. It's kind of this story I made. It's like a one-shot thing because my previous stuff, it was kind of like I didn't want people to feel like they had to read the previous stuff to understand the current thing. So I wanted to do like a one-shot, story. And it's about this guy. He's going out with this girl, and I guess he's feeling a bit insecure about the relationship, and he finds out that her previous boyfriend is still living in the house, but he has this
Oh wow.
traffic, like a stop sign pole stuck in his skull, and he's kind
Oh
of
wow.
paralyzed. They're living
Okay,
in the
yeah.
house. And then I guess there's just some tension between them.
Dude, that's so slice of life relatable though, and everything. Not the pole position in the head, but like, you know, having insecurities in a relationship. I think that's a normal thing to be concerned about.
Yeah, thanks.
Wow, I'm really impressed. Actually, more. It's like I especially as we go into like, you know, like this weather scene. Like, did this take you any longer than anything else? It just seems like you really focused on like some great detail. And by the way, even this little panel with the tire here, the third panel, I love that that's in such extreme foreground.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Once the rain started, that's kind of the final act.
Okay.
That kind of slowed down production a bit. Like the whole thing took probably like 6 months. And that last chunk took quite a while. I got a website there too linked if you want.
Oh yeah, I'll pull that up.
Want to pull that up? Yeah,
I
thanks.
definitely do. Let's take a quick look. Junker Comics.
Yeah, or Junker, but you know.
Oh, Junker.
Yeah, but no worries.
I'm sorry.
German. No, it's okay.
Is that a name of like a person or a town or what?
It's just my last name.
It is. Excuse me.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Well, my dad's from Germany originally, so I kind of got a goofy name. But...
No. It's just obviously it just looked like a word. So sorry that I assumed. I assumed something. No worries. But that's really cool. So you've got all your books. Well, not all your books, but a bunch of the books.
Yeah.
$4. And how big is pole position? 28 pages for $4. That's a good value to me. That's totally reasonable.
Yeah, that I kind of that was something important to me too, making them like reasonably priced, because I you know, a lot of the independent books I like, they kind of end up being a lot pricier.
Sometimes,
you know, which I understand, but you know, it's sometimes disappointing.
Wow. So what did you decide to do when you decided you were going to like print them? Did you just sort of come up with a number that you were comfortable like having in inventory, or did you base that on like any sort of pre-orders or anything like that?
So I guess I kind of had an idea of how many I'd usually sell, like, because I'd been doing the Thrills of Mediocrity. So I think I made 150 of the pole position. And yeah, that's a good question.
Oh no, people are saying some really nice things.
Yeah, I guess I printed 150 because that was more than I usually did. But I wanted to really kind of push this one more, so I want to send it to some like review magazines and stuff.
I think that's a good idea. Have you done that?
But, yeah. So I sent it to like Bubbles. I don't know if you.
What's it called? One more time.
Bubbles. They're like a fanzine for.
Sorry.
Like alternative comic stuff. Yeah, no, that's okay.
I'd probably like that.
You probably would. They're really good. I think everyone who likes the show would probably really.
It's
really
a zine.
Like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
They do some really great interviews.
Yeah, I think I found it. Let me just pull this up because that's new to me, but it sounds cool. Is this it? Bubbles?
Yeah. No, they rule. So I'm a fan of them, and so I sent them a copy, and hopefully, I don't know, maybe they'll review it.
Some great names in there. All right, well, good luck. That would be lovely. That would be.
Thank you.
That's a smart idea. I just wasn't familiar, but I Bubbles. I'll look for their zine. There's somebody that says that they do know it, so it's just me that's the dumb.
No worries.
And how long ago did you get pole position? Let's see, September. So it just came out.
Yeah, like a week ago, basically.
Oh wow. What's the response been? Have you heard any response yet?
I gave it to a lot of my friends. They liked it. I had a
Looks
couple of
great.
stores and people that I knew already that had bought it in the past, and I think they've been receptive to it. But then I've sent it to some people I've never talked to before, and I'm hoping they'll like it.
I hope so too.
But it's pretty early, so
I'm encouraged, dude. And that's interesting that you've decided to do it in print. But I guess you've had some good experience by doing 8 full issues of Thrills of Mediocrity, so you're not really new to the sort of self-published world of comics.
Yeah.
Have you gone to like any conventions with it before?
I did one Zine Fest in Madison, where I'm from, and
cool.
I really enjoyed that, and that was cool. And I sold like more at that place than I'd ever sold, like, period. I feel like at one time. So I really want to do more Zine Fests or conventions, stuff like that.
You should. Definitely should. It looks really strong, man. What's next?
Right now I'm drawing this cowboy comic in my notebook just because oops. I don't know, I've been working on that. Here, wait, find a good page.
Oh wow. I love the blacks on there.
Yeah, thanks. But hopefully this will take me less time. I wanted to do something in a notebook too, because then I can do it while I'm walking around, and it's easier.
Clever.
Yeah, so hopefully I'll put that out. But
I hope you do. What's the best way for people to stay up to date with you? Would it be like the YunkerComics.com or the Instagram, or what?
Probably the Instagram, just because then they'll get notified. But yeah, check out the website too. I put a lot of work.
They both link back to each other, so either way you
Yeah.
can't go wrong. But yeah. Moritz_Junker, and dude, I'm really impressed with what I've seen. Thank you very much for sharing this with me.
Yeah, thank you.
It's definitely something I'd like to read, so I hope that you get a good response from it.
Thanks.
That would be nice. Oh, and you even have pull quotes on the back. That's impressive.
Yeah, thanks.
Good job, dude. You're doing a good job marketing, and you've done stuff before, so I hope it all builds.
Well, thank you. Well, and I'm a big fan of the channel, so.
Oh, that's super kind of you.
Yeah, no, I really like your videos, so it's.
Thank
cool
you for being so patient. I never expected things to go this late tonight.
No worries.
I appreciate your patience.
Thanks. Here, wait, my roommate Finn wants to say hi.
Oh yeah.
I can't hear you, but I am here watching.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
I'm not really talking. All right. No, that's really nice of him. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, dude. Have a great evening.
Yeah, you too. I really appreciate it.
Have a good weekend too. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, because we are getting darn close to starting the weekend here on the West Coast. We don't have too many people left, which is good for my bladder, because trust me, I really need to take a break. But I'm going to add Thomas next. Thomas,
hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for going so late,
dude. It's I'm having a good time. I'm trying to decide like if I need to take a small break.
Absolutely. Like this can wait. Like take a bio break.
Do you think I could like? Do you feel comfortable starting to talk about your comic if I just like for a moment step to the side?
Yeah.
Or is that putting too much pressure on you?
A little pressure.
That's a little pressure. Here's what I'll do instead.
Okay.
I'm gonna back you back into the green room, and then I'll bring you in.
Folks, sounds good.
There's no way around it. I've been as tough as I can be. You're just gonna have to give me like less than 2 minutes, probably only 1. I have no choice. I literally don't. It's just around the corner though, and I'll be right back. Ooh. Okay, live stream, I'm coming back. I'm coming. Let's do this. We are going to power through the rest of our evening. All right, because it's only fair. It's only fair to give everybody a shot. Pretend none of that happened. Thomas, how are you this evening?
I'm great. How are you? Great.
I
to meet
feel
you.
refreshed. I feel energized. I feel great.
I bet.
Looks like you've given me a link.
Yeah,
here
I just
that
dropped
I can
a
share.
few fresh links, so they weren't buried. The first one's the webtoons, where I've been mostly sharing my current project, Greater Than Zero.
Greater Than Zero, post-apocalyptic, and let's see. So we're following a woman named Joan, a woman out of time.
Yeah. Yeah, she kind of like was in a low point, and so kind of volunteered for like a cryosleep project, and then kind of like a Futurama thing ended up in like the far future after like civilization's fallen and like most of humanity went to space, and then she kind of wakes up and like she's like the last human on Earth.
Oh, that's depressing, potentially.
A little bit, yeah. And then this robot crash lands, and he's like, "Yo, I'm from the human spaceship. They're coming back, and like they're kind of jerks. So we should probably warn any sentient life that's arisen since that like y'all are in danger."
Oh my god! All right. So you wouldn't? She's motivated to not meet the rest of humanity.
Yeah, kind of. She's more motivated to just. She's been living in this like crashed ship and trying to scavenge for parts to fix it up so she can leave. So she's more motivated to just get more parts so she can leave. So it's kind of inspired by the Frisco Kid, that Gene Wilder and Harrison Ford movie.
I totally know that movie. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like she's more motivated by like selfish desires at first, but also like the robot's like such a cinnamon roll, too pure for this world, that she like feels guilty about letting him go off into the wild by himself.
Oh my goodness. And you've written and drawn this.
Yeah.
When did you start this guy?
I came up with the idea about 8 or 9 years ago, and then I started drawing it in January of this year. So the first chapter was done in April. Second one I got done in July. The third chapter is all thumbnailed and scripted. I just kind of start drawing it.
That's so cool. So you just like felt like what? Like you just had to get this story out?
Yeah. I had a couple of friends of mine are really into doing zines, and they had invited me to submit to their stuff. And so I did a couple of short comics, and then I was like, well, I'm already doing like short stuff. So like, let's just go for broke and just do the series I've always wanted to do.
Dude, good for you.
Thank
How'd
you.
you choose Webtoon? I mean, I know they've got a potential huge audience, but is there anything else to it?
It was just low barrier of entry.
Sure.
Thought it was like the easiest way to get eyeballs on it.
And so you're doing everything, like including like the lettering and all of that?
The first chapter I kind of hand lettered, and then the second chapter I found some fonts that I liked, and I'm probably going to do that for the rest.
Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I see what you mean, like with this.
Yeah.
Wait, do you mean chapter 2 or chapter 3 that you?
Oh, chapter 2, I had I actually found some fonts that were pretty good.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, that's the robot.
Aw. He's dangerous, but he's got a cute little orb of a head.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this is interesting. How long have you been like writing and creating and stuff like that?
Mostly since high school.
Yeah.
Kind of been bounced back and forth between art and writing. But this has been a really fun project to kind of flex both.
Right. And when you're drawing this, are you doing this like digitally, or are you drawing and then
This one's
scanning
done
it?
digitally.
Okay.
I have another project I'm working on right now that I'm doing traditionally.
I'm just curious because it's like done in this like format so that I can keep sort of scrolling down, and I just didn't know how you would lay that out. But you're doing it digitally, so you know about what one page is. Okay.
Yeah, I hadn't intended to do it. Like it wasn't like designed for webtoons. So I just kind of uploaded the pages as I did them. So like this actually formatted for print.
I see.
And I do print them at home, and I sell these at like zine shows and stuff.
Oh, you do? How's that been?
Pretty good. They're a lot of fun.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the page. So did you just show some of them?
Oh yeah.
Let me see.
So this is it printed.
And you print it at home?
Yeah.
Staple it yourself with like a long neck stapler?
Yeah, long neck stapler.
I love doing that. I did that for a long time when I was first getting into self-published books. That looks strong. What are you printing it on? You like it looks like thick
I've got
paper.
an Epson inkjet.
Okay.
And I found some it's not like presentation paper, but it's like a little thicker.
Yeah, I can tell. Like just when you were holding it up, it wasn't like super floppy. It was like like a little firm. But that looks nice.
Yeah, thank you.
That's fun. What do you think you prefer? You know, digital and like online, or are you like a little more hands-on and
being hands-on? I think it's like going out and doing like small Comic Cons locally and zine shows. It's a little easier to kind of like feed off of like the energy and like actually meet people.
I know.
Whereas like doing it all like on webtoons just kind of feels like you're just feeding the void.
It can be a real challenge creating like comics because like how do you get that feedback and process it and stuff? But say you go to like these like zine fests and little local Comic Cons and things like that. I shouldn't have said little, but like local is what I meant to say. How do you feel you are? Like, are you willing to engage with like a total stranger talking about your book and stuff when they walk by?
It usually takes a little bit. Like the first few are kind of rough, and then like you kind of get warmed up and come out of the shell a little bit. And like the last few shows I did, there were some people that were really just like hyped to be there and like read some like indie comics, and so like they brought their enthusiasm, and that was really easy to like also just meet that energy.
That's actually an interesting question that's being asked that I don't know. I've read a bunch, but does Webtoons allow comics?
Yes.
Okay. Have you gotten many?
I haven't seen many comics that do.
That's fair. Yeah, I think it's easier to just like read, move on to the next thing, read. So I do understand like that might be a challenge to get like good feedback in that venue. But I've done that. It's been a while since I've like, sort of tabled at like a convention or something, but I did do a lot of that for a while, like, self-publishing stuff. And I totally agree. Like, initially it can be a little bit of a challenge, but if you get warmed up, you can really become a good salesperson by just trying to connect to people and talking about what they like and what brings them in and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What's next? More Greater Than Zero?
More Greater Than Zero. I also had a link in there to my Google Drive. There was a short. There was a short fantasy one I did. This one, Heart of the Bramble.
I got that. Heart. Okay. Okay, wait. That's
the Kara.
That's Kara. Sorry, that's not the one that has it.
It was like in the middle.
Yeah, I see it. Copy link. We're doing old fashioned. There we go.
Yeah, that
Heart
one.
of the
This was a short submission I did for a buddy zine, kind of really Elden Ring and like Dark Souls inspired.
Oh, okay.
So right now I'm working on another story with the same setting.
Really? Okay. Did you have a bigger story initially, or you enjoyed working in this so much that you wanted to do more?
Yeah, it was just this initially, and then I just kept thinking about it, and it had a lot of fun. So I was on vacation. I thought of like an origin story for like the antagonist.
These colors pop.
Thank you.
Did you do this tone sort of texture digitally?
Yeah. There's
nice.
like a halftone tool set for Clip Art Studio.
Oh, good. This is done in clip art. Got it.
Mhm.
Yeah. I like I like the tones that you've added. I think that
Yeah, thank you.
adds a certain texture. Yeah. I like this. This is
Thank you.
interesting. Is this available for like anyone to see, or is this more just something that you print?
I mostly print this one.
Got it.
I'll probably be making it available soon. As soon as my buddy, because it's also in his zine that he's selling.
Sure.
So I didn't want to step on his toes too much.
Yeah. You guys got to figure that out. But
Yeah.
that
And then
it's yours. You created
yeah.
it.
And then this is the last page I finished inking.
Oh, look at that. And what did you ink that with again?
Just nib and ink brush.
You used like the quill, like the nib
dip,
thing?
yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
And like
That gives you a nice scratchy texture.
and some micron for like really little like touch-ups.
Oh, I absolutely. I think almost everybody uses some sort of technical pen for some of that stuff. But I can see how your work benefits from like you know, a little bit of a scratchy style, I'll call it.
Yeah.
But like while some of this is digital, I could just totally see how if you did it with like, you know, a quill as well as like some brush pens, that like the quill would fit. Like there's hard edges to some of your work. And
Yeah.
I feel like that just fits. I see how comfortable you are with a little bit of an edge here and there, a little bit of a fine line. I like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you draw because you just love to draw, or do you draw because it's the best way to get your story out and you think of yourself as a writer? Like where do you fall between the skills?
Mostly I love to draw and
Good.
I do enjoy writing, but like doing comics is like kind of the best of both worlds for me. Yeah, because like usually like I've tried like writing like prose and it's not as fun.
That's interesting.
Or rather, I feel like the amount of time I spend writing prose is like a lot of time where I'm not drawing.
Well, that just says that you probably think very visually.
Yeah,
absolutely. And that's cool. So I think that this would probably be one of the best places to direct people to go to have an intro point to you. But is there anywhere else?
And there's if you click on the user name there, Tomonomicon, there's go. There's links to my Instagram
Big
and
Cartel,
Big
Instagram.
Cartel. Yeah,
perfect. So this really is a good place to go. Yeah, greater than zero on Webtoon.
Yeah.
As far as digital comics go, not much of a bigger platform these days. So I hope that helps your audience grow and that people continue to find this stuff. It's interesting. You've decided to like aim this young adult. Was that intentional or more just like you felt like the story was like, yeah, this will work as young adult?
Young, I think that's just the rating that like fit the most. On Webtoons, there's not really much gradation between young adult and then the next goes immediately to mature.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking some time to stay up. What time zone are you in?
Oh, West Coast.
Okay, not as bad as some of the other folks here, but you've definitely been super patient.
I thought you were East Coast based.
I might as well be at this point. Like, you know, like this is an epic night, but I love discovering this stuff. I think that this is a really cool story. I hope that you get some more eyeballs on it after tonight. This would
thank you.
That would make me happy.
Me too.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks for doing this and thanks for staying up so late.
I'm happy to. I really am. Thank you for sharing, Thomas. You've helped make my night. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's been great meeting you.
Awesome. Likewise.
Big fan of the show.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
We're going to keep moving forward. Looks like my next guest is somebody that I've seen in my chat rooms many times. We've got Care Bear Comics.
Hey.
How are you tonight?
Pretty good. When I first came in, I was like, oh, I don't have time to set up my webcam because my room is a mess. But it's like, actually, I think I got most of it not in frame.
I don't think any of us can tell what condition it's in, so I think you're good to go.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to come on because I've got a webcomic of my own to promote.
You do? What?
Yeah.
Let's see. Do you have a link in the private chat that I can grab?
I'm gonna.
Perfect.
I'm putting it in.
And what
sorry,
time zone are you in?
I can't
I'm
talk
asking
and type
everyone
at
as
the same
as
time.
the night goes on.
I'm actually at on the West Coast. I'm in California, so.
Okay, it's late, but not as late as okay. I've got a link.
I'm also a night owl, so.
Oh, good.
This is all fine to me.
Lucky us. All right, almightyprotectors.thecomicseries.com.
Yes, and after all of these good artists, you get to see not so good art.
Oh, don't say that. Hold on. Let's take a look at what we've got here.
I just consider myself far more of a writer.
Do you? Okay, so you draw just to like help get the story out there?
Yeah, I draw because I can't afford an artist, and I haven't updated that news and announcements for some time now.
Okay, so is this your personal website? Is that what I'm looking at?
That's the website for my comic itself.
Okay.
I don't actually have a personal website. I should make one because it's always better.
Oh my gosh, we've got a lot of issues here.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing this?
Actually don't remember when that first one started. I think 2019, maybe.
2019?
Yeah, 2019.
That's impressive. Oh my gosh.
That
What do
cover,
you do
by the way,
to
is not drawn by me.
Say again?
That cover right there is not drawn by me.
Okay.
I for the first bit of stuff, I was getting different artists to draw stuff.
Yeah.
Because I've never been confident in my art. I've gotten better.
I feel like how can you not when you do something for a while, right?
Yeah, when I started doing webcomics, I was really bad. I wasn't doing even Almighty Protectors at that time. I was doing a completely different comic to be like, basically build myself up and kind of promote what I wanted to be my, what I was thinking was going to be my in print only stuff, because I had some sort of weird pipe dream that I was going to have my own big, basically start a big line. It's just like, no, I have no money. I can't get eyes on my comic as it is on one comic.
So you publish exclusively to your own website, or do you publish this anywhere else?
Okay, the comic series is that is a Comic Fury thing. This is through Comic Fury. I have it on Tapas as well.
Oh yeah, Tapas Mirror. Let me just take a quick look at what. Oh, it didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. Don't worry about it.
It's possible I need to update that link.
Okay.
It's possible I put HTTP instead of HTTPS on there.
Oh, let's just see if I can fix it then. Let's just I don't know.
Unless maybe like Tapas was like, no, we don't want you there. I know that Webtoon's been a little wonky with LGBT characters, and I've got and Tapas likes to basically follow in their footsteps some of the time. So it's like I've got very much LGBT things in my comic.
Here. I was just like double checking on something. If I go like this,
right
there it is. So I don't know exactly
that one
what
doesn't
was.
start at the same issue because the other site, it was the first issue of a different comic that was the first issue of this one as well. Because again, I wanted to do a big, basically big company thing.
What kind of a story is this? Is this like fantasy? Is this superhero? Is it a blend? What do we got?
It's superhero. The first issues do feel more fantasy because they don't get their costumes until later, and they go into they go to multiple different worlds, and the first one they go to is a fantasy world. So
interesting. What were some of the influences and inspirations when you decided to start this?
Well, it was it's hard to say exactly where some of the stuff is.
Yeah.
But I know that I started when I started with these characters. There was a character of Flamethrower, that redhead right there. When I was like in 4th grade, and was completely different. Was a guy, black hair, was and solo, no team, and the influences at the time were like Spider-Man and the X-Men.
Okay,
but since
sure.
then, I've just sort of gone over time to just my for some reason my brain is not letting me think.
It is getting late, so don't worry about it. That's
Adding more
normal.
ideas to the stories that went on, so it's kind of hard to think of because things evolve just naturally to the point of where it looks completely different now.
That's a really
I don't
exciting
know where
cover.
that artist is anymore. I can't find them online anymore.
Oh,
That's
really?
a really good artist.
Is this normal for it to like have as much text as the last one did?
Like a couple of the issues are text only because I was like,
okay,
basically I was running out of time, and it's like, yeah, text only issue is fine.
So many characters, but I guess if you've been going for 5 years, you've got there's a lot of world building and lore to this, huh?
7 characters on the team, so it's going to be a little bit. That's a particular issue where my main superhero universe does just phase in and out of the same realities of like one that's full of public domain characters, so
Yeah.
they get ambushed by some public domain supervillains.
Interesting. Have you gone to any conventions or like stores or anything like that to get feedback on this, or do you get any online?
I haven't really gotten feedback like that, but best I can say is another thing I'd want to actually promote per se is not necessarily me, but I'm in it. It's part of a collective of superhero webcomics called the Collective of Heroes. And while I think I'm like the odd one out because I don't tend to think that I'm kind of worth being in there. Obviously, they think I'm good in there by my writing, but it's like a collective of they label themselves as the best superhero comics on the web. A lot of good comics in there too. Some ones that it's just like, my goodness, how are these not like picked up by things like Image or something like that, Image or Dark Horse or something.
This is just amazing, like how much you've created. There's so much to it. What's motivating you to just keep going and going and going?
Because I have stories that I like to tell. Even if nobody's going to actually read the comic, I want to tell the stories.
Okay.
And I am a big fan of these characters because, well, if anybody's going to be a fan, it better be me. That one's a little risque of a picture here. That's a pinup issue. They're going to be a little.
Yeah, I see that. Like a lot of different artists too.
Yeah, when I can, I try to. Well, like for that one, I was like, oh, I have some writer's block for it. I'll commission some artists to do some pinup stuff for a pinup issue. That sort of thing.
How did you meet all the different artists here? Like online or?
Some are on Comic Fury, some are through Fiverr.
Okay. Oh, so from Fiverr? That's the second time I've heard that tonight.
Yeah, well, it is the easiest place to find stuff that you can actually afford.
I had no idea.
Actually, Why Not Warrior there that does Hopebringer, or Hope now, I think it's called.
Let's see. So you've got like over 8,000 views of these on Tapas alone, and then you had your own site, of course.
8,000 views? Goodness, I don't think I even realized I was actually getting any views.
That's what it said for like all the issues. That's a lot.
I should look at my metrics. But
You
I think
definitely
I go by
should.
like subscribers and comments. I get no comments, so I generally think nobody's reading it.
Wow. What's next? More of this? Like, how often do you put out an issue? We'll call it, or a chapter.
I try to do it every month, but I've been in a pretty bad case of writer's block, and I actually think the latest issue's not all that good. Kind of all over the place. But I really want to get back into doing it and start doing it every month again.
What do you do when you get writer's block? What do you do to get past it?
Good question. It would be nice to know how to get past it. One of my problems is I've been having no free time because I started working at Walmart back in March, and well, it's the longest time I've held a full-time job, and well, you don't have time with a full-time job.
Well, as somebody that also has to have a day job, I totally understand that, like, it doesn't help with burnout. But I'll say that, like, for me, like, getting past like writer's block, sometimes you have to just force it, and you just like brute force a first draft that you can like refine later. But the other thing you can do is like just like literally another activity that isn't like occupying your brain. Like, you can't watch TV or a movie really, but you could take a walk or something like that, and sometimes your mind just all of a sudden starts making those creative connections if you can just like disconnect from everything. Those are two of the things that help me.
Yeah, that is true. I've had some good creative ideas when I'm like walking somewhere, when I don't have any ability to write it down. You get the best ideas when you have no ability to write it down and no ability to remember later.
Well, take your phone with you and just like record a note or something.
Well, but then you won't get those best ideas that you can't put down.
Fair enough. Yeah,
because the ideas like to come from you have no ability to put them down. I'm cynical.
If people are interested in checking out your series, is this the best place to look? almightyprotectors.thecomicseries.com?
Yeah, that is the best place for it.
Do you ever add like sort of jumping on points, or is the easiest way to understand this to just jump back to issue 0 Genesis?
I need to start thinking about jumping on point things. I was thinking of actually creating an issue to just basically be like a refresher sort of thing, because
I think jumping on points are really important in all comics. Yeah,
because I'm getting near 50 issues of the thing. It would be nice to actually be able to have people go tell people, look, you don't need to wade through all of this. The problem with that issue there is it's drawn by so many different artists that
I see that
it's kind of hard for people to really get a bearing on it. I figured that out later, that maybe I shouldn't be doing that.
I don't know. There are pros and cons to a variety of artists. Sometimes the writer's voice shines through and bridges that gap. And other times you're right, it can be distracting. I'd have to like read this carefully to know. But kudos for getting so many collaborators. That's amazing.
Oh, it's I mean, that issue there was back when I was not really thinking about actually what artists might really need, and a lot of the art I got was basically like really way too low of pricing. So every artist lowballed their stuff, and they should have been pricing themselves higher.
Yeah.
But since then, I've tried to think more about not being like, oh, I can spend $5 on a page. It's just like the idea that you get any art that looks any bit the semblance of anything good with $5 is pretty laughable.
It's a big question. It's a big question that I don't have an easy answer for, to be honest. Like the economics of comic book making. But I hope that you're having fun when you're creating these stories. I hope that this is still something that you're passionate about.
Oh yeah. I'm annoyed at the writer's block, but otherwise
it's a challenge. It's a challenge. I'm seeing a lot of positive comments though. A lot of positive comments about like just talking about writer's block, saying that like 8,000 views is more than some of the writing that they've done. You know, like 40 issues being impressed by. So you should be proud. I hope you are.
It's funny to think with the number 40, it's just like, yeah, and I've still got quite a few to go. My first big mystery of the comic, what I got the answer on issue 30. So it's just like, oh yeah, kind of a bit of a waste.
What
happens when you try to go every month?
So right now the challenge is just getting past the writer's block to get another chapter out.
Yeah, and I probably also kind of screwed myself by what it is. It's every month an entire issue.
Okay.
And it's just like, oh, well, that can be a bit of a thing. Most webcomics, they go a page at a time.
Yep.
Which is a lot easier to maintain.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you sharing. I hope that you get some more eyeballs on the Almighty Protectors. And unless there's anything else that we should promote, I'm going to move on to the next person. Is that
That's
cool
fine.
with you? I
That's
appreciate
perfectly
you
fine.
giving me some time, Care Bear Comics, and I see you in a lot of my live streams, so I really appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Have fun.
I will. Take care. Folks, we've got another person that I'm about to add. TC, you've been incredibly patient. Let's see. Is it working? Yes. TC Pescatore?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep. I think
How
my
are you?
internet like literally just went out. I'm all right. How are you?
Oh, really?
I was not sure if I should.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Some of that's probably my fault because I've been taking so long.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was gonna drop off to you know, let you go.
I
to
mean,
sleep
on
or,
my end, I can
prolong
see and
your-
hear you. I
Okay.
think that we have a small lag between us, but I can definitely see and hear you, and it's normal. What brings you online tonight? What are you working on?
Actually, I think you looked at some of our comics like maybe a couple months ago. Is Junction Jones and the Corduroy Conspiracy?
Absolutely. I was trying to see. Okay.
I was
Nope.
gonna say that.
Yeah, you sent me the physical copies, and I know I had it somewhere nearby, so I was just seeing if I still had it here.
Yeah, I think we got an Owen Wilson wow out of you, which I sent to the artist Luciano.
I don't know where I put it. I'm sorry, TC.
That's fine. It's actually no longer with Scout Comics, so.
Why don't you tell the audience though what it is and where we can find it and stuff like that, and I'll
Well,
bring something up visually.
So originally 3 issues came out on from Scout Comics, but it is no longer there, and
It's
we
not
have
at
a new
Scout
publisher.
anymore.
No, we have a new publisher
Congratulations.
soon, and it's just going to be digital issues, and then one like full collection, which is like 100 and maybe 60 pages of art, and then like 40 some pages of extra material. Yeah, one of
That's
the
a lot.
things that had a zine in it that was going to read back to front if you flip the comic over, and they didn't solicit it with
the
right amount back, so it didn't come out for like 5 months or something.
It's going to be 5 months from
Not that I
now.
have anything bad. No, the original 3rd issue was like a 5-month delay.
Okay.
And I had to like change the entire backup for it.
Are we able to know who the new publisher is? Is there anything online about it?
It's not yet, but it's Marcosia.
Oh,
the UK
Marcosia, of
publisher.
course.
Yeah.
Let me just go to their site.
I don't think it's on there yet because we haven't.
Oh, it
given
isn't?
them-
Okay.
No, we haven't given them the final.
I'll just
the
double
full
check.
final
But
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I kind of call it a cyber jazz hobo punk crime noir. That's how I usually describe it.
It's a what? One more time?
I'm sorry. I usually call it like a cyber jazz hobo punk crime noir.
Yeah, no, I definitely remember looking through it when I was like refreshing my memory with some of those pages. Junction Jones and the Corduroy Conspiracy, or is what
that is right.
But what's so you're gonna reprint that first?
Yeah, it's gonna be 6 digital issues, but I'm gonna like move the backups around. So there's kind of like 3 other narratives that occur within the backups, and
Okay.
I had like a lot, like there's a bunch of other work, like movie posters and articles and things that like exist within the world. And yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of it, there's like I got QR codes in it to like secret Bandcamp pages with like music and stuff.
Wow.
So.
And what about so are there going to be more stories now that you've got like the rights back and everything?
We are working on a sequel to it, but it's kind of weird because it's like the whole thing's been so delayed.
Yeah. Where should people go to like find out the latest? Do you have like a social or anything like that we can follow?
I do. I can put that. I can put my Instagram, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm kind of like so. I had to choose between going to art school and going to school for history because I didn't feel like I could do both. So I eventually I was a historian, but I bailed out of academia
a
while ago.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing the full audio. I'm not trying to be rude, TC.
Oh no.
So I'll just like ask another question and hopefully like everybody else can hear better than I can. I think that I'm having trouble with my earbud and that's not your fault.
Is this a little better or is it?
Do you do music? Oh, you do poetry.
Hear it all.
That's really cool,
Trying
dude.
to redo my sound.
Yeah, no, we're good. So you do poetry as well as comics?
Yeah, I work. I first thousands. So I was gonna say. So my historical focus is like mid 20th century migrant and homeless communities like Skid Rows, and like anthropological study of those communities. So a lot of the comic comes from that. A lot of my poetry comes from that. Traveling, the train riding, like hitchhiking, things like that. So
wait, you do train riding and hitchhiking?
Not anymore. Now I don't got the body for it. I feel. But yeah, like I used to live in abandoned buildings. I was like a dirty kid.
Oh my goodness, you're a wild man.
And that led.
That's terrifying.
I'm like really interested in like outsider art. Yeah, it is very.
These are all your different channels. What's the Oil Puddle World?
That's actually my latest poetry chapbook from Bottle Cap Press.
Okay.
And it's it's just like poetry written when I was in like sitting in like weird liminal spaces, like.
That's awesome. Did you do the cover?
And things like that. No, I didn't. That's the guy who runs the press did it.
Okay. Just kind of curious, like checking out like everything that you've got listed here so that I can understand better. You've got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I don't know what that is actually. I mean, I do have a YouTube channel, but
How to
it's
Create Comics. Yeah.
So there is a YouTube channel that's related to the comic, but
howdy, I'm Kurt Williams.
Kurt's Comic Reviews.
They thought it was a reality game. So.
And then you have your Twitter. Do you keep
Yeah,
that
which
up to date?
It probably doesn't have a post in like 10 years or something.
Oh, then never mind. I won't even bother going there. So the best place to keep up to date is definitely the Instagram page itself.
Yeah, and once I get the release date, I'll put it on there.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to know the updated release release date for the new version with all the supplementary material you're talking about. So how'd you decide what kind of supplementary material is going to go with Junction Jones this time?
So actually part of the story is that there are like 3 concurrent narratives occurring on Earth in different time periods. So like 1938, 1970, and 2017. So it's like in 1930, it's like archival material.
Okay.
Like newspapers, articles, things like that. A zine.
Absolutely.
In 1970, it's the journal of an archivist for the FBI who discovers like an artifact that's related to the case. And then in 2017, it's blogs, like old internet blogs.
That's nice. I wait, what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand what somebody typed in the chat, but I'm not going to worry about it. So let's see, anything that's going to be coming out between now and the end of this year? Like,
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing's done. So once so the publisher wanted 3 new covers for issues 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Because we ran into a lot of trouble with U.S. publishers who didn't want to do it at all because it had been like partially published.
Yeah. Okay, I can understand why they might want to do that. But Marcosia, I've seen that once you're there, like they have lots of options for sort of print on demand, and they partner with places like Amazon to make it easy to order the comics. They've got distribution throughout Europe, which is nice. Like, so that could be potentially like really nice, and hopefully it gives you guys greater control of your own story.
Yeah, I hope so.
What do you want to do next? Anything? Do you want to do more comics?
Yeah, we're working on a sequel, but I don't want to use the same narrative technique. So we're trying to figure out how to construct it so that we're not just retreading the same territories. I don't want to get stuck doing that kind of book that has backups and like metatextual thing. Like that's the only thing I do.
Okay. I can understand that challenge. You don't want to get pigeonholed too early. Yeah. That's for sure.
And I work on silent films, like I was mentioning before. They're tangentially related to the comic. But what happened was that a couple people on Reddit thought it was an alternate reality game.
Really?
Yeah, so I didn't want to like fully connect it to the comic and my name because they're like, is this real? Is this like an analog horror? Like what so I built it into the comic where you can find it.
That's cool. Wow. Well, I remember I'm sorry that I didn't have my copies like handy. I don't know where I put them, but I have looked at it before, folks, and the art is really strong. It's
Luciano is great.
It's really, really cool. I think that Junction Jones is definitely a cool concept. And I'm just sorry that, you had to go through like, any sort of a situation where you didn't feel like you had full control over your book for a while.
Yeah, it's like, it was tough because I didn't really have a bad relationship with them. I saw like other things online, but for the most part, it was like, it was cool. Just books stopped coming out. So
I know. Yeah, exactly. It's like, where is it? But you still got accepted by a publisher, which is a big deal, and hopefully it did still put that there was still some publicity that got it in front of people so that they'll recognize it when they see it again.
Yeah, I'm hoping. So when I wrote it, I was like cyber stalking Luciano, who's the artist. I was like writing it with his art in mind, just hoping that he wasn't doing anything. And then when I sent him the script and he started sending stuff back, I was just like, I told him to do whatever. Like, what's there is like the basic So like if he feels that he needs to like change angles or anything like that,
I think that
I
that's
just let him
awesome to
direct
hear.
it.
I think that's really interesting. I think that sometimes that's how you're going to get the best work out of somebody, is giving them, both direction, but a certain amount of freedom. And the exact balance is always going to depend on that specific collaboration. But it sounds like you found a way to like hopefully get the best out of both of you.
Yeah, I think so. When we become like actual friends through it, and I was like I rewrite everything when he sends a page back, like the dialogue, the next page sometimes.
You know what? But that's the work. That's the work that a writer sort of should be doing, is being willing to rewrite and refine. Because otherwise it's almost just barfing up an idea.
Yeah.
And you're not like putting in the work on your end. Maybe I've got a strong opinion there. I don't know. But I also like that you're all ready for Christmas. We're just going to skip we're going to skip right past Halloween and Thanksgiving. And
Well, I
get
got
right
the
to
skeleton
Christmas.
in the closet over here.
Really?
You can see his legs.
Yeah, I guess I can. You're right. I was assuming that was just an innocent victim, but yes, that is nice to know that it's actually a prop. That is a bit of a relief. I was about to make a call as soon as I ended my live stream, but
keeping me on the line so you could dial.
That's just good enough an excuse that I'll buy it. I'll just buy it, TC. Anything else that you want to plug or mention that people should check out?
I do write a superhero, like a teenage superhero deconstruction comic.
Really? What's that called?
It's called The All New Union, and I do that with 2 artists.
And is that Union. Like printed or shared anywhere?
Yeah, that's on Junction City Comics.
Junction City Comics?
Yeah, it should just be like on Instagram.
Bringing that up real quick.
Yeah, it's like Rick Veitch without the cynicism, I guess.
Is this where I start?
Yeah, I guess Global Comics would be great.
Okay.
We do have the Instagram, I guess. But Global Comics is where you can read them. But yeah, I worked the first issue I did with an artist named Danger Jazz, and then issues 2 to 7 have been with an Italian artist named Chiara Iacovelli.
Wow, you've actually got a lot here for people to go through.
So
I had no idea. You've done a lot more than Junction Jones.
Yeah, we wanted to do a comic that was like didn't look like a like your typical superhero comic,
So which one is the superhero one you were talking about?
Everything. It's the All New Union.
The which?
It'll be that second one right there.
Oh. This?
Yeah.
The All New Union?
Yeah.
Oh, right on. Oh, wow. That's really good art.
And like me and the artist, we have a love for hardcore punk, so we got the Salad Days homage from Minor Threat.
Holy moly, this is really good art, actually. Dude. You've been talking all about Junction Jones, but you've got some other great stuff. This is awesome to discover. So let me plug that too for everybody. Junction City Comics on Global Comics has a ton of stuff. Wow.
Yeah, so I think there's seven issues up there maybe. We have 6
of the All New Union.
Printed,
yeah, if I click on that specifically, it tells me that there's 7. Great covers.
And the second
really
issue starts with the new artist.
Okay. But yeah, this is super strong. Wow. I'm impressed.
Thanks.
I feel like this is funny that you like stealth kept this quiet until I was just like anything else, and you're like, oh yeah, like a metric ton of other comics, by the way.
Yeah, reveal the after credit.
That's amazing. TC, thank you so much for sharing this stuff with us tonight. I hope you get some
for doing this crazy 7-hour stream.
I didn't think it would be that at the beginning, but I'm going to keep going. Hey, if you were patient, like the least I could do is at least give you a few minutes of my time, and hopefully the audience is ready to look at this. I'll be adding chapters when we end with links, and I hope that helps. I really do. I appreciate that you took some time to share with me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Have a wonderful evening, okay?
You too.
Thank you. Guess what, folks? That's it. I know. You probably wanted me to go another 5 or 6 hours because you just can't get enough of me. No, that was incredible. That was incredible. You know what? Before I take off, there are 2 crowdfunded campaigns that I want to talk about that I didn't have anybody here talking about them, but they both looked interesting to me. So I'm going to just bring those up. First of all, I've got hold on. I need to get the link in here. I know you're like, there's been enough, Chris. But I think there's 2 more that look interesting. I find Too Much Coffee Man very funny. I think that's a cool comic by Shannon Wheeler. And there's a cool campaign here. You can also see that it's already hit its goal. So you can support it. And at this point, you'd be buying into that. Similarly, there's another campaign that I should pull up. I had Ed Piskor's family on my weekly Monday show on this channel, and they talked to me about Switchblade Shorties, which just launched. And as you can see, it's already hit 5 times its goal with just a few days. So Ed Piskor's last comic. I think that both of those are campaigns worth looking at. Too Much Coffee Man and Switchblade Shorties. And yeah, they're not my project, so I don't have a whole lot to say, but I think that those are both pretty good comics that are worth checking out. Thank you to all my guests, which I will now list in the order they appeared. No, I don't remember all of it. I'm sorry. I wish I did. That would be amazing. Give me a little time. I'll be adding chapters and links, but that's going to take a while, and it's pretty late right now. So I do need to give myself like a stretch and a bio break and eat a little food and drink some water. But I appreciate not just all my guests that were willing to share their like frankly amazing comics and in such a wide variety of genres and styles. To me, that really helps show how versatile and personal sometimes comics can be. It's my favorite storytelling medium. And I also wanted to thank everybody that's been in the chat room. Some of you guys for the entire time. I just can't believe it. Let's see. 7 more minutes and you can say you went till midnight. I need to do my Duolingo lesson for the day though. And you don't want to see me do that. That's boring. I'll tell you what, here, I'll do a super simple basic lesson just so that I can check it off. And we'll just say that we did 7 hours. I'll give it 3 more minutes just for the heck of it. This is, wow. I never thought I'd do a live stream this long, to be honest. This is pretty incredible. But I'll tell you something else. It wasn't that hard. It really wasn't. It was sincerely interesting each time to see the stories that people had to share, and when they're willing to share some of the motivations behind that. So yeah, like really, really nice. Thank you everybody that jumped in. Let's see. We've got some, thank you to the googly eyes. It's 4 a.m. Good Lord. Thank you, Care Bear. Thank you for being here, Kevin. Thank you, Randy. And I'll do it. I'll just go ahead and hit the 7 hours. The kids that were on were bonkers talent to shake it like a Polaroid picture. Yes. Where are you from? I'm just doing my lesson at the same time. I'm multitasking. Linked at Instagram and we good. I don't know what that means. Sorry. Thank Thank you, Tom, for being on. Let's see. Great success. I don't know if I got that right, but let's see. Was it meant to be said in that voice? It was pretty great. I thought you would say it was fair. Thank you, Moritz, for being on. I ate dinner, played video games, and got in bed all in the time you were live. Great. I got to go to work in a few hours. That's okay, though. It was a good night. I'm really impressed with everybody. I really am. Let's see. Yeah, thank you for showing up. Amazing. I'm a champ. I don't know about that. It was a marathon. Most welcome. We got just like 30 some seconds and I'll have done 7 hours. Crazy. Oh yeah, I hope you did hit the like button. I stepped out for a few hours in the middle. Is Beowulf a creator? If he is, he didn't jump on, so I don't know. It was meant to be in the Borat voice. Okay. Then I'm just going to quietly do a lesson here. Hana-san wa Tokyo shushin desu. Hana is from Tokyo. These are basic, like, baby sentences. Tokyo. Let's see. Oh, I've got to hurry, actually. I've got to get this lesson done. This is, I have nothing more exciting to say. I just have to do my lesson. And I did it. 7 hours. 7 hours. And now if I go for 3 more minutes, I'll have gone into 2 days. And I can say I did a 2-day stream, right? Ticket, subway, Chikatetsu. Nihon, Tanaka. I gotta hurry with this lesson. You guys have all the tension of seeing me looking down, but what I'm doing is trying to finish a lesson before it's the next day. So, oh, this is intense. I'm going. Oh my God, I'm not gonna get it. Oh, I did it. All right. No, wait, I didn't do it yet. I've still got more. Sumimasen. Chizu. Yokoso. Chikatetsu. Watashi. Come on. Oh my God, I'm really up again. Tanaka-san. New York. This is so close. New York is not a small city. Yeah, it's like a quick time event is right. Ooh, boy, how many of these do I have to do? Kyoto wa shizuka desu ka? Is Tokyo quiet? Is Kyoto quiet? Baby stuff. What a terrible end, but nobody's watching by now. Nice to meet you. I'm Ken. What a baby sentence. I did it. Oh my God. Did I do it in time? It literally says it's 12. Ah, I didn't get it done in time. It used a freeze streak. I had to use a freeze streak. I didn't get my lesson done in time. Darn it. All right. Thanks for watching to the end, everybody. Darn it. I skipped a movie, and I guess I skipped a lesson. That's okay. I skipped dinner too. But what I'm not going to skip is sleep. So I'm going to take off and I've got work tomorrow. Still working on a comic tropes episode. If anybody's curious, I'm gonna do like kind of a funny one. I found a cool Golden Age character that's into puppets. That's just what he's into. And then I'm doing some more serious episodes that are a bigger deep dive into certain things, comparing the different ways horror is done between America, Japan, Europe in comic book form. I've got a specific series that I could like compare there, as well as the history of Tijuana Bibles, these illegal like porno comics that used to be made in the 30s and all the way through the 60s. But yeah, so I'm going to take off, folks. Thanks so much for joining me, and keep reading comics. Tell you what, you get the devil salute. Boop. Bye.